ABC News with Mary McDonald. Good afternoon. World leaders are again calling for a diplomatic solution as the conflict between Israel and Iran continues. Ali Crew reports.
The UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres has told a meeting of the Security Council the expansion of the conflict could ignite a fire that no one can control. It comes as the Iranian Foreign Minister met with top European diplomats in Geneva. The 3-hour meeting ended without a breakthrough, and US President Donald Trump says talks between Iran and Europe won't lead to peace.
No, that didn't help. No, Iran doesn't want to speak to Europe. They want to speak to us.
Iran has launched more retaliatory strikes on Israel, with a bombardment wounding more than a dozen people in the port city of Haifa, while Iranian state media is reporting 4 people died in Israeli strikes in the country's southwest.
Meanwhile, Donald Trump says his Director of National Intelligence was wrong in her assessment of Iran's efforts to obtain a nuclear weapon. Mr Trump has also reiterated his 2-week deadline to decide whether the US will join Israel's military campaign against Iran, as North America correspondent Cayman Gok reports.
President Donald Trump has flat out said his Director of National Intelligence was wrong, and that's because Tulsi Gabbard in March testified to Congress that the intelligence community continues to assess Iran is not building a nuclear weapon. Now, 3 months later, President Donald Trump has said he believes they were very close to building a nuclear weapon. The White House said just yesterday that production of that weapon could be achieved in a couple of weeks. President Trump has said he will decide within 2 weeks whether or not the US will go into Iran. He said that timeline is to see if people come to their senses, and in the hope that negotiations can be achieved within those 2 weeks.
And Ms Gabbard says that she now agrees Iran could produce a nuclear weapon within weeks and that the media distorted her testimony before Congress. New research shows low self-esteem, lack of self-worth, financial pressures and sleep deprivation are the leading triggers of mental health issues in Australian women. The research, led by the September Foundation, surveyed more than 7,000 women around the country. It shows more than 50% of Australian women are suffering from depression, while about 1 in 3 don't believe their mental health issues are serious enough to warrant seeking support. The September Foundation's research lead, Katrina Locandro, says women's mental health is at a crisis point.
Women are always putting themselves last, and they're the last ones to seek support, and because they feel like their mental health isn't as important as those in their family or their children, their ageing parents.
And if you or someone you know needs help, call Lifeline on 13 11 14. The chair of the Productivity Commission says there's scope to reform the GST, but it could come at a cost to the federal budget. Treasurer Jim Chalmers has opened the door to potential changes on taxation policy as he looks to lift productivity in the economy. Danielle Wood says people might work less if they're facing higher income tax rates, resulting in less human capital in the economy. She says the federal budget could rely more on consumption taxes.
The challenge in doing that is you also have to, on equity grounds, I think, offer compensation to other groups, such as people on welfare payments. It's not something we've looked at specifically at the Productivity Commission, but I've done work in a past life that showed you can do such a package.
Medical experts are urging travellers to Southeast Asia to get vaccinated against COVID-19 as the number of cases rise in the region. National tourism reporter Christy Sexton-McGrath explains.
Australians are travelling to Southeast Asia in record numbers, with destinations like Bali and Thailand seeing a sharp rise in visitor numbers. But COVID-19 cases have recently spiked in some countries. Bangladesh has reinstated airport health checks and is advising its citizens against non-essential travel to neighbouring countries. Infectious diseases expert Professor Paul Griffin says multiple new subvariants are circulating.
We need Australians to understand the risk of COVID is very significant while they're travelling.
The Department of Foreign Affairs says travellers should ensure vaccinations are up to date before travelling.
To sport, and round 15 of the AFL continues today. First up at the MCG, Carlton takes on North Melbourne. The Blues will be looking to get back into the top 8 against the 16th place Kangaroos. The action shifts to Adelaide Oval as Port Adelaide takes on the Sydney Swans. It's a crucial clash for both teams fighting to keep their finals hopes alive. Finally, under the lights at Docklands, Collingwood battles St Kilda. To the weather now for the state, a dry, cool to mild and mostly sunny day. For Melbourne, mostly sunny with a top today of 15 degrees. Tomorrow, sunny 16, Monday a shower or two and 19 degrees then. Right now in Melbourne, it's 12 degrees. ABC News.
Step back 66 million years.
When amazing creatures of epic proportions ruled the Earth.
Join Bertie Carvel for Walking with Dinosaurs. Stream all the episodes now on ABC iView.
Australia's Test Tour of the West Indies starts June 25.
What about that? Unbelievable!
Catch every ball on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the cricket button.
ABC Sport.
This is AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass.
Hand pass to Ngoe, the Collingwood superstar. Ngoe, the destroyer.
AFL coaching record holder.
Mr. Mick Malthouse.
The man's about to coach a team for the 715th occasion.
Premiership player.
Number 12, Luke Ball.
Finals pressure. Luke Ball from 45 metres out directly from goal. Scores the level.
AFL Saturday with Corbin, Mick and Bally. AFL Saturday on your radio, ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listen app.
Was that the Brisbane Lions' best win of the season so far as the Premiers make a statement? Did they reveal the blueprint on how to take down the Cats? The Premiership coach of the Lions, Chris Fagan, is our feature guest today on AFL Saturday. Did the Dockers get everything they needed out of their Thursday night win against the Bombers? We'll talk long-term contracts, uncompromised drafts, and of course the Northern Academies, all on the agenda today, right here on ABC Sport. It's all about the Brisbane Lions with good reason. For the first time in 22 years, they come to the Cattery and win. And as they were then, the reigning premiers are a team to take very, very seriously again. Brisbane by 41. The 22-year hoodoo is broken. The Brisbane Lions break through last night at Cardinia Park. A huge result in the context of the competition. The Lions winners, they're back into second spot, trailing only the Pies on the AFL table. My name's Corbin Middlemass. We're at the mighty MCG. It is Carlton and North Melbourne, the first game on deck today as round 15 continues on the AFL Premiership season. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Luke Ball's here. Good morning, or good afternoon now, Ball.
Afternoon, Corby, and all our listeners. Yeah, gee whiz, I sat here after Geelong had dismantled a very weakened Bombers team last week, Corbin said, appears to be a pretty clear top two. And, not even close to third, a bit of a gap to third. Well, gee whiz, the Lions said, hang on, woo. They were powerful last night, weren't they? And I'm looking forward to talking to their coach, Chris Fagan, on just how you manage a title defence. But she's sitting here going into a bye.
Yeah.
I think they were 13th going into the bye last year. They're second. So
I noticed we got a little triple threat going on. So Collingwood beat Geelong.
Yeah.
Geelong beat Collingwood.
Yeah.
Collingwood beat Brisbane. And now Brisbane have beaten Geelong.
Amend my statement. We've got a clear top three. The
little three have all beaten each other in a nice little cycle so far. Mick Malthouse is here, the coaching icon. Hello, Mick.
G'day, Corby. Bally. I tell you what, I just wish we had had our lines open about 5 minutes ago. Our discussion off air. There was a few choice words, so we might even approach that later.
I'll coach.
No, it's good. I like that.
It's going to be a hot mix messages today.
And all the best to the people too. So
absolutely, you'll be able to have your say on the talkback line, which is 1300 558 222. We might save that until after Chris Fagan joins us. He's coming up in about 7 minutes from now. Just on last night, I had Hugh McCluggage on post-game rather, as part of our post-game chat from the Brisbane Rooms. What a year he's having in All-Australian contention again. And I asked him about the fact that now it feels like their two best wins of the season so far have both come in games in which the group is highly motivated. Coming to the MCG, beating the Hawks, and they did a job on them that day, like they did last night down at the Cattery. And this is what he had to say about whether they're extra motivated for these types of occasions.
I think we've got a lot of boys that love playing in those big games, those primetime games, and we've had a lot of experience in that area as well through finals in the last 6 or 7 years and a lot of primetime footy. The fact that we've been able to come down here, beat Geelong, beat the Hawks at the G, be really competitive with Adelaide at Adelaide Oval, it's really good signs.
I feel like they're a group that's playing within themselves a little bit at the moment, and then when the situation arises, and naturally it's hard to be up all 23 weeks of the season, that
when they get a big-time spot and they get the opportunity to flex and show what they're capable of, we've seen their best. Do you subscribe to that theory?
Yeah, I do. I think that they are a very, very good football side. I made the remark last night. I just thought there was a gap, only because I've just watched Brisbane as a side with a percentage of 110 up to last night. That's not a third-place side. And you're right. When we went back over the ladder of last year, they were well down. They won the corresponding round last year, which took them up to about 10th spot. That's still 2 positions out of the 8. But then they, as we know, they come home very well. They've got a different side. They've got a different ruck combination. They've got a different key forward. They've got another Ashcroft in the side. At some stage, Coleman, I think, will probably come back in that side. I really like the way he goes about it. But the thing is, last night, I reckon that they exposed, and you said it on air, Corby, that they've won the last 3 against Geelong in the last 16 games. So it hasn't been a long period. But the way that they were able to control the middle would be a major concern for Geelong, and it would be threatening to all other clubs because their depth through that middle was unbelievable. I've been a real critic of Rayner, that he just goes to sleep at times. But you're right, he does play in big games. He presents himself. But the number of goals that Brisbane kicked on the lead and the mark, they were what we call easy goals.
Yeah.
That's what differentiated them last night to Geelong. Geelong had to really work for their goals.
And so you were there, Mick, and you're right. I was watching it on the TV. How much of that, and we heard Chris Scott talk about it as well, both teams go to a well-earned bye now. I mean, they've been up for 15 weeks, both teams. And we know that the fixture is skewed towards the top teams playing each other. So that's a hard 15-week block, isn't it? So they'll both enjoy the break. How much of it was Geelong just being a bit off? And Chris Scott, you could see him pondering that after the game and working through that in his head. They did so rarely do we see Geelong allow teams to go coast to coast so easily, to have so many easy goals like you said we saw last night.
Well, I said before the game, Corby asked me who would win. I thought Geelong would win, and they can only lose if they played poorly. They played poorly, but they played poorly for a lot of the reason that Brisbane played well. And I was astounded how they were able to take the ball from a point scored against them through the middle. But they didn't hesitate. They played on, and the player with the football found himself at times going, I'm covered, but I've already played on. And Geelong then were going, who do we cover? And through the corridor, no, they would have kicked 1 or 2 goals going through from end to end. But if they only kicked 2, it didn't state the true facts. They probably got the ball in their front 50 5 or 6 times from the full back thing because of that speed at which they moved that football. But what it did, it found Geelong really napping through the middle. I've got a theory on Geelong's midfield. When it's good, it's really good. When it's got the ball. When it hasn't got the football, they've got a lot of players that are very much, we're not chasing. And they didn't chase last night.
Just on your point, Bally, I often ask this during broadcasts when we get results like this, which are so sort of out of the ordinary. Was it more good Lions or was it more bad Cats? And it's obviously always a combination of both, but the interest is obviously, which one do you if you're 51-49, which one do you lean more into? I felt like watching last night, I probably let more into good Lions. I felt like that
they were good.
That they didn't allow Geelong to get their game up and going. If you were to lean into one or the other, which one are you on?
No, I agree with that. And there was, whether it was strategy or just pure focus, I think, from the Lions.
Strategies, don't underestimate strategies.
Part of that. Well, I'll ask Chris about that as well. But you could just tell that, and the thing about the Lions is, and why that percentage as it is, we know, like, the inaccuracy of kicking has been an issue for them. I think a couple of weeks ago, they against Adelaide, they really should have won. They really should have won that game in terms of the opportunities that they had. Same again last week against the Giants.
Well, 9-10 to 8 goals.
Yeah, and then so last night Geelong kicked 6-15. Now some of that is to do with where they were having their shots because of the Brisbane pressure up the field, and others they just missed opportunities. So I think it's to answer your question, I'm with you. I think it was a performance of more merit from the Lions against a Geelong team who probably are looking for a breather now after a decent.
I don't go along with it. You get through years. I just think that they just take what you said, Corby. They missed 5 or 6 shots that they would never normally miss. So that game could have been a bit closer, but at the end, I'm surprised it was only 41 points because Brisbane just really cut them apart.
I can't see Geelong putting in another performance like that, put it that way.
Unless they play Brisbane, because Brisbane knocked them over 3 times out of 3.
It was their worst loss of the season so far. It was their worst loss at home in 8 years. And that 3 wins is interesting because 3 different venues. So last year's prelim, high handball game in the second half. Brisbane took the game on, mowed them down, and obviously, get some huge moments towards the end. They beat them in round 3 this year in the driving rain, fell 32 down, came back to win in a very different way again, but took the game completely away from Geelong. And then last night they won wire. Never gave them a chance. Different size ground, everything else away from home. Reece Stanley joined us post-game last night, and we asked him about the fact they had the white out, the T-shirts on the seats, the Patrick Dangerfield celebration. If it was a distraction for this group last night, everything around the game.
Not at all, to be honest. I think the first I saw of it was I think 7 AFL must have put something online, and that's sort of the first I saw of it. To be honest, we hadn't spoken about it internally until got here tonight and saw the work that the club had done to get those shirts out. So that'd be a silly excuse to try and sort of clutch at, I think. It certainly wasn't a distraction.
Now, I beat my better team last night. That was Reece Stanley with us on ABC Sport post-game. We can pivot and get back to the winners, the premiership team of the competition and the Jock McHale medalist, as the premiership coach, Chris Fagan, has been good enough to join us here on AFL Saturday through ABC Sport. Chris, congratulations. Appreciate your time.
No, thank you. It was a good night last night.
How do you reflect on it the morning after?
I just thought it was a really good performance by the team. All round, we had no passengers. We sort of everything we tried to do in the game, we tried to execute. It came off pretty well, and we won every quarter. So it's a big ask to come down here and play well on a ground that we don't normally play on, and it's always hard to win at Geelong. So really pleased to come away with the points.
A story that's now been well told. Michael Whiting wrote an article on the AFL website going back to the start of April about the amount of hoodoos that the club had when you took the reins as senior coach. And my understanding is, Chris, and hopefully you can fill in the story for a few of our listeners that aren't aware, that you wrote them all up on the whiteboard and you've finally been able to put the line through the last of them. Is that correct?
Yeah, no, there are a lot. Brisbane had been struggling for quite a few years when I first arrived, and continued to struggle for the first 2 years. So there were many things we needed to tick off, and yes, you're right. The last 3 things were beating Hawthorn at the MCG, beating Richmond at the MCG, and beating Geelong at Geelong. So we've ticked them all off this year.
And what do you do now? What's the next major motivating factor?
I don't know. I'll have to work something out, I suppose. It was just a good way to goal set in a way, and to strive and tick things off. So you could actually, we had them up on the wall, at the club and on slides that we looked at. So and it was talked about this week. So it hasn't failed us. So it's a good thing.
Chris, the week itself, I think I heard you came down Wednesday, which is a day early, and almost tried to mirror a grand final week in terms of preparation. And we were just chatting off air. You're able to expose Geelong like few are, or few have been down there in particular. How much of the week and the build-up was around strategy, or was it more just refocusing certain aspects of your game and individuals within the team, which we'll ask you about as well?
Yeah, look, we've had a couple of weeks where we've been probably a tad unlucky to lose, to be fair. I think we've had 20 more shots on goal and didn't win either game. So as a coach, you always worry about whether that just takes away a little bit of confidence, particularly coming down here. So the week itself was a very simple week. I just wanted to get energy back into the team. So the review of the Giants game took me 10 minutes on Monday, because I just thought the boys couldn't sit through an hour. I just wanted them to, have a clear understanding of what happened in the Giants game, which really was just around, they scored too easily from our forward 50 back the other way, and we didn't kick accurately, so it didn't take long, and we just focused in on the game itself this weekend straight away. I think the idea to come down, we played, that's our 15th game in a row, so we sort of missed the bye in round 3, and again, I just thought, and Danny Daly, our footy manager, thought if we could get down a day earlier, it just might mean we're a bit fresher on game day. So the whole week was about getting energy back into the team before the bye.
A couple of your energy players I want to ask you about. So Kai Lohmann, who was, we know what he did on grand final day last year, and really burst onto the scene last year. Only a young player, clearly, but hasn't really risen to the heights this year, hasn't really gone on with it. And then the other one's Cam Rayner, who is a little bit further along in his career, who just seems to really relish the big game and the big occasion. But then on the flip side, he must frustrate you a little bit at times. Or is it just the stage now where you know that he's got that in him and can produce it in big games on the big stage, and you have to put up with a little bit of other games where he's not as dynamic and explosive as he was last night?
Yeah, so firstly with Kai, he has had an inconsistent season. He played probably his best game last night. Last week we made him a sub. I was just sort of wanted to let him know that maybe he needed to lift his form a little bit if he wanted to stay in the team. He didn't play particularly well, but I sort of rang him on the Monday after the game and said, "Listen, mate, I know you probably think you're going to be out this week, but you're not. You're in. Keep going." And he responded really well last night. I think, he's spent a lot of time this year, I think, trying to reach the heights that he got to last year, and it's probably taken the focus away from just doing basics really well. And young players, that sometimes happens to, and it seems like he's self-corrected in the last week or so. Cam Rayner, Cam plays mostly as a forward, a power forward, and it's a hard place to be consistent there, but I just reckon over the last 18 months we've probably found the right role for him. We get him inside to centre bounces occasionally, he comes up to stoppages, and he's also playing in the forward line. I think that's a good balance for him. He's been a really good player for us this year. I thought he played a fantastic game last night, and you're right about both those boys. They bring a lot of energy to the team, and Cam's leadership's really developing really well.
Chris, congratulations. I thought your coaching last night was outstanding, and I'll clarify that by saying I don't think Chris Scott didn't coach well. It's just that the way you guys were able to handle Geelong's dominance on that ground was absolutely outstanding, and you took away from them any initiative at all when the ball came out of their back line. So well done. You can pat yourself. I don't expect you to jump up and down and say, well, anything about that. But just a couple of questions, Chris. The Big O, I know we all know that he's come off a heartbreaking miss from the grand final, and also the fact that he's had a reconstructed shoulder. Is that been part of his, I guess, just slipping down below Fort at the moment?
Yeah, and he got injured he carried an injury into the North Melbourne game back about 5 or 6 weeks ago, which was a back injury, and it didn't. It hasn't responded all that well. He's back playing now. He played last week in the reserves. He's down here at the down at Geelong at the moment, watching our reserves, and he's playing in the game and playing quite well. So, with backs, you saw that they are a little bit of a worry, particularly if they're bony type issues, which it is for Oscar. But today he's getting through well. He's moving well, so I'm hopeful that he'll pull up good from the game and be available for next game. But in the meantime, Darcy Fort's been particularly good for us, I reckon, and he's got a little bit of continuity at AFL level and has played some good games for us in recent times.
Does he need to win that job back, Chris, or is it Oscar's job providing he's fully fit and ready to go?
Oh, look, I think if he's right to go next week, probably it's a hard decision because Darcy Fort's been playing well. So it might be that Oscar has to earn his way back into the team at the moment.
Yeah. Well, a good position to be in. Chris, I just wanted to ask you about the competition committee. You've been on that. Can you give us a little bit of a rundown what it means and the reintroduction? Is that through Swanee or is that through Andrew Dillon?
Yeah, it must be through Andrew Dillon because Swanee hasn't started work yet. He's over at Royal Ascot with the top hat on at the moment.
That's right. Of course. I wonder. Yeah, of course. I wonder why didn't I think of that? Yes, of course. Yeah.
So that's where it is. So it wouldn't be his initiative. I was on that committee. It was a collection of people. It was players, as in I think Patrick Dangerfield was on it. There was a couple of coaches, a couple of people from the commission, AFL people. Just a wide range of people that discussed issues in the game that were probably the AFL sort of set the agenda and things were discussed around rules and the competition itself and all that sort of business. So
did anything come from it?
Oh, that's my one thing, Nick. I reckon I was on it and I just wondered whether I didn't think a lot of change came as a result of it. And probably it should have. I was sort of a little worried, we'll have this committee and it looks good and we'll talk about all these things, but we won't do much from it. And I think if they're going to get it up and going again, then they've got to listen to what the conversation is and make changes where necessary.
Yeah, if I threw just one thing, is the most important thing at the moment that you see in football, what would it be?
It's a good question. Look, I feel really sorry for the umpires at the moment. I think they've got that many things to look at in a game. So for me, an example of that would be we brought in a stand rule. So initially, okay, we bring it in and everyone's playing the stand rule, and then clubs decide they want to take. Can we pull back 5 metres? Oh yeah, you can pull back 5 metres. So the stand rule was to cut that sort of that bloke standing on the mark, sort of cutting off the 45 kick, which made sense. But then we're pulling back 5, so there's more density behind the ball. For me, this is an example. If it's stand. Don't pull back 5. You've got to stand there where you are, because the poor old umpire is trying to decide whether the bloke's going to stand on the mark or he's not. So he's pulling back 5, and then he's trying to look to see if someone's running through the protected area.
It is a shocking rule, though, isn't it?
It's how many things you have to look at, So for me, I would like to see some of the rules simplified and give the umpires an opportunity to, they're like push it in the back. I mean, God almighty, there's so much pushing in the back going on now, but, most of it goes unchecked.
Yeah. What about off the field, Chris? I think we had you on last year and had a good discussion, and you were reasonably strong on this the whole long-term contracts of players, I think, and that hasn't, not a lot's changed. I think every week now you seem to hear about a 7, or 8, or 9 year, and we sort of understand why, but I think you were pretty strong at the time, given, being an interstate club, of course, around the AFL, intervening and almost taking it away from the clubs. Do you still hold that view?
Yeah, I still hold that view. Players probably wouldn't like me. Players probably wouldn't like me saying that, but 6 or 7 years is a long time in football, and there's a lot of things that can happen in that time.
There, mate.
Yeah, I think it's just. I mean, that's the trend, and that's what clubs. If you want to be in it, you've got to do those sorts of things. I guess at the moment, just not to retain your players, but it makes it hard for clubs.
There's a number of clubs and maybe one of us in this box that's coming for the Northern Academies. Chris, obviously they're important to teams in your neck of the woods. To make the case the other way, why is it essential that we have Northern Academies in our competition?
Well, for example, in Queensland, AFL's not necessarily the number one sport. Rugby league is. And one of the things that the clubs up here have tried to do from day one is to get more boys to play and girls to play AFL. And that's the advent of those academies has been incredibly important in the growth of the sport in Queensland. And so much so that participation rates up there are, I think, probably second to Victoria at the moment, which is pretty incredible when you think about where it was a few years back. And, the academies are all about sort of connecting the young talent in Queensland to the AFL teams and, making their dream of being able to play at that level a real thing. And, I believe if you take that away from the northern states, you're taking away something that's really, really, really important and part of the fabric of football there, and it's done its job, and it should continue to do its job. I find it a bit staggering that people, when you have a look at the numbers of boys that are playing from our academies, like we've got Harris Andrews last night, Eric Hipwood, there might be one other. So, and that was the same in our premiership team last year. There was only 3 guys. Jack Payne was the other one. So, sort of it gets a little bit exaggerated, the amount of players that we actually get from there. I think it's a healthy thing for the game in that part of the country, and it should stay there and not be interfered with.
Chris Fagan with us on ABC Sport. Chris, just a couple of quick ones before you go. Have you got any contact from the Tasmanian government after your comments about the stadium and the licence and everything else to ask for a little bit of advice and to be their North Star?
No. I'm just embarrassed by the fact that there's so much arguing going on down there when, the community should get behind it and the government should get behind it. But Tasmania is one of those small places that's very political for some reason or other, and I just got my fingers crossed that things will get sorted out. And I think there's some positivity around that there's sort of bipartisan support for the stadium. So hopefully that's what happens down the track.
And last one, I asked Hugh McCluggage about this last night. I feel like, and understandably, you're coming off a premiership. I watched Brisbane this year, and I feel like you're a little bit of a group that you're highly motivated by the big stage. So we saw that against the Hawks at the MCG, and again last night down in Geelong. Is that part of the challenge as a coach at the moment, knowing that there's a lot of other games in between to try and make sure you're banking enough wins to put yourself in the best position, obviously, to qualify, but also knowing that, hey, you're playing so many big games that there are other games that obviously don't quite lift the arousal levels the same way of the group.
Yeah, it's a good observation. It's a good thing that we need to talk about as a group, and we have been sort of addressing that a little bit more in recent times since it's become a pattern. I don't know. Like, Nick's probably a good one to ask. He's coached premiership sides, and he knows the challenges that come the year after. And we've been to sort of 2 grand finals in a row now, and building ourselves up for finals for the last 6 years. So sometimes there's games that you play in that probably seem a little less important and players aren't motivated by. But we've got 8 games to go this year. We've put ourselves into a really good position at this point in time. And one of the things I'm going to talk to the group about when we all get back together on next Monday is that very thing. How do we address this? I think looking at our draw, though, I think we've got some pretty tough games for the rest of the year, so it might not be an issue. But the other thing is, we haven't been as good. We haven't been as good at the Gabba this year. We're 4 wins and 3 losses. Our record on the road is actually better. I think we're 6 wins, a loss, and a draw. So we need to talk about how we play at the Gabba a little bit better, because we've got a few games there to finish the year, and we want to make sure we win them.
Chris, I really appreciate your time. Thanks for being so generous with us here on ABC Sport. Good luck the rest of the way, and hopefully we chat again before grand final day, which, who knows, you could be there again for the 3rd straight year. Appreciate your time.
Thanks. Good to have a chat. Cheers. Bye-bye.
Chris Fagan, the premiership coach, one of the good guys in footy. There's no doubt about it. We love having him with us here on ABC Sport.
It's a good question, isn't it, Mick? And I cast my mind back to 2011 after we saluted in 2010 and the challenges. And I think you need to add players to the mix. So we went and got Chris Tarrant back and Andrew Cracker, and then you're looking for that natural sort of hunger and desire from the list that was there, from those that missed out. At 19 premiership players last night, Brisbane in the team. Obviously, that's 40, Fort, McInerney. Yep. So you feel like the big Oscar would be certainly very driven to get his taste of it. And then Levi Ashcroft's one that came into that team, and then the others that missed out. Coleman, you mentioned, and Tom Doty's on that list who missed out last year as well. So you feel like that it won't be a problem. And the others are young enough, aren't they? Even Will Ashcroft himself and Logan Morris, they're young enough to not be satisfied, you would hope, or not to think that that's just going to happen every year.
But they do. Kids
they possibly do. And that's a challenge. That's a challenge.
It's interesting because, a dear friend of mine, Mervyn Kane, you speak to him and he goes, 1980 was fantastic. I said, but you played in 83 and 84. He said, yeah, but I thought it was going to happen every year. Whereas the closer you get to when you know you're on the other side of the mountain and you're thinking, you fight tooth and nail to hold on, because you just know that it's not going to happen every year. Their test, just look at their draw. That is a really, really tough draw.
Yeah. So 5 of the last 6 they played top 8 teams, and the one of the 6 is the grand final rematch. They play Sydney, who will obviously be having a run up against Brisbane, knowing they own one.
Yeah, that's what happens when you're the reigning premiers. Yeah. You don't get any favours with the draw, so they've known that. So it is about managing.
No, the Geelong got the easiest draw in the history of the world. So no, it doesn't work out that way. It's just simply they have got a hard draw.
It's interesting, champion data, the way they crunch these numbers. Brisbane have the hardest run home, Geelong have the easiest. Yeah. Which I find interesting, knowing that the way they compute these things. I thought, well, Brisbane don't have to play the reigning premiers because they're it. Doesn't that mean that every other team has a harder run home? They've got to try and make their way through Brisbane. But it is an interesting quirk of the way they chop it up. But I take it we've all got both of them there. The Cats and the Lions in the last 4.
Yep. Yeah, I think
it's very interesting, though. It's very interesting because you're going to have Adelaide, who are just, it's more than interesting, because right now Geelong have played their 15th game, and they are on 10 wins. Adelaide will play their 15th game
next week.
Next week, if they win that, likely their percentage will throw in front of Geelong. So, and I know Geelong's got a very easy draw, but it's to me, there's 9. Who is and I think that the 9th side is as good as it's certainly as good as the 5th side.
The Bulldogs?
Yeah. Absolutely,
Yep.
the Bulldogs.
Yep, I agree.
And perhaps even as good as the 4th side.
Paulie was ahead of the curve on the Dash brothers. They got coined elsewhere, but you were hot, Paulie, that there were no 2 players in the history of the game that averaged more metres gained. They didn't have their strongest showing last night, and Cameron Ling, hard-running two-way midfielder, of course, with the Geelong Football Club, had this analysis late in the game last night.
You can be so aggressive in your running patterns forward, and you can be pseudo one way when you use the ball really well and efficiently down the end, and Graham Myers then gets it at half forward, swings around Shannon Neal Mark into Jeremy Cameron to Mark. The ball doesn't come back out. So you can be flat out one way. But when it's turning over quick, like Brisbane are able to do now, and you get caught out of position as a Bailey Smith, then you get highlighted as having only gone one way because the ball's gone back
gone past you,
and you're not running to defend.
He did comment a bit on it last night, didn't he, where he spoke about, that it's okay to be the Dash brothers. You got to dash back the other way at certain occasions too. Was there not enough of that last night?
Not near enough of it last night. In fact, they were caught out badly, and I think lack of depth through the middle also was a bit of a factor because, Atkins is a tackling machine.
Yeah.
And
Dunkley sat on Holmes, didn't he?
Yeah.
Did a pretty good job nullifying.
Who was that?
Dunkley sat on Holmes.
Yeah. Well, Dunkley's always going to be that sort of player that has to play, and he gets the football.
Well,
himself.
he is the two-way runner. I mean, he is. Yeah, we know that.
Yeah. It's quite amazing. Some of the best players you ever see play, and when you take away what they do and they lose the football that way, very few of them are caught in that mould of oh wow, how good does he work back?
Yeah.
And I can say that about what we call most of the champions. Just go. It's pretty good going one way.
Oh, I loved the wide out, by the way. I know people say, they lost and they took their eye off the prize and everything else and stuff. It was a great fan engagement thing.
Yeah.
Heard from a lot of members of clubs during the week saying that we don't get anything for our membership anymore. And they put a T-shirt on every seat. Everyone had a great time. It made a huge event out of a game.
It was warranted.
It had no bearing on it.
It was an all-time great
no
too.
bearing on
it.
The only thing I'll say is that if you've got lined up 3 or 4 pairs of boots in the dugout because you want to wear them because they're your 350th boot, maybe it might detract a little bit from... Ben, you were down there, you would have seen him sign them as he ran on the ground.
Here we go. Ben Cameron did note this sort of off the top of the broadcast last night. We'll bring him in early here.
Yeah, I don't think he actually did change his boots throughout the game. I didn't see that, but he had a couple of extra pairs of the 350 game boots. Patrick Dangerfield did change his jumper at both of the quarter breaks, presumably at halftime as well when we couldn't see him. So he had 4 match-worn 350th game jumpers.
He's got 3 kids, isn't he? 2 or 3?
3.
See, there's a pair each for their future. They can do what they like with them better. You might buy a pair later on and say 15 years down the track for your young child coming along.
Perhaps. Who knows, Mick?
If you can survive that car.
Patrick, we all travelled back together last night from Geelong, and I heard it got a bit bumpy after I jumped out at Power Street, but I'm glad everyone got there safely. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Luke Ball alongside Mick Moldhouse. My name's Corbin Middlemass, and we're taking your calls as well on 1300 558 222. Coming up in 30 seconds, we will be back with the hottest edition so far of Mixed Messages right here on ABC Sport.
Meet the people who dare to imagine.
Making colour sing. You feel it.
In Picasso, the piano, the Classic 100 and creative types with Virginia Trioli.
Give me more of that.
Where it's always free, always creative. ABC iView.
On AFL Saturday.
What do they reckon? They come to play marbles or football, or think they sat in their cars waiting for the game to start and go out there?
This is Mixed Messages.
I'm hot on this, and I've just heard Chris Fagan say about the academy. I have no doubt the academy is well worth having. It's got to be run by the AFL in conjunction with the clubs and pay the players to do their clinics and so forth. But I don't see any kid that's from Queensland, New South Wales in what we call the non-traditional clubs having to say, I only want to play for Brisbane, Gold Coast, or in my New South Wales, I only want to play for GWS or Sydney, because that does not happen at this level. You cannot tamper with the draft. You play the game, and you should be playing it in a very, very even competition. Father-son's out in my book. The academies, they're not out, but you cannot have a player who exclusively is going to be yours. He's got to go into the draft. And it has got to be a one even competition. So Ross Lyon is on the money that if we're going to see an even competition, it's got to come from an even draft situation.
How about that? Mick Moldhouse and Ross Lyon on the same page all these years on. It's 15 years since that famous grand final, and you duked it out in over 2 weekends here at the MCG. This follows Kel Toomey's story yesterday on AFL Media that Andrew Bassett and Carl Delena, of course the top brass at the St Kilda Football Club, fronted the commission. They had a push to try and abolish the Northern Academies. And basically this is they had the ambit claim off the top, Bally, and then a staggered approach thereafter. So they want Queensland, New South Wales and the ACT to be NGA zones only, the same way that it is for every other team in the competition. You can only match one bid on an academy or a father-son prospect. So if you have multiple players, bad luck for 2 and 3 and 4 and so on and so forth. And if that is unsuccessful, one of the other things they're pushing for is that the top 4 finishers are blocked from matching bids completely. So if you're a top 4 team, you don't have any rights to a father-son or to an academy bid. What do you make of all that?
I think I think what you're talking about, Mick, is when it gets to the draft stage. I think, and we heard Chris there.
Yes, it is the draft stage.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's right. Yeah, so we're not talking about the top of the pipeline, because we sit down here in Victoria and don't see the challenges and the work that was put in, going back to be able to get it to the stage now where we do see great talent coming through that mightn't have otherwise played AFL footy from the age of 10, 11, 12 when they are making that choice.
I'm not denying that, and I'm not denying.
I know you are, yeah. So I think based on the success of it, which the clubs up there have to take enormous credit for, we probably are at the stage where, when it comes to draft concessions, we do need to look at levers. I think the top end talent is the one that gets seen, the Heaney and these sort of types that ends up at the club that they go through with. What we don't see is that other clubs have benefited from academy spillover, if we want to call it that as well. We've had clubs down in Victoria that have picked off academy players that have come through, again, that mightn't have otherwise played AFL. But I think when you're talking about the top teams now getting, and I'm interested in your father-son comment, Nick, I hadn't considered that, but when we are talking about the top teams then being topped up with the star talent, it's changed. So they have to pay fair value for it. But I think what we're seeing now is the flow and effect.
But they'll still get those players, Paulie. They get those.
Well, that disrupts the draft even further.
Yes, right.
Then picks have just become a commodity, and future picks where numbers are just a thing, and they can stockpile. They can trade out of the first round. So I think stockpile the second and third round picks, and that's what gets used to get an Ash or to get a. Newland, who's going to be the top 3 pick this year.
I think that's actually the key point here. I think if we get the bidding process right, I think it will actually placate a lot of the scenario, wouldn't it? Like, I think if you had to use a first-round pick rather than using a collection of third-round picks or whatever to bid up and to be able to take someone from the first round, it would make it a little more palatable for people. Whereas at the moment, the point system and everything else, like at the very least, it should cost you your first-round pick to be able to take someone in the first round if you have access to them through an academy or a father-son. And I think that points access is something we need to get right. I'm keen to hear what people think on this. 1300 558 222 is the talkback number. So we've got lines available, 1300 558 222 if you want to have your say on the even competition. I think in an ideal world, Mick, you would love to see it. Everyone plays each other once. You play them home one year, you play them away the next year or whatever. So an even draw and then an uncompromised draft, and the talent flows through evenly. And the Robin Hood type tax, the teams down the bottom get the best access and so on and so forth year on year. And yet it feels like we're so far away from that, aren't we, as a competition? There are so many things that tip the balance in one direction or another, and the draft is another one.
See, I would like to see clubs tested, true testing, coaching, recruitment, management. So when everything's even, nothing's even, because Carlton will do something different than North Melbourne. We've got 2 sides here playing today, and Carlton will go for a coach that's going to develop that. North Melbourne will have a coach that develops that. Recruitment is, you've got 2 different people going, we need a tall, we need a small. So when it's an even competition, when it's an even draft, then it gets down to people that you employ. And when the recruitment officer picks those players, the coach takes over, and here's a coaching panel to get that side playing the way you want it. Then it becomes even. At the moment, we're seeing clubs that are regulars in the top 8 who are being reinforced by players that are inaccessible to other clubs, and we're seeing some clubs down near the bottom that we're going to be. The best they get to is they nudge 9th into 8th, and then they fall down again because they just haven't got the strength of this player to get players. Whereas I want to see it become human. That coach versus that coach, that recruitment panel versus that recruiting panel, management versus management, and then supporters can determine. If you're not doing it and you've got the same access as someone else, they go, this is not working, so we need a change. Let's go and get Corbin Middlemiss as our GM, Luke Ball as our coach, blah blah blah. So it's not ever going to be even the way it is at the moment.
I'm almost the other way with Brisbane and Sydney, and the Gold Coast and GWS. If they put so much money into it and do so much work in the development stage, because they know that there's a return there at the end of the day, right? That somewhere down the line.
But the other clubs have been denied that.
So, do we get to that point where we kind of go, why don't we just have academies for every club? Like, do we get to the point where we kind of think maybe the draft isn't the answer, that it's so composed nowadays that we're better off going back to, say, what rugby league do, and we zone off and we...
Can I just jump in there? I've no worries about having academies, but have a national academy run by the AFL, and you can't have a compromised draft by saying some kid goes, I'm now learning about Brisbane or the Gold Coast, and I want to play in Queensland. Well, once you sign that form that you're going to be drafted, Sunshine, you know what? You can go to any one of the 18 clubs, 19 clubs, perhaps in a couple of years, because you'll live with that.
So I guess that the problem with that is the kid that's in Ipswich that's growing up and deciding whether he wants to play footy or play rugby league, he can enter a pathway program that he knows that one day he'll be eligible to play for the Broncos. That's how the NRL system works, because it's all zones and areas and everything else. Whereas in the AFL, if we said, hey, come to an AFL academy and one day we could spit you out to Port Adelaide or Freo, it would go, well, to hell with that.
How does Melbourne survive?
That doesn't.
Storm. How does Storm survive?
They have a zone in the Sunshine Coast, which they have access to.
But it's not Melbourne, though.
It's not, but it's a...
So you kill yourself by the argument. Melbourne are a successful side because they do things well, and even though they're drafting from upper Queensland and out in the middle of New South Wales, it's a long way from Melbourne, but they get them here because they are well run, they're well structured, well coached, and they're being highly successful. But they don't have any more access than anyone else. They just do it better.
It's interesting, our sport has more competitive balanced levers than any sport in the world. I mean, you follow global sport as well. Yet we're still arguing about uncompetitive or lack of competitiveness or a lack of balance. So I'm not sure we ever get to there.
Well, you can if you take a deep breath and just say, well, this is going to take 12 months, but this is the way we're going to run it. Yeah, I'm not denying the kids being trained up in northern New South Wales by Sydney players, but the kids who are going to, it's bad luck. I don't care if they're in northern New South Wales, it's like Paddy Cripps who's in Geraldton. When I said to him, we're going to draft you, you're going to come to Melbourne, he goes, oh, so what? I mean, it's different in Perth, but I'll go to Melbourne.
Trust me, as an Essendon fan, Paulie, I'm about to start arguing the other way. Just let the big clubs be big clubs. Get rid of all the equalisation methods and just let them be the New York Yankees of the competition. Let's see how that goes for a bit. Tim from Hobart is first of our callers, 1300 558 222. Hello, Tim.
Hello there. How are you going?
I'm well, thank you.
I agree with the academy. Have the AFL run it and let them go to whoever can pick them. I think that's a great idea. And I hate this compromised roster. Just play each other once at home, once away, well, the following year away. But I do love the father-son. I think just adds a little bit of romance to the competition.
I'm with you, Tim. I'm a fan of the father-son, Mick.
So they played 99 games.
Yep.
Like, say, Murray Rance, and along comes Rance's son, and he's in the draft because he hasn't played an extra game. I didn't play him the extra game.
Bad luck.
It's my fault. Oh, well, that's right, Paulie. It's bad luck. So bad luck if you played 300 games because it's a compromise. You're compromising the draft.
Good on you, Tim. Appreciate your call. 1300 558 222 is the talkback number. Just on Jeremy McGovern, 3 cheers to him after being medically retired yesterday. He fronted the press, and this is what he had to say after being medically retired by the AFL's concussion panel.
For me and my long-term health, it's definitely the right decision and call, and I'm at peace with it. It's okay because I respect the game. and the game demands a lot from players. And in this instance, it's unlucky for me. But at the same time, there's a beauty to it, that it can get taken away at any time. So I hope everyone cherishes it and understands what our players go through every time they run out in that footy field.
He didn't get to 200 games, finished at 197, and yet a 5-time All-Australian during that particular period.
197?
197 games.
Oh, I would have thought he did
Missed
more
a
than
lot.
that. But
Missed
I
a
tell
lot.
you what, though.
What a player.
What a player. Such a dynamic type of backline. He's in anticipation where that ball goes and how he can mark it. Unbelievable.
He looked like an old school footballer. I mean, you compare him to, say, your other champion centre-half back in Glenn Jakovich. It looked like they presented a bit differently, but his ability to be able to both beat people one-on-one and then also come off and impact and support his team. It was unbelievable. Yeah, what a player, and what a shame that it's been cut a little bit short.
He started this wave, didn't he, of the modern sort of intercept defender and the guys that came through in the game, obviously, as we know it today. What a career he's had, and well done to Jeremy McGovern on his set. Adam from Adelaide's the next of our callers on 1300 558 222. Hello, Adam.
G'day, fellas. Look, I don't have strong feelings about the academies and stuff. Probably don't have enough knowledge about how they work. But I just want to comment on behalf of supporters. Leave the father-son alone. I understand it doesn't make the draft pure, but there's nothing a supporter loves more than seeing a kid run out whose dad played for the club. We don't have many traditions left, and I think if the draft gets slightly compromised by it, good luck. It's one of the few things we got left, and we just love it.
That's a great call. I appreciate that from Adam. Keep the father-son as it is. You're a fan of that, surely, boy.
Yeah, I don't feel super strongly about it, but I think that's one thing that we can potentially look at keeping. Yep.
I like it. 1300 558 222. Thanks, Adam. Appreciate your call. The Thursday night fixture staying over in Perth on the back of the Jeremy McGovern news. The other team in town, the Dockers, they won every quarter, and they pulled away and won by 41 points against the Bombers. I must admit, I was a little bit surprised by some of the analysis in the postscript. The Dockers on ground in the interviews afterwards talking about it was great to finally put a team away and we got everything out of it. I probably thought that was about par, to be honest, against a very young Essendon team. The Bombers had 6 teenagers in, 6 players with 4 games or fewer, 9 with 23 games or less. And the guy with 23 was Nate Caddy, who is right at the start of his career. I would have thought about 41 points was about par for the course for the Dockers the other night. Did they get everything out of it that they needed?
Well, it's a good block. That's what it is. They've won 5 in a row, and that's included some good away wins as well against the Gold Coast and GWS. So there's room for improvement.
2 good wins. They're 2 good wins.
They're still emerging.
That wasn't a great win against Essendon.
No, it wasn't. But sometimes you just got to get through, don't you, and bank the win. And I thought it was a pretty solid performance. Let you unpack it a bit. We speak about two-way midfielders. I mean, Sarong and Brayshaw are as good a combination from that point of view in terms of working with the footy and without the footy.
But both good defensive players.
Yeah, in the game at the moment. So they can build on that. Can they add a bit to that mix?
Well, they get Young back.
They need Young back. They definitely need Young back.
He's had a bad hamstring, so we're looking probably another 4 or 5 weeks. Yeah,
but they need
he'll
him back.
add.
And then Jackson is the one, isn't it? And that question's going to keep coming up when Darcy's not there. Jackson looks like he just flourishes, Mick, doesn't he? And what do you do when Darcy's fit? He
was against a pup. He was really against a pup, and I think their Achilles heel may well be him up against Gawn, him up against who else? Cameron, up against Big Wits. He's not a tall ruckman. He's got to rely on getting the football. And if he doesn't get the football, he's going to get slaughtered in the ruck, which puts their midfield automatically under stress.
The interesting thing, though, Cameron's out of the top 3 teams we talk about, he's the premier ruck out of that bunch. So with no disrespect to Reece Stanley and Darcy Fort. So
absolutely,
maybe it is a little weapon for Freo. And by the way, I don't think it's under par for Fremantle. I just thought they'd go and win by 40 points. They won by 40 points. They won every quarter. Their best players played well. So Sarong and Jackson, they all starred. And they've won 6 in a row, but I actually feel like they've got more to go.
100%.
They can get much more.
I think they need to, though, Corby.
Definitely.
For them to Bally, someone's going to drop out if the Dogs make it. And I think the Dogs are too good not to make it. That's going to be the interesting thing. There's going to be finals played now over the next 8 weeks with those clubs that we're talking about. And none of them can afford a dropped game to someone they should beat. There shouldn't be any of those sides who are playing under them in the ladder.
Can't drop one.
You can't drop one. And then when you get line ball,
You've got to win those ones.
Gold
Coast is the watch for me still. They're the one I think that, they've got a game up their sleeve against the Bombers.
Yeah, that's
right.
right.
Last round. For me, they're the one that the microscope's on them now. They're coming back from the bye.
There's 18 games to go, Mick, between the top 9 teams. So when they play against each other, 18 games. Look out for round... Yeah, not many, is it?
Oh.
You look out for round 18 on the schedule. There's 4 that weekend. So round 18 is going to be the pivotal weekend of the season.
Which is not far away, really.
Yep. So we're in 15 at the moment. Look ahead for the next couple of weeks. A couple of calls before we get to the footy. By the way, there's no late change here, which means Curnow's in. So Charlie Curnow, despite that calf scare, is playing. Jesse Motlop, the sub for Carlton, and for North Melbourne, it's Zach Fisher. Greg is the next of our callers. Hello, Greg.
Thank you very much for your show. Just a quick observation, which is I think your commentary is the best I've heard in my lifetime. I've been trying to think why that would be, and I think it may have something to do with a coach and one of his premiership players thinking alike, acting alike. It's just fantastic, guys, and I really appreciate it.
Good on you, Greg. Appreciate your call.
No, it's quite unique. I never saw Jack and Lou do that, but anyway. I would love the father-son to say there's a lot of romance that's gone out of footy, and there's a lot of rules and regulations and structures and all sorts of things. But if Ed Richards shouldn't be playing at Collingwood, I don't know what is. And I hope that there aren't too many changes. I think the more there are changes, the less intuitive the football is and the less enjoyable it is to watch.
Good on you, Greg. Thank you very much for your call. We love the combination too, by the way. It's
we don't always think alike.
And that's what's great about it.
Conversation. I reckon if we get 10% in that we do agree with, we're having a good day.
That's what's great. You got plenty of mutual respect for each other and coming at it from different angles. It's kind of what makes it what it is on a Saturday afternoon. Appreciate that, Greg, and thanks for your sentiment on the father-son rule. James from Croydon, the next of our callers. Hello, James.
All right. Well, firstly, as a St Kilda supporter, I really didn't like the Mick Malthouse Luke Ball combination, but that was more related to a grand final. That's okay. That wasn't my first point. It was more around the women's game, and to completely support that. If the men are playing each other once home and away over a 2-year cycle, surely that then would provide more scope for more prime time for the women's game to sit more comfortably within the footballing year, so to speak.
Well, I won't comment.
What do you reckon, Bally?
Well, yeah, but it's a good point. I think even if the season was reduced to playing everyone once, they'd still find a way, I think, to stretch it out to across the normal course of the season.
Yes or no, Bally? State of origin.
Well, I think that's what I was about to say.
No?
I was about to say, I'm a yes. Yeah, I'm a yes. So you could squeeze that in. You could have an extended final series, and then you could probably look at starting the AFLW fixture a little bit earlier, in line with the tail end of the men's season.
Big yes on the state of origin. I think that February window would be the perfect way to kick off the season. See the gold jumper run around with a beautiful black swan in the middle of it.
If you're going to do it like that, though, Corby, February's too early. Why wouldn't you have it? As that guy said, the number of games you play each other, have a dedicated 3 or 4 week through the season where Victoria play, say, South Australia, Western Australia play Queensland, or whatever the case may be, and you end up having those games. You might have 2 state games on the same weekend, which is...
It'd be awesome.
Yeah.
But surely coaches would hate that.
That's the thing. I think if you wait too long, they'll find excuses for players who have played 10 club games not to stump up. Whereas if you get it in, I think even March, because we start the season, remember, too early. Early. So I think if they replace normal pre-season games that are there anyway, when players are usually fit and going well, then you'll get the best talent putting their hands up for it.
Just one quick one before we go. We just saw a whole lot of kids run out and burst through the banner. Now, that is an initiative by Fox FM where Brendan Favola is part of that show. And it's a team of kids who have faced exclusion, bullying, illness or hardship in their life. And basically they're part of one team known as the Underdogs. So they've got this team together run by the radio network to feel like footy stars for a day, and they get to burst through the banner onto the MCG.
Fantastic, wasn't it?
Run out onto the G in the sunshine. So a bunch of kids that have faced challenges and been disadvantaged in their life, and they're out there and they're footy footy jumpers with Fev, having a kick on the G.
And they're all kicking for goals.
All
kicking
Putt
goals.
Road end, aren't they, Mick? It's just
awesome,
brilliant.
isn't it?
Well, it's well done, Fev. If that's your baby, it's fantastic. It really is. And to give those kids the opportunity to be on the G, to say I walked on the G and had a shot for goal, fantastic.
And Select have also got behind them and made their own footy cards for each of the kids as well.
Show and tell. Hey, be good this week.
Awesome. Hey, Mick, appreciate your time as always. Good hit out.
It's been fantastic, Corby.
Enjoy the rest of your Saturday. You can catch up, of course, through ABC AFL Daily. The full podcast is up there. Well done to Ben Cameron. Thanks to Luke Ball. He's sticking around for the footy. And thanks to Craig Davis back at base. The footy is next.
On the ABC Listen app, hear the latest true crime podcasts. Binge the full investigation on Someone Knows Something, Unravel, and Mushroom Case Daily. True crime on the ABC Listen app.
The ABC Listen app has it all. The British and Irish Lions Tour of Australia, Wimbledon, and West Indies versus Australia. Oh, and did I mention we're doing the footy every weekend? ABC Sport on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
It's all on the line. Here we go. And the moment of truth has arrived. What a matchup this is. What a game. The umpire holds the footy up. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Oh, there's a bit to get excited about.
The intensity and the pressure around the ball is unbelievable. Take your moment. This is that moment of the game of footy.
This is just football at its best.
And that'll be it. From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop, the Brisbane Lions never stopped believing. And they are the champions.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
He's pulled the through for a magnificent goal. Comes out, gathers, snaps, goal.
An extra bit of class.
He smashed that through. What a kick. Goes bang with everything he's got.
They are leaving nothing out there.
Listen to the roar. The drop punt. He's gone. And the building is jumping. We know he's a big shot taker. He's a big shot maker. Leans back on the kick. Game on.
Like camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
From the right forward on it. Oh, he's a sharpshooter, all right. Step up in the big moment. Close to the man on the mark. Drop punt. He's there. Gathers, snaps. It'll bring the house down.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
He'll put it on the boot. Kick up towards the logo.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than
He
this.
defies the laws of gravity. He runs onto it 50 from goal. He's in Dusty's pocket. He shoots. Oh, he's as bloody good as Dusty. Oh, yeah. Rose snaps goal. The drop punt. It's good. And you can hear that mighty roar. Walks one way and the next and the snap. There's the finish. 60 out. Oh, my goodness. That's a massive kick. Big time spot. Big time goal kicker.
That's why we love football.
3-1. From the centre wicket. Whacks it for 6. Scores level. Running past. Throws it on the left. Could that be the sealer? Seconds ticking down. We're not done yet. What a finish.
Welcome to the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than this.
The two teams with the longest grand final drought in the competition, Carlton versus North Melbourne. You have to go back 26 years when they played each other here at the mighty MCG to decide the premiership in 1999. This is just their third meeting at the G since then. So incredibly, this is a fixture almost exclusively reserved for Docklands, and yet we're at the mighty MCG today. And how good is it to be here on the 21st of June? There isn't a cloud in the sky, the sun is out, and it is currently 14 degrees on our way to a daily top of 15. The better news for Blues fans is there is no late change, which means Charlie Curnow is in. He's playing for Carlton this afternoon. The ground looks an absolute picture as round 15 continues. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass to call the action alongside Ben Cameron. Good afternoon, Ben.
Hello, Corbin. It's nearly shorts weather. For those that have been with us right throughout the year, they'll know that our boys judge the weather, our experts, Rammer and Borley, by whether they can wear their shorts. These two teams, it does feel fitting too, doesn't it, Corb, that North have the bounding Roo jumper on. That feels very 1999 to me. I don't know about you, but for the Kangaroos, they've been very good over the last 6 weeks, or they've been better at least. 6 of their last 7 games have been decided by 10 points or less. So will we get another close one today? While the Blues, they've won their last 5 over North by an average of 46 points. So that doesn't suggest that we will have a close one. We'll find out as we move through. As you said, no late change. The subs, Motlop for Carlton and Fisher for North.
North broke their MCG hoodoo a little earlier this year with a win over Richmond. They won that game by 4 points. Incredibly, only Gold Coast play fewer home and away games here than North Melbourne over a prolonged period. It's incredible for a team that's based down the road, and yet they're so rarely here at the MCG. Luke Ball stuck around after AFL Saturday, the Collingwood Premiership Pie. Hello, Bally.
Amazing stats there, Corb, isn't there? That wouldn't please the Friday night 90s version of the Kangaroos team, the MCG, would it? But I guess it's probably a reflection of the trajectory of the side, since then. You mentioned 1999. Remember that grand final? It was Shannon Grant, I reckon, Norm Smith medalist.
Should have been 1 metre Peter.
Controversially, Peter Bell was very good.
Still, he's obviously gotten over it.
No, he hasn't. I think he had 30 plus and booted 5 and
4. Yep.
Yeah, 4.
And Shannon Grant had 19 and kicked 4. Belly had 31 and 4.
Well, as you know, Corb, I mean, they probably shouldn't have been playing Carlton that day.
Don't even go there.
Don't mention the war.
It's only been 26 short years, so
that was you were there the year after.
We haven't quite recovered it. I think Rammer might have been running around on that day.
I was
in the Magoos,
correct,
holding up a little bit of silverware as the the forerunner for Essendon's premiership the year after winning the old National Reserves comp. Welcome to you, Rammer.
Yes, thank you. Benny talking about shorts weather. No. It's been a tough week for me. Tough week. Crook.
Oh, no.
In bed. I was nearly
happy to be. How good.
Courageous today. It's courageous by me. The voice was gone last night. I've had all the teas.
Right. Just give us 30%.
Yeah,
I've got 70 for you.
Yeah.
I'll give you 70.
Good news is we'll have 3 changes next week for the Saturday afternoon team. So thanks a lot, Rammer.
No, I'm feeling much better. But it is amazing. It is amazing when you think of it like that. North were such a regular fixture here at the MCG as a kid.
Yeah.
Through the late 80s and 90s, watching North Melbourne on a Friday night, Wayne Carey and co just completely dominate the MCG, and for it now to be so irregular that they're at the MCG is amazing.
Back at the G against the Blues as the banner reads, as North Melbourne burst their way through. And as you said, Ben, they're wearing their bounding Roo jumper today with the white shorts on. And a win last start here against the Richmond Football Club in what was a bit of a grind of a game. I think it was the most stoppages in any one game this year. They held on to win by 4 points, and they get an opportunity to try and get a scalp this afternoon. So they play a Carlton team that Borley has lauded it over them. The last 5 meetings, the Blues have won by an average of 46 points, and they did meet on Good Friday not all that long ago. It was built up as the biggest game of Alistair Clarkson's reign, and is it going to be the breakthrough moment for North Melbourne? They got absolutely whacked to the tune of 82 points.
Yeah, and some sides just have the wood on other sides, don't they? So I'm really interested as to why that might be, and whether what North Melbourne can do about it today, essentially. And I get the sense that probably the Mackay, Curnow size and power up forward. We know the Kangaroos struggles, particularly from a key defensive post point of view over recent years. No Mackay and Curnow coming in under a bit of an injury cloud today, so perhaps there's an opportunity there for North, and with Comben back as well. Great to see him back. I mean, clearly around the middle of the ground is where the Kangaroos need to try and get on top today, I think, and no excuse for them today. They've got their full complement of midfielders in. Great battle in the ruck with Cherry up against De Koning, and really looking forward to that. 2 different styles of ruckman, but I'd love to see how Cherry attacks that contest today, and then can they kick a winning score forward of the ball with Curtis back into some good form as well. So it feels like an opportunity, Rammer, for the Kangaroos to come here today on the MCG. As you said, not many opportunities on this ground, Corby, and make a statement against a Blues team who are really, just going a bit. I think they seem a little bit vulnerable. They've been jumping out of the blocks really well. We know about their second half struggles, so you feel like that might have been the message. We just got to be with them early. We got to weather the storm early. Whether, you know, the Sard burst off half-back early from the Kangaroos' point of view. Whether that ball movement, that risk-taking that the Blues have been able to implement early, that just for whatever reason hasn't been able to be consistently implemented throughout the course of the game. You know, such as their second half drop. I mean, last week they kicked 7-1 in that first quarter, the Blues, and then kicked 6 goals after that against an Eagles team who, you know, we know about their plight at the moment. So a lot of question marks over the Blues here still. You feel like Curnow playing, to me, indicates that, you know, they know now they can't afford to slip up from here on in Carlton. Any chance that they might have, they need to keep winning these sort of games.
Yeah, there is. There's no slip up for Carlton. I'm more about North Melbourne today. I think they're getting away with a bit, because I think people are still saying, oh, they're so young, they're so this, they're so that. I actually think they've got a lot of games now into a number of these kids. So I think performance is now what I'm looking for. So the development sort of stuff is nearly done. It's nearly there. So, you know, I'm not expecting them to win today. I'm certainly picking Carlton, but I'm certainly expecting North Melbourne to put up a really, really strong showing of a team that you go, okay, in the next sort of 12, 18 months, they're going to be there. They're going to be thereabouts. They're going to be pushing for a Final 8 team. I still think they need another forward, no doubt, in this team to support Larky. They have Zerha doing that, but he's not that. He's more that Toby Green style of type forward, so they do need to find that play. But other than that, they don't ask for much. Their midfield's pretty strong. Like, their defensive unit's pretty strong. They need probably another running half back to get McKercher out of there. They've got Sheasel out of there now, but they need to get McKercher out of there and up and around the football. So they need another running back. But after that, you sort of go, okay, they should be more than capable.
They had 12 centre bounce clearances last week, resulted in 10 inside 50s. 0 points. Yeah, not even a behind.
But that's because it's so predictable. It is so predictable when you watch North Melbourne play, taking the ball into the forward line. It's lucky or nothing almost.
But imagine if you said 12 centre bounces. So immediately you're coming out of the middle, you're putting it inside 50, one-on-one, all bar two, and you didn't even register a single behind.
So the positive is that's their strength, winning it out of there. And you look at the names with Cherry underneath them, Wardlaw, Sheasel, Davies, Uniac. He needs to have a big game today. He hasn't had one this year yet. Simpkin goes through there.
What are you saying, Paul? He signed a contract,
well, you read between the lines. Sometimes that can happen, Rammer. But they need him. He's their X factor. He's their burst player. We know how damaging he can be from clearance. And you know, Walsh goes out of the team from the Blues' point of view. That's where they have to dominate today. That's where they're going to get their field position. And you're right. In terms of kicking a winning score, if it's not Larky, well, can Zerha, can Paul Curtis, who I really like as a player.
Like Jack Darling's not going to get you 5.
No, so it's got to be supply. Yeah. They have to have 55, 60 inside 50s, you feel, to kick a winning score. With that midfield clearance dominance, you know, they can do that today. That's their opportunity.
Ray Chamberlain is with us every Saturday afternoon on The Boundary. I'll get to Razor in just a moment. AFL Saturday, which just aired. We spoke to Chris Fagan about one aspect of the game in particular that he was hoping would be tidied up. This is what he had to say with us a little bit earlier on.
I feel really sorry for the umpires at the moment. I think they got that many things to look at in a game. So for me, an example of that would be we brought in a stand rule. So initially, okay, we bring it in and everyone's playing the stand rule, and then clubs decide they want to take. Can we pull back 5 metres? Oh yeah, you can pull back 5 metres. So the stand rule was to cut that bloke standing on the mark, sort of cutting off the 45 kick, which made sense. But then we're pulling back 5, so there's more density behind the ball. For me, this is an example. If it's stand.
So that was Chris Fagan with us on AFL Saturday. You can catch up through ABC AFL Daily if you want to hear that entire show. Ray Chamberlain, what do you make of all that? Is the stand rule too complicated for the umpires and the leeway that the defending team is being allowed at the moment?
Good afternoon, fellas. 21st, is it today of June? Late June, and what a belting day. Is it too complicated? Corb, no, it's not. I'm aligned with Chris, though. And these things, when they bob up, it always is a reflection, in my view, of the off-field issues with umpiring. So it comes down to leadership, direction, and having a brand and making sure your assessment and your coaching is aligned with it. Too much incongruence, too much flipping and flopping over one thing to the next, and that's why these things become the frustration of coaches like Chris Fagan, who let's be honest, is the most reasonable man in football.
Yeah. Would it make it easier for the umpires if that was the ruling from head office, that the stand rule means that, hey, if you're the player in the vicinity, that's your spot on the ground, none of this retreating out of the area?
Well, look, you don't have to, before the stand rule, since the stand rule, you don't have to stand on the mark. What you can't do is have 6 of one and a half dozen of the other, and that's where the complications come in. So once a player's caught within that 5 metres of where the mark is, and they don't retreat immediately and exit, then you've got to pin them to the ground. And if they don't, it's 50. And then, don't be whinging when the umpires pay 50 and it's a direct shot on goal, because that's what you're talking about. So, for me, it's just about clear instruction and direction off field from the people who are responsible for taking leadership over these issues, and that's the AFL umpiring department.
The other news story during the week involving the umpires was around the potential purchase of Waverley by the AFL. The general consensus is that would be the training base for the umpires, which they've gone without. What are you hearing, and why is it important that they have a training base?
Well, Ben, I've heard that Simon Meredith is prepared to umpire for the next 3 seasons for free to help put a deposit down on the purchase of Waverley, which is a very, very, very selfless act from Simon, which is not his brand, to be fair. But no, look, mate, you need a home, right? And the umpires don't need something that's just theirs either, by the way. They're not in there 7 days a week. But you do need a place where you can practice your skills, where you can have all your stuff happening. And at the moment, they're at Marvel Stadium. They can't get on the ground. You can't, even the part of the ground that you can run around on, there's lights hanging around. So, Ben, you and I'd be sweet, but the rest of the population, they're getting decapitated as they run around. So it's just, it's Bush League, and yet you're demanding the best and you're demanding elite. Well, you know what? Resource it.
We've run under it with the top hat on, Razor, but everyone else will be in a little bit of trouble. I like it. That's interesting. Bush League, resource it, or that's sort of what you will get.
Anything else stood out this week, Ray?
Now, the only thing I will say is I am very much looking forward to this game. And, you spoke about North Melbourne. It's time for them to take these close losses and turn them into wins. I would be staggered if Clarko doesn't have these guys up and about and roaring to get out of the gates.
I'll tell you what, one thing which we talked about the North Melbourne jumper a lot. One thing we probably didn't emphasise was the long sleeve version of the jumper, which Charlie Combin's rolling with.
No good.
Which has got the hoop sleeves. So even though I would have thought that would be a bold sleeves jumper.
Yeah, I would have thought a blue sleeve would have worked, but
or an all white.
Yeah,
but,
no good.
Busy, isn't it?
It is. It's
a bit like
very
the cat's long sleeve. I'm not sure on that.
The bounding rule on the front, and yet on the sleeves it's the blue and white hoops.
You know what time it is, Rama? I've got a theory on that.
I think I can preempt the theory.
So he's coming back from a fractured scapula. I've never seen him wear long sleeves before. I wonder whether he's got a little bit of a guard and protection up around that fractured scapula that he's coming back from, and
That'd
that's
be
why
highly likely, I would think.
There you go.
Reasonable.
It's good to finally get one over the line.
That someone would wear a guard over a broken bone.
My theories, generally, about 1 for 100.
Sometimes you've got to strip it back and make it really obvious and basic. I would have thought wearing a guard over a previously broken bone might fall into that category, but well done, Ben. I'll tell you what, I do love the Navy on Navy, Rammer. Yeah, we don't love much about the Blues, me and you, obviously, playing against them over the years, but there is something to be said about that Navy on Navy. It's a good kid, isn't it?
They had that last start, didn't they? Against last time they were here against the Bombers. The Navy CFC today. It's back in the white monogram. They got the Navy shorts on, and obviously the coin toss is about to take place in just a moment. How about the stat during the week that was produced that time in front this year? Adelaide number 1, Collingwood number 2, number 3, Carlton.
Yeah,
incredible for a team that is 6 and 7 on the season. And yet they've spent the third most amount of time in front across their course of their games in any team in the league.
Well, it's all been that first half, hasn't it? It's all been work early. So it's no Michael Voss during the week. It's no secret to them. They understand that the challenges they've had and that they don't feel they're too far away, Raman, from it sort of being able to click into gear for a bit longer. They've been able to get out of the blocks, and I think they've led almost a quarter time most weeks, if not every week. So that's a positive, and that's something that the Kangaroos need to absolutely respect today. But the flip side to that is, why have they been running out of gas as the game goes on?
Tom De Koning gets a bit of help, so Mark Pitternet comes in today for the battle up against Tristan Xerri. Heard the reports during the week, Rammer. We love the play movement space. I know you hang out for it all year. About the fact that he had the meeting with Graham Wright, said they talk regularly, and it sort of feels like the door's all of a sudden ajar. That are the Blues still trying to convince Tom De Koning that, hey, this is the place to be, and that he hasn't totally made his mind up yet?
Well, I don't think they haven't stopped trying to convince him. So, but I think it's more on Tom's terms that he's wanting to know more. I think which would be most pleasing for Carlton if those reports are true, because that would then sort of say to a Carlton fan, well, he is thinking about this. He's certainly putting the club rather than the huge offer that he's got in front of him ahead of it.
Yep. Well, he's going to start forward. As we look down now, he's going to start out of the goal square, and he's going to take the opening bounce, and it looks like it is going to be by committee against Tristan Xerri. Yeah. We know he's a 90%er, isn't he? He loves just grinding away in the ruck. I think it's a good call. I think it's a good move.
Well, I think it's because that's the way Pitney plays. He's a bash crash, so let him bash and crash into each other all day.
Sure, it will go to Davies Uniacke, you would think. Here we go.
Saturday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. The Blues and the Roos. Here's Ben Cameron.
Xerri and Pitternet. Umpire lays it down. Pitternet slaps it out. Out after it is Stewart, unable to gather it, or eventually does. Gets a handball away towards half forward here for the Blues. McDonald over the top of it. Playing tunnel ball. It comes out to Pitternet. Off to Cripps. Tries to burst the tackle. Can't burst the second. He's caught by Logue holding the ball. Good defensive work from North. They've got it at fullback as Logue gives it off to Caleb Daniel. The diminutive Daniel cruises by, kicks to Pink. He'll send North up towards the wing. Silvani marks on his chest right on the logo. Southern side of the ground. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Around 15 from the MCG.
Oh, he's been a revelation, Jack Silvani, hasn't he? As he goes backwards here. And I don't love seeing this, especially early on, Rammer. Love to see them take territory. But, as an intercept player, that time was just a poor kick, though. You can't be kicking it back to someone who intercepts well in the first place. Poor kick from Toby Pink.
Short to Wiedering in reverse, and then he gives it to Doherty. Back to Wiedering. Now Carlton, after having the ball on the wing, are at left half back, and there's a blood rule in the middle of the ground. And players
Jack Darling,
Jack Darling is actually looking back, pointing towards a player. Is he pointing to Jack Silvani's boots? And Jack basically put his heel up to show the umpire his boots there. And Darling is not too happy chatting with the umpire and now coming off.
Gee, that looks nasty.
Oh, that is massive.
Oh, that's huge gash.
So he's got a huge gash on the outside of his right leg. So lower right leg, an enormous gash, and he was pointing at Silvani's boots.
That's stitches straight away. I don't think there's very little chance he'll come back on.
I think that's day done.
We haven't seen this since the Quaynor Wicks incident. Remember that during COVID, where there was a similar type incident. Quaynor got a huge gash, and they actually changed the rule off the back of it when it came to boots that players are allowed to wear. So an enormous gash on the lower right leg of Jack Darling.
Wiedering kicks up to a contest in from the side. Pink drags it down. There's a good grab. Feels like a player who's come of age in the last few weeks. Now it's his second spin in the AFL system after time at Sydney. Glenelg in the SANFL, now back in the AFL. Kicks North up to half forward. Wiedering punches it away. Stevens, another former Swan, gathers. Off to McKercher by hand. Kicks infield laterally. De Koning breaks it up. Ball hits the deck. Durden out after it. Ball spits out towards the attacking arc for North. Handball away from Parker to Sheasel. On to Powell. Now Davies Uniacke. Kick into the pocket. Getting back. Zerha can't mark. Haynes punches it out. Throw in left forward pocket here for North. No score through the opening 2.5 minutes. Ray Chamberlain.
As he exited the field there, Jack Darling, I must say in all my time in football, I've never seen anything quite like that.
Oh, wow. Describe it for us, Ray. How gruesome was it?
Well, it's the length of it's the length from his knee back down to the middle of his shin, and it's a couple of centimetres wide, so it's going to be significant.
Jeez. An incredible start to this game. A huge gash on the leg of Jack Darling's come out of the game early in the piece as North win it from the stoppage. Sheasel kicks it inside the forward 50 and Haynes takes the intercept mark. We're 3 minutes in, and that is what has occurred already for the North Melbourne forward. Short kick for the Blues, finds Doherty, gives it to Binns, heads down the wing. Here's De Koning, marks Carlton up over halfway. A little bit more forward movement, finds Akers. He's got a runner in Hollands, gives it to him, boundary side, closes to about 70 out in that launch pad, kicks inside 50, Stevens with the spoil, whistle on the play, free kick. It's going North's way in the marking contest, and it's going to come back to Griffin Logue. Just repeating, no late change, so Charlie Curnow's out there Saturday footy on ABC Sport. 3.5 minutes in, no score.
Made a point last night, Corbin, about Aussie rules football, particularly at the AFL level, becoming a little like rugby union, where there's a whistle on the play and everyone sort of says, what's that for? And we wait to see which way the umpire points. And that was like that again. Logue short to McDonald, who sets it up to the wing for the Roos. Off the hands of the pack, down in front, Chincotta. Robes half forward for the Blues. Handball to Wakers. Handball to Hollands. Handball to Hewitt. Back feeding a handball further to De Koning. He'll break it up with a kick. Shallow inside 50. Curnow launches. Buffeted off it. Is there a whistle? Yes.
Yeah, and it certainly is a free kick.
Yeah.
So against McKercher there, he's just
panicked, didn't he?
Yeah. He just go and spoil it. Like if Curnow outmarks you, so be it, but have the intent to spoil the ball there.
Ray Chamberlain?
Yeah, Rammer's on the money. Like, you enter a marking contest, and the spirit of the law is your sole objective has to be to contest the football, and I don't think McKercher entered that realm.
Rammer and Ray on the same page.
We're out of the gates. We're out of the gates, Rammer.
We're good, Ray. We're good.
Early season education, and now Rammer's seen it exactly the same way.
Came in with a little bit of a calf complaint. Charlie Curnow, their talisman, hangs it out to the left. Might have scored to begin.
Sorry, Benny. He came in on a push bike today. Seen some video on the socials earlier, Charlie Curnow. So maybe he was just doing a final sort of fitness test on that calf, but rode into the G today.
But also, Corbs, Ray might be on the same page as me now as well.
That is dangerous. As Daniel goes darting away from the kick out, goes to his helmeted mate, and Sherry, who marks on the wing. Interestingly, Ed Curnow used to do that a bit, so maybe it runs in the family. The push bike into the game. Hand pass away to Luke McDonald. Long kick to half forward, and Haynes takes the intercept mark. I remember Murph telling us one day Ed Curnow rode in and they were looking for him, and he was sitting in the stands watching the curtain raiser eating a Subway. That was his preparation for the game. No word of whether he ran into Tom De Koning at that same Subway on the way in as Carlton across the half-back line. Hollands to Binns. Who pokes the kick down the wing, and Lord takes the mark, hands it back to Binns. Carlton continue their shift to half-forward, and here's the skipper.
Cripps veers out to the right, sets it up towards full forward. Mitch McGovern's down there, he's got it. Squeezes it deep in the left forward pocket. And he can go back and look at the Blues first. He'll centre it. Unselfishly finds Fogarty. 20 out directly in front.
Well, it all started here, Rammer, with the intercept mark from Nick Haynes, and that's going to be an issue today. You just feel like that Haynes is going to be targeting
without Darling,
without Darling especially, and helping out, covering Larkey aerially. So he's already looking dangerous from that point of view. And then they just transition the footy really well by foot.
Lockie Fogarty for the first, pokes at it, misses left.
But he's got a kicky nose, doesn't he?
Oh, yeah. Just really stabbed at that shot on goal. 2 behinds to begin for the Blues. No score for North. We've played 7 minutes.
I think most of us should be kicking those as McKercher from the back pocket kicks down the wing and turns it over. Poor kick. Wiedering takes the intercept mark. 2 behinds for Carlton. North yet to score. Jack Darling, an enormous gash on the lower part outside of his right leg. It was sort of 3-4 centimetres wide. A gruesome incident in the opening 2 minutes of play. Kicks wide to Binns, and that is a horrid kick. I dare say that was rubbish as he goes inside 50, and Davies Uniacke takes the intercept mark. He kicks in the middle of the ground for North. Constanti.
This is where they've got to get speed and energy on the ball, turn the ball over in the middle of the ground, and then they go backwards. You just see this is where the difference between the good and the lower teams at the moment, Rammer. Just the punish on the turnover here.
Logue McDonald to Hardiman up in front of the benches. Gets a kind shepherd from O'Sullivan. Kicks inside 50. Larkey crushes the pack, no mark. Spills down to Wiedering. Hand pass to Carroll. Handball to Hollands. Bursts away on the wing. Feeds it further forward. Wants Fantasia out in front of him. Clean pick up from Raz. Kicks inside 50. Awkward half volley. Curnow cleans it up. Gives it to Akers. Kicks to the forward pocket. McGovern marks. McGovern tried to move it on from the forward pocket. Kick smothered. He mops up his mess and hooks it through for the first of the day. It wasn't pretty, but Mitch McGovern kicks the opener on attempt number 2. Carlton 1-2-8. The Kangas yet to score. 8.5 minutes in. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Got to learn his lesson. He gave the first one off to Lockie Fogarty, who let him down, and he was looking to be too unselfish again there, Mitch McGovern. He did have players free in the goal square, and just get a look at it on replay here. Yeah, just Carlton players streaming forward. You talk about punish on the turnover. Toby Pink, well done, just to stay engaged, infected the smother, and then McGovern was good enough on the second chance to snap it over his left shoulder. So made hard work of it. Moved forward over the last couple of weeks, Mitch McGovern. I like him forward, Rammer.
So do I.
I think he's creative. It's where he started his career in Adelaide, as we know, and he's creative, and he's a bit of a wild card too. He can jump up, take a big mark. He's good below his feet, and a beautiful kick.
That was the full Mitch McGovern experience.
Yeah, correct.
Of course, we're thinking of his brother Jeremy at the moment, medically retired yesterday, and
congratulations to unbelievable career.
What a champion he's been.
5-time All-Australian in 197 odd games. It's a superstar player.
One of the genuine good guys as well. Neither ruck, decisive out of the middle. Picking it up there is Binns, gives it off towards Pitnet, who kicks towards attacking 50. Ball spits out. Durden gathers it, gets a handball away. Stripped of it is Binns. Ball comes out here for North. Sweeping handball from Davies-Uniacke. Away to Simpkin, runs into a dead end. Off to Hansen Jr. He'll snap up to half forward. Larkey can't mark. Ball hits the deck. Onto it quickly. Sheasel. Good handball infield. Powell looks inside 50. Fat side lead coming from Zerha. And he's got it in the pocket. 45-degree angle, 30 out.
Oh, good kick. Just smart kick by Powell there, going inside forward 50. Zerha had got out the back of Silvani, so Silvani then had to have eyes on Zerha, eyes on the ball, and as soon as he turned his head to face back to the ball, Zerha was just able to slip to the left of Silvani and take a pretty easy mark, really.
Cam Zerha. New contract this year until 2029. He drives this straight through the middle from the acute angle. And North get going in this game. Their first of the afternoon. Carlton 1-2-8, North 1 straight 6. We've played 11 minutes in the opening term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Down at Davies-Uniacke. Just looked like he was giving himself a bit of the old self-massage on the hammy. We'll keep an eye on that. Ooh. Be a little bit sore, but...
Can I ask you guys, about Jack Darling as well, when he came off with that huge gash on his leg. So is there a fear here that could be day over?
Well, we haven't had an update yet, have we?
That's got to be stitched.
I'm almost certain it will be day over.
I'm not sure.
Well, the other danger is infection too, isn't it? Manny Liddy, the episode of the Port Adelaide player who had a lot of issues with that. So
ended up with sepsis.
He did, yeah. So I don't know if he's re-emerged on the benches yet. Doesn't look like it.
Yep. That was an incredible way to start the day. More on that in a moment. We'll get an update from Ray on the North bench on a couple of fronts. Williams kicks inside the forward 50. Centre break from the Blues. Working it out in traffic. Fantasia couldn't get the ball. North do well on the last line. Daniel hands it back to Hardiman. Long kick from the Sandgroper out to half-back. Spills off the pack. Here's Wardlaw. Runs into Lord. Lost it. Ball still sits with the Kangas. Simpkin to O'Sullivan. And the number 2 pick in the appropriate number kicks down the wing but turns it over, and Haynes the intercept mark.
Here comes infield immediately for Doherty. Blues now going forward as he stabs it to Fantasia, centre half forward, pokes a kick to full forward. Curnow launches, doesn't mark. Down at ground level, O'Sullivan flicks back a handball for North, away towards McDonald. Handball to Hardiman, to Powell, nearly at the defensive arc. Flicks a handball to Hardiman. They cross it now to North, but turn it over on the Hardiman kick. Doherty marks again just forward of the logo. Carlton by 2 points, 12.5 play.
Carlton go back and across. Every North Melbourne player in Carlton's front half. Next stoppage, we'll go to Ray for an update on that North bench as to Fisher the sub, whether he's about to come in, what Davies-Uniacke's doing. With those hamstring fears, Carlton's short kicking game, here's Lord against the boundary line. Cooper Lord out of North Melbourne's VFL. Now a rising star nom in his 15th game for the Blues. Kicks into the forward pocket against the Kangas. Ball hits the deck. McGovern's down there. He kicked the first goal. He's tackled on a ball up as McDonald holds him up. Forward pocket here for the Blues.
He's committing a lot of numbers into their defensive 50, aren't they, North? Which is okay to win it around there. The trouble is they can't get it out when they do. They've been turning it over here across halfway.
The Koning just shoves Sherry out of the way for a time being and then picking it up, O'Sullivan. He'll get a high clearing kick towards the arc. Larkey launches at it.
Well, now he's got to hold it up. This is the reason. So he's the key forward's taken that mark right on the defensive 50, and he looks up and he sees Nick Haynes and Jack Silvani staring straight at him. He's got to hold it up.
Pokes it short for Powell. Powell's been busy early here for North. Fourth disposal coming up.
Well, now he's got to reset. Poor old Nick Larkey. He needs to be where this kick's going to go.
Improved player Powell just waits a kick, and well weighted there for Sheasel.
So by design, Bally, or is the ground, we know they don't play here much, is it catching them out a little bit?
Oh, it's probably by design. I would think early on, just focusing on, trying to reduce or limit the scoring, and here is Larkey. So great work right there to get back.
Larkey contested mark, high half forward, kicks inside 50 from about 70 out to the hot spot. Scrawled away by Ben, still alive, footy forward pocket for North. Constanti buffeted off it. Fogarty got a hand pass away and then was taken high. Free kick for the Blues in the back pocket. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Yeah, look, we haven't seen anything from Darling coming out, but I tell you what we do have. We've got Wiedering on the ground, and he's clutching at his leg, it appears, and he's in the hands of the trainers. That's one to get a look at that.
Gosh, I don't like the look of this. Jacob Wiedering.
He was actually hurt the last time they met on Good Friday, and we feared that he'd be missing a chunk of footy after that incident. He ended up playing the next week. But
it's his ankle. He's grabbed at his ankle.
Grabbed at his ankle or his Achilles. Oh, gosh.
Yeah, he's writhing in pain, and he's certainly reaching around.
Ankle.
Yeah, so
got a cord underneath.
He had to take a larger step to try and avoid Cam Zurhaar, who went to ground, and he actually stood on Zurhaar's leg and rolled his ankle in the process. So ankle...
All the 105 kilo weight went through it, and he looks in real bother.
Well, he can play in pain. Jacob Wiedering, he's carried a lot of injuries over the last couple of years and been just an absolute rock in Carlton's defence. So can't put any weight on that left ankle at the moment, getting carried off by two trainers. So hopeful that they can strap it up and maybe get him back out there, Benny.
The only positive there is it looks like a very bad rolled ankle, but a garden variety, not the syndesmosis where it gets caught under.
So they might be able to just strap it up.
Or even if it is day over today, it might not be the sort of 12-week syndesmosis. Ray Chamberlain.
Yeah, Jack Darling's just come back out. He's got the socks right up, so whatever's happened down there, we're not going to be able to see it, but he's running up and down along the boundary line, and Jacob Wiedering's come off the ground in the hands of the trainers. He's going straight down. He's barely able to put any weight on that left leg, so that's going to be a little bit of a wait and see.
Carnage early in this game. The Blues send it down the wing, picked up by Akers. Hand pass away to Fantasia. Kicks inside 50. Over the head of Curnow. North with numbers back to support, and here's Finn O'Sullivan. I did the game in Bunbury a couple of weeks ago against the Eagles. He was excellent that day, a breakout day for the number 2 pick. And as I give him a wrap, he turns it over, kicks it over the head of Hardiman. Blues back inside 50, centering kick from Akers. Ball hits the deck, McGovern with it, shoots a hand pass, looking for Curnow. Picked up by Combat on the last line and taken through by McDonald. So we'll have a kick out here on the back of the behind for the Blues. It's 1-3 to 1 straight. Carlton by 3 points, 17 minutes in. And this is Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Roos bring it in quickly, go bounding off down the southern wing. Long kick from Hardiman, trying to get it to Sheasel. Doherty gets a hand in. Sheasel still gets it. Taps it on off to Hanson Jr. Back to Sheasel. He chips a kick inside 50. Ollie Hollins floats across, marks in the back pocket for Carlton. Switches the play immediately, off to Haynes. He has Curnow presenting on the wing. That's where he'll head.
Curnow leaps up, marks. Comben trailing in behind him. Back from that latest injury. He was banged up in that game against the Eagles and got the long sleeves on today. Curnow right on the wing. Fears for Wiedering's ankle, who's rolled that moments ago as he goes all the way to fullback balling and then missed Silvani by about 15 metres on the kick.
The old saying, Rama, treat the ball like gold. At the moment, both teams are treating the ball like rubbish.
Yeah, a cheaper commodity.
Fake gold.
As the short kick from Silvani finds Doherty in the slow play now. He goes long down the wing. Ball spills off hands. Parker collects, looking for the safety of the boundary line, and I'm not sure it ever went out. Fogarty then sits on top of it, and the ump says, I'll have it. And a ball up just inside the boundary line.
Cole is what I probably should have for there. Is that the opposite, the gold?
I'll pay it. Cole? I'll pay it. In the sunshine underneath the Shane Warne stand, Carlton by 3 points, approaching quarter time.
North emerging with the football. Powell's handball, a turnover. Pinched by Williams. Blues back the other way. Hewitt to De Koning. On to Fantasia, who gives it back to Hewitt. He'll get it back as well. He'll run inside 50, either sticks, and finish with class. A little bit of razzle-dazzle from Orazio Fantasia. Carlton's second major of the afternoon, 2-3-15. Plays North, 1 straight 6. 19 minutes into the opening term. Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball are premiership pair.
Well, that's better, Ram. Yeah, much better ball movement. So just going from one end of the ground really to the other there. So inside 50s now. Fantasia has had the 4 of those. So, but I like the use of hands here. But it's the handball with width that I like. It's not those little phone box handball where you can't get out. So, that occasion, there's a number of players involved there for Carlton. But it's Fantasia just. You want the ball in the hands of your best kickers going inside 51 to deliver, but then also to score. And Fantasia there was involved up at the contest, but then right on the end of it, going inside forward 50 to kick the goal.
2-3 to 1 straight. Incredibly, Jack Darling back into this game. As Ray told us, he's on the ground with the socks up after an enormous gash on his leg in the opening quarter. Davies Uniacke fumbling multiple times, put himself under the pump to Daniel. Hand pass away to O'Sullivan, now to Parker. Hot footy, middle of the ground, good pressure from the Blues. Fogarty knocks it out, but straight to Simpkin. North get it again, gives it to O'Sullivan, kicks to Curtis, who leads up and marks it right half forward for the Roos.
Well, it was crying out for someone to be clean, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And in the end, it was Simpkin who picked the ball up nicely off his toes, gave a handball to Finn O'Sullivan. That was a lovely kick to space. Drew the lead, didn't it? Drew Paul Curtis to the space. And even Adam Sard wasn't able to close that down.
So Darling back with the leg gash. Wiedering in the rooms with a rolled ankle. Curtis with the Sharon. Kicking goalward. Misses. Near side or behind for Paul Curtis, who had the hot start to the year, the unfortunate 3-week suspension. Trying to get his season back up and going now. The Roos 1-1, the Blues 2-3. Carlton by 8 points. Time on in the opening term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Silvani with the kick in, long to a contest, holding free kick. They'll go to Pitnet.
Just no need for Griffin Logue to wrestle there. Step off Pitnet and jump into the contest and spoil the ball.
There wasn't much in that, though. Chamber, you had a good look at that. That looked like a pretty decent marking contest.
Play on for mine.
Yep.
Pitnet kicks around the wing up towards half forward. Ball hits the deck, picked up by Williams. Handball away towards Hewitt. Loops it over the top to Cripps. Captain Cripps from the pocket. Inside of the post. Went with the drop punt.
Is that Razor just showing you there's still a little bit for you to learn yet?
I didn't say there was a free kick. I just said that Logue needed to stand off his direct opponent.
Carlton by 9 points. Time on in this first term.
How about this? Wardlaw and Chera, neither of them have touched the footy. So usually big ball winners for their respective teams.
Right on cue. No.
Oh, short kick trying to link up with Wardlaw. Broken up on the way through. North keep it anyway. Caleb Daniel to McKercher. Back to Daniel. Hand pass out towards O'Sullivan. Back pocket. Handball to McKercher. Hot potato. Gives it back to O'Sullivan. Now goes on a little bit of a run. Short kick to Davies Uniacke. He's back out there despite that concern a little earlier in the quarter. Short kick to Parker. Sweeping hand pass to Sheasel. Now the forward 50 kick. Plenty of space, and Curtis drops into it, takes the mark. And they look certain to turn it over in the back flank or the back pocket. Somehow they work it through the maze and it results in a shot at goal.
Yeah, somehow, good call. It was O'Sullivan again who made the decisive play, the cut back inside, and it was a bit of risk involved in the kick, but it got there in the end, and a beautiful handball from Luke Parker, wasn't it? Just to release Sheasel into space. Didn't break stride. You want Harry Sheasel delivering the ball inside 50.
He went goalless last week. Two behinds, and he's got 2 in the opening term here. 2 behinds for Paul Curtis. It's a let-off. Carlton 2-4, North 1-2. Carlton by 8 points, 23 minutes in. Wiedering off the ground with an ankle concern.
Well, it's a story of efficiency at the moment, isn't it? I mean, Carlton have had 14 inside 50s to 7. North, you feel like, have had opportunities, haven't they? So 2-4 to 1-2.
Sard with the kick in. Shorts it to Carroll after going for a little gallop. Carroll gives it off to Chera. There he is, Corbin, into the game, kicking up to Akers on the wing, who wasn't ready. Defended himself in it. Went out of play off his forearms. Throwing coming southern side of the ground. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Adam Ramanauskas, Luke Ball and Ray Chamberlain. Boundary rider and umpire grader throughout the afternoon. Christian Sherry wins the tap down, but Luke Parker has to turn tackler, and another ball upcoming, southern wing.
Neil from Coburg off the SMS. Daniel Wells winning bomb the last time there was an MCG game between these two teams. It was North by 5 points. Round 3, 2004, last time they played here.
Sherry taps it down. Powell gets rid of a handball away to O'Sullivan to Sheasel. Daniel peeling past, kicks it inside 50 for North. Constanti can't mark. Curtis goes in like a cannonball. Haynes picks it up. He's able to get a handball to Hollins. Under pressure. Constanti tackles him, holding the ball.
Yeah, well done.
The pressure was constant, and it was Constanti who finally got him, and he'll go back and kick for the sticks. 40 out, slight angle to the right.
Well done to you too, Ben. But it was a double effort, wasn't it? He affected the spoil. He was out of position, but sometimes you've just got to fight and scrap, and that's the message. It looks like he's going to spend a bit of time near Nick Haynes today. It looked like Haynes had the box seat to take that intercept mark, got the ball to ground, and then you can go to work with the chase and pressure.
One of the many former Swans in this team. A red and white for the blue and white, and he misses that left.
Well, there's certainly left 3 out there, North. Curtis, 2 of them. Yep. Now Constanti, so...
Small forwards. I mean, opportunities might be limited. You've just got to take them early. And it looks a pretty nice day at MCG out there, Rammer. You just got to be going back and kicking those.
Blues by 7. Short kicking game from Carlton in their defensive 50. Doherty gives a handball to Sard, who goes darting away in his milestone game. Hand pass away to Carroll. Caught. Ball comes out. Ump says keep going. Davies Uniacke thought he had him retarded in the tackle. The ump didn't agree. Hollins kicks out wide for the Blues, and Williams marks. He's got it just forward of the wing.
He didn't do enough then, Davies. He had him cold.
I agree.
He didn't do enough with that tackle.
Lock him up.
Absolutely had him cold. Lock him up. He got the handball out, and now they go inside 50.
Williams, it's a shallow entry, but it's to De Koning, and he rarely loses those. A contested grab at left half forward. He marks 45 out.
Yeah, well, they did. The ball should have turned over right at North Melbourne centre half forward, but, you know, it's that defensive application, that willingness to really, really fight and scrap is the reason why De Koning's having this shot at goal.
Tom De Koning, 4 goals, 6 for the season. His drop punt here is near side, make it 4-7. Make it an 8-point lead for the Blues. 26 minutes into this opening term, Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Wiedering rolling his ankle earlier in the quarter, still in the Carlton rooms.
McKercher, short kick into Stevens, drives it up to the wing, going to ground Larkey, and the Blues are there. Looking a kick quickly is Lord up towards half forward for the Blues, off the hands of the pack. Stevens gathers just in field. Half back flank there for North, clattered into is Parker, ball jars free. Back inside 50 here for the Blues. McKercher, he's picked off, caught holding the ball. Akers has got him pinged. And he'll go back and have the set shot deep in the right forward pocket, about 20 metres out.
It's just inviting the pressure again. Dylan Stevens, he's played enough footy. He just said he's... Look at Luke Parker now, it's sucking in the big runs. You don't need that in your mid-30s, do you? Just absolutely set him up. And from there, the pressure just referred back, didn't it?
Yep.
And they put themselves under pressure. Should have been a stoppage here on the wing. All of a sudden, it's a shot a goal to Blake Akers.
Akers with the drop punt. Hits it hard, but hard left.
You could feel that Parker tackle up here, couldn't you? When he got
bone crunching. It was the old hospital hand pass, wasn't it? 2-6-18 plays 1-3-9. Carlton by 9 points. We played 28 minutes in this first term.
North come wide with a kick out. Here's Simpkin. Signalling traffic. Back flank for the Roos in the slow play. Kicks in the shadows, northern side of the ground. Hand on it from Silvani on the way through. Spills to Doherty. Clean pick up. Simpkin affected the hand pass, knocked it down, and then tackled Hollins. Took him out of play with the Sherrin while the boundary throwing. Left half forward for the Roos. Ray Chamberlain.
Well, Jacob Wiedering's just come back out. He's walking. We can't, obviously he's had some attention on that ankle, but Chera came off the ground himself and was in the hands of the doctors looking at a left shoulder. So the hits keep coming.
Yeah. It's been crazy that both Darling and Wiedering could be back in this game before quarter time. More on that in a moment. From the restart, the boundary throwing. Davies Uniacke darting away. Gives it to Parker. Got his hands free. But turns it over. Hewitt for the Blues. To Cripps at half-back. Now into the back pocket. To Hewitt, who retreats to Doherty. Short kick. And Durden takes the mark at right half-back. The boy from Centrals in South Australia. He's got it right half back for the Blues.
Durden kicks around the wing. In the Koning direction, out body's combat to mark. Has it beneath the members' stand. Angles a kick for Cripps. Just gets there in front of Powell. He gives it off to Durden, who's continued on. Long kick into the pocket. Williams goes up. Pink punches it out of play. And that will be the last act of the opening term. A good defensive one for North. Carlton lead by 9 points. 2-6-18 plays 1-3-9. Both teams leaving a few out there. The goal kickers, McGovern and Fantasia for Carlton, Zerha for North at the first break.
The storyline in that opening term was very much the two injuries that we saw. One in the forward line for North Melbourne and the back line for the Blues. So first of all, Jack Darling, literally in the opening 2 minutes of play, the umpire stopped play for the blood rule, and as Jack Darling was being helped by a couple of trainers to come off the ground, he stopped, started chatting to the umpire, pointing towards Jack Silvani in his boots, who then sort of pulled his heel up like you see in the juniors to check the studs and everything else as the umpire does a check. And then we worked out why. Because on the outside of the right leg of Jack Darling, he had an enormous gash, which had to be from the lower part of his knee all the way to the top of his ankle, and it looked about 2 to 3 centimetres wide as he came off. It was a gruesome gash, and it really felt like that was going to be the end of his day and requiring stitches. Instead, he returned after about 15 minutes of work down in the rooms. And then Jacob Wiedering, about the same time that Darling came back in the game, he was trying to hurdle Cam Zerha, who had slipped over. And as he extended his stride, he actually stepped on the leg of Zerha, who was lying on the turf, and as a result rolled his ankle. Wiedering is doing some run-throughs at the moment at the quarter break. And as Ray just told us, Adam Chera also having a shoulder injury tended to at the moment. So a dramatic opening term on the injury front, but Carlton lead the game by 9 points. The thoughts of Bawley and Rama coming up next. This is Saturday Footy on ABC Sport.
There are 3 warning levels across Australia: advice, watch and act, and emergency. To learn more, go to the ABC Emergency website and stay listening to your emergency broadcaster, ABC Radio.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Curnow cleans it up, gives it to Akers, kicks to the forward pocket. McGovern marks. McGovern tried to move it on from the forward pocket. Kick smothered. He mops up his mess and hooks it through for the first of the day. It wasn't pretty, but Mitch McGovern kicks the opener.
Hanson Jr. He'll snap up to half forward. Larky can't mark. Ball hits the deck. Onto it quickly. Sheasel. Good handball infield. Powell looks inside 50. Fat side lead coming from Zerha. And he's got it in the pocket. Cam Zerha. New contract this year until 2029. He drives this straight through the middle.
We've got Wiedering on the ground and he's clutching at his leg, it appears, and he's in the hands of the trainers.
Grabbed at his ankle.
Grabbed his ankle or his Achilles. Oh, God.
Yeah, he's writhing in pain and he's certainly reaching around.
Ankle.
Yeah, so he's
got a cord underneath.
Hewitt to the Koning. On to Fantasia, who gives it back to Hewitt. He'll get it back as well. He'll run inside 50, either sticks, and finish with class. A little bit of razzle-dazzle from Orazio Fantasia.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
North by 9 points. Carlton by 9 points. Literally the one thing I've got to say coming back from the break. Carlton by 9 points. Carlton 2-6-18. They lead North 1-3-9. I was ready to hang a little bit of stick on Adam Ramanaskas, and I got too excited and even read the score wrong. But while we were calling the start of that game, Adam Ramanaskas was playing science experiment in the second row. He's off his sick bed to be here today. You've got the sparkling water. Yeah. You decided to drop the hydrolite in there.
I want to bed down with hydrolites.
And boom. It was like an explosion.
Well, firstly, I was most impressed that Ben was willing to share.
Yeah.
So that was a really good start.
He didn't want you to touch the hydrolite.
No,
he just dropped
he just dropped in the hand.
They're expensive too.
Yeah, fair. But look, I wasn't expecting the explosion into the sparkling water.
You've got a Coke here. We might bring some Mentos and put that in there and see what happens as well.
No, but it's all fine. But look, that first quarter, really poor kicking by both teams. Carlton 2 goals 6, so they left a few out there certainly. But up the other end, I thought North Melbourne's 3 behinds, Paulie, were all gettable.
Yep.
So Curtis missed 2, then Constanti missed 1. So, 35, 40 metres out, not too much of an angle for all those 3. So, really North Melbourne should probably be leading this game, I would say, in this first quarter. What North are finding themselves in, though, at the moment is they're playing a back half game. They're getting a lot of numbers back, and it's forcing their forwards to have to continually reset. So, Bawley mentioned Larky has to come all the way up to inside defensive 50 to take a mark. Then he has to reset 50 metres down the ground again. So with Darling back on the ground now, which is amazing in itself that he's back out there. So well done to the North Melbourne Doctors for doing that. That should allow them to reset a little bit quicker, because I just felt like a couple of times when North got to that half-back line where you really want to see him explode through and go and take that grass in front, they had to pull back, because there just wasn't a forward there ready to go, ready to lead up at the football or what I don't like, back towards goal. Carlton, on the other hand, I just thought they were messy that quarter.
Yeah.
Thought they were messy. I thought they had the opportunity. You look at inside 50 for that quarter. They've had 17 inside 50s to 8. So just a bit more bang for buck ball in that need.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 2-6 from 17 inside 50s. And it was North committing, we mentioned it a couple of times, committing a lot of numbers back. To me, that shows a lack of confidence in their defence, doesn't it? And to be able to stand up. They've got to, at some stage, they've got to back their defenders to be able to win the contest and transition the ball out of there without committing numbers up, because they're not going to win. So 8 inside 50s, they're not going to win the game with 32 to 40 inside 50s North. So need to get some field position, which starts at clearance, so the midfielders need to get back on top around the footy, see if they can't get some repeat inside 50s and turn that into score this quarter, North.
Second quarter underway. Carlton leading by 9 points. Out of the middle they go as well. Pitnet soccering it on. Gathered though by McKercher for North. Inside D50, takes a bounce, gets onto his left, kicks out towards the southern wing. Coming up, Carroll Marks.
It's just it's a nothing kick. Well, he's got more time there, McKercher. He's got to hit that target.
Carroll comes infield to Haynes, who switches it from one logo to the other. Mark taken by Akers. I saw a close-up of Jack Darling's sock too, as he ran back into position, as Akers kicks the Blues into the attacking pocket. Punched away there by Comben, who's just carrying his arm a little bit. Ooh, coming back from that broken scapula.
Mitch McGovern just behind play, accidental, but just collided, I think, with Luke Parker. And he's grabbing his neck. There's a bit of a whiplash sort of action there. Just keep an eye on Mitch McGovern. We know he's had some issues. His concussion before. Looks like he's okay, but Luke Parker's not the one that you want to collide into.
Certainly not. Throw in 60 out from the Blues goal. Slapped down by Sherry. Davies Uniacke is carried out. Throw in Ray Chamberlain.
Well, we obviously are aware that Jacob Wiedering's coming back out onto the ground with that ankle, but at quarter time, Chera was getting a whole lot of work done on that left shoulder with some referring pain down his arm, and you'll see that Orazio Fantasia has got his quadricep strapped as well, so there's a bit in play here today. It'll be a survival of the fittest, I think.
Oh, absolutely, and Jack Darling's sock, which is pulled up over that gash, and presumably there's some tape around it. You can see blood on the sock, sort of right up where the gash was on the outside of his right leg, I believe, so assuming it's not dirt, it's sort of
he's a socks up operator, so
Boundary throw in. The ruck's missed a completely, ball allowed to bounce, and in the end Tom Powell has a go, just whacks it forward 30 metres. His fist, Sard collects and he's tackled. Adam Sard 100 games today as a blue bagger, so well done to him. Ray Chamberlain.
Yeah, I've been watching these ruck contests, particularly Pitnet, who makes things really challenging for the officials, and they need to get to work here.
Here we go. He locks up with Sherry. Got back to the ball that time. Got a hand on it. Akers buffeted off it. Picked up by Parker. He's dispossessed. Akers gets another go. And past to Fantasia. Surge kick down the line. Toby Pink hands to it. He's getting a free. Had his arms chopped by Curnow.
So, Ray, when you say they need to get to work, are you talking about the umpires to separate them more so they're not hanging on?
Yeah, some proactive communication won't hurt. Mark Pitnet, you're good for a half dozen free kicks when you walk out on the ground with Mark. He's Mr. Busy Hands.
McKercher kicks down the wing for North. There's a free kick here, and Cripps has got it.
It's Colby McKercher. Such a talented young player again, though, but kicking it's 20%, so he's just got to take a little bit more care over the footy. Looks like he's rushing his kicks a bit and trying to pinpoint perfect ones. Sometimes just take the yards and get it down to one-on-ones.
Cripps gave away the free kick there as the short kicking game Hollands to Sard, and now dabs it to Carroll. Long kick out the wing for Akers. He's got it. Consented inside the forward 50 for the Blues. To Coney, the target. Out of position. Comben did well. Ball spills down to O'Sullivan. He's locked up. And Fantasia says, come here. A ball up inside the forward 50 for the Blues. Carlton by 9 points. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. 3 minutes into the second term. Here's Ben Cameron.
Umpire O'Gorman comes and balls it up. Both rucks miss it. Sherry tries to get a kick away. It's smothered. He then falls on top of his Carlton opponent. Ball upcoming. 40 out from the Blues goal.
It's been a big day on the injury front off the SMS. It's hard to fathom how truly brave AFL players are. Rammer turning up after a shocking man cold is all time.
Sherry taps it down. Parker goes and wins it. Handball to Davies Uniacke. Back pocket here for North. High clearing kick up towards the wing. Simpkin does well to outpoint Ollie Hollands, who's clutching at his shoulder.
Yeah, he looks sore too, Ollie Hollands.
Hanging down that right shoulder for him at the moment. Certainly is survival of the fittest today. Simpkin kicks up towards Zerha, launching at it, doesn't mark. Ground level, Curtis tries to poke it on. Sard picks it up. Handball's out of play, and Hollands is coming off in front of you, Ray Chamberlain.
Definitely labouring with that arm, and it's definitely his right shoulder, or it appears. So I'll come back to you on that.
It's like a bit of a stinger, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Dead arm. There wasn't much in it.
No, the marking contest with Simpkin trying to spoil, and immediately felt high up on his right side, so right shoulder, right collarbone incident. And he was the one trying to spoil at the back from the boundary throw-in. It's North's footy. Power gets it, kicks inside 50, and he's Darling. Just holds out Silvani and takes the superb mark, diving out to his left. And Jack Darling, who started the day with an enormous gash on his right leg, now has an opportunity to kick one set shot from right half forward.
It's Jack Darling of old, Rammer, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just working for position. The kick really wasn't to his advantage necessarily, but just strong and good one-on-one contest with a good one-on-one player. Good enough to take the mark. Would have been a free kick as well.
Here comes Jack Darling. He skips in. Boundary line only 5 metres away on his right. The drop punt, though, is pure. And he puts it straight through the middle. And Jack Darling is turning his day around. A gash on his right leg to start the day, and now a goal 5 minutes into the second term. And all of a sudden, it's a 3-point game. Carlton 2-6, North are 2-3. This is Saturday footy on ABC Sport with Rammer and Bawley.
Well, a relatively slow start to this quarter for both teams. The ball's really been locked between the two arcs, so we needed the ball to go through the goals, really, to get a little bit of momentum happening in this quarter. But look, Silvani's been a very good defender for Carlton this year. For Darling there to hold him out, really, it probably could have been a free kick as well. Silvani dragged him down, but terrific for Jack Darling to come back the way he did. You can see that blood on his sock on that right leg, Benny, when he kicks that goal.
Might have his own Kurt Schilling bloody sock game.
Yes.
For those of you who are baseball fans, the 2004 ALCS. Power just buffeted off his kick from the restart.
Slightly higher stakes.
Yeah, picking it up. Simpkin, handball to Wardlaw. Shovels out a handball. Turnover. Blues with it. Chera wins it back. Pokes a kick out wide. Mark taken out there by Fogarty, who just pokes it on. Hewitt runs on. High half forward for Carlton. Members side of the ground. Feeds the forward handball to Carroll. On that left boot. Centres it towards a warmish sort of spot. Punching it down is Pink. And McKercher ends up with the footy. He's tackled a ball upcoming. So Kurt Schilling, the Boston Red Sox pitcher, had to have ankle surgery, pitched through it, blood on his sock as he delivered a beautiful performance. Part of that big comeback against your Yankees score.
Rammer's a Yankees fan too, so we have that in common.
And we lost this morning as well.
Yeah,
just stumbling at the moment.
We have a lot in common, our sporting droughts that are going on at the moment for once great teams. As North Melbourne trying to work it off the back flank. Wardlaw waxes with Hansen, gets it back, turns a kick inboard, picked up by Sheasel, tackled immediately, dispossessed, holding the ball.
It's unlike Harry there. No awareness of the pressure coming from behind. Jacob Wiedering getting some applause.
Wiedering short to Haynes. Haynes in front of the benches. Sends the Blues down to half forward. Getting in front, Hewitt. What a year he's having. Takes the mark. And the 29 on his back. Comes inboard to Chera. He's got a true centre half forward. Still 50 out. Dabs it further inside 50, and that's an easy layup. And the mark taken by Fogarty. A little closer to goal. 40 out straight in front.
It's not strong enough. It's got to be red alert, doesn't it? Player with the ball 60 metres out.
Get your arm across.
That's right. Just allowed Fogarty, who's a smart player, identified the space, just lead and take an uncontested mark. Not good enough. Kangaroos defence. Alistair Clarkson agrees.
Coming off a season high, 3 goals last week. Lockie Fogarty to start his account today. No. Another behind for the Blues, so they're 2 goals 7. They're 12th in the competition for accuracy, by the way, so that's reinforced again today. 2-7 leads 2-3. 9 minutes into the second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
The Kirchers kick in, marked by Parker. Takes it strong overhead. Ray Chamberlain.
They recruit Luke Parker from his experience. He gained the attention of the ball getting kicked in, and he directed his teammate for a block there to take that mark. He's a pro.
He kicks back to Comben inside the defensive 50, who goes laterally to Pink. His kick dicey, but it gets there. Hardiman marks and wants to go quickly. He moves it on by foot. Stevens trips over his own feet. Now he's in trouble. McGovern's got him high. Oh, that's a let-off. The banana peel out there on the southern wing. It got Stevens. He gives it off to Hardiman cruising by, who goes short to Sheasel. Forward of halfway. In the sunshine. In the middle of June in Melbourne. Driving ball into the pocket. Nearly out the back, Darling. Slips further afield. Constanti gets a boot on it. It dribbles to the opposite pocket. Onto it. Simpkin just got a handball away. Hanson Jr.'s tackled. Taken to ground. Umpire crosses himself. Ball up in the right forward pocket for North.
That's how we do it in Melbourne this time of year. Sunshine, 15 degrees. Ball up, forward pocket here for the Roos. Pitternet wins it down. Binns was busy last week and has been again early. Kicks out of the defensive 50. Simpkin wins it back for North. Gave it to Logue. Logue under pressure back to Simpkin. Hand pass to Daniel. He puts it inside 50 for the Roos. Floating through Haynes. No mark. Spills to Davies Uniacke. There's a free kick though. And Haynes in all of that was taken high, and a free kick going his way inside the defensive 50.
And when you say we, Corbin, you mean they, don't you? Because last week you were still a proud Western Australian.
I'm a native Sandgroper, but I live in Victoria now. Yeah.
So
I'm a bit of both.
It's they.
Bit of both. It's a lovely
Paulie
city.
and I can say we.
Every time I turn on the TV at the moment, it's raining in Perth.
Yeah.
State of Origin on Wednesday night. The footy. What's going on over there in WA as Williams kicks up to the wing for Curnow. He gets a little right on Pink. Drags down the footy on the wing. Wheels and goes. Sends Carlton to half forward. Here's McGovern. Right there with him. Hardiman reaching over the top. Speaking of Sandgropers, a couple of them there in McGovern and Hardiman. And a throwing coming 52 out from the Blues goal. Punt road end of the ground.
He looks a really promising player, Hardiman.
Yeah.
Looks a natural sort of half-back flanker. I know he can play, go up on the ball, but defence-first attitude, which I like.
Another native Sandgroper now residing in Victoria as from the boundary throw-in, the ball is held to Durden. We'll have the ball up. That's Riley Hardiman out of Swan Districts. Left footer, so I knew you'd be a fan of him, Rama. One of 8 out there for North Melbourne today. As Darling wins the hit out down towards Sheasel. Pokes a kick through, but turns it over. Doherty takes the mark on the wing. Carlton by 4 points. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. A game which has been sort of highlighted by its injuries so far. Darling with the leg gash, Wiedering with the ankle, but he's back out there. And other than that, there hasn't been a whole lot to write home about. Short kick from Wiedering to Silvani, and he pulled off his kick. Great tackle by Constanti. For the second time today, he wins possession through one of his defensive acts, holding the ball.
Takes you to the ball when you tackle, doesn't it?
Sure does.
There's a hustle forward. Jacob Constanti, the former Swan, now in the blue and white.
Out to Comben. Stevens on the southern wing. Towering kick inside 50. They fly from all angles. Ball hits the deck. Wardlaw picks it up. Back feeds a handball to McDonald. Driven down in the Binns tackle. Get a ball up. 45 out from the North goal. Carlton by 4 points. 12.5 minutes into the second. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. De Koning wins the tap. Wardlaw pinches it. Tackled to ground by his opposite number 6. In Zach Williams.
Half forward for the Roos. Darling wins it down to Williams. Kicks down the boundary line and finds McGovern, who hits up and marks, playing forward again today. Inboard to Binns. Hand pass away to Hewitt. Feeds it further forward to Fantasia. Now to Hewitt on the logo again. His second touch in the chain. Kicks to half forward. Turnover. And Pinky's the new backman as he takes the mark there and goes back and across to Comben. Short kick finds McDonald. He's got the footy at half-back in the sunshine for North. Haven't missed any thrilling highlights this afternoon. If you're listening along and haven't seen too many of the pictures, a long kick out to the wing finds Sheasel. North with it, halfway through this second term, gives it to Logue. Short kick down to half forward, finds Simpkin. Margin is 4 points Carlton's way. Simpkin kicks it inside the forward pocket. Zerha does wrong-footed Haynes and takes the mark in the left forward pocket.
Well, it was a clever kick in the end from Jai Simpkin, just to pull it late into the space and again draw Cam Zerha. It's been a challenge for both teams, that kick inside 50. It's the first mark or second mark for the quarter across both teams inside 50. So, that's the money kick. Let's see if Zerha can do the job here.
Zerha hits it skinny, right on the line, didn't get there, spoiled by Wiedering, and Lucky kicks it through for a goal. Wiedering kept it alive on the line, he couldn't kill it, and in the end Nick Larkey given one on a platter. The Roos are in front, 3-3 to 2-7. 15 minutes into the second term, and this weird old afternoon at the G continues. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, I'm just looking for the other Carlton players on the goal line here. So
what's Saad doing?
Yeah, he's just standing there. It's amazing.
So because of the angle Wiedering came on, that was the only thing he could do.
He couldn't do anything else.
So to save the goal, it's not as if he was basically coming from behind it to prevent the score.
Could he not knock it over his head? What do you mean?
You're asking a lot here, Paulie.
So you wanted him to turn his palm and knock it through.
Go like that.
His ruck work.
I'm not sure how many times Paulie's been on the goal line.
Well, in the end, he just gifted a goal to his direct opponent.
Yeah.
You might as well let it go through if you're going to do that.
That's probably fair. That's fair.
Parker hacks it off the deck from the restart out towards half forward. Constanti, nice turn, runs to 48, delivers. Wiedering's there, punches it away. Bouncing ball in the pocket here for North. Simpkin beelines it, inadvertently knocks it out. Throw in left forward pocket for the Kangas.
Must have a shot there, Jacob Constanti. Done the hard work. It was a great turn, wasn't it?
Chest out, facing goal. Come on, Baller. You're one of the most selfless, team-oriented players going around.
Wasn't a little nippy small forward, though, Ben, who...
No, I'm more meant with the Wiedering suggestion.
Okay.
You wouldn't have done that.
I would have knocked it through over my head.
Powell squeezes a kick up to Larkey again. He feeds out a handball, gives it off to Zerha, swings it through. They're waxing. And the Kangas extend their lead. They're out by 8 points. 4-3, 27 plays, 2-7, 19. 16 minutes into the second. And Carlton fans everywhere grow more nervy. Adam Romanascus and Luke Ball.
Well, they should, Paulie.
Yeah.
They should, because right at the moment, Carlton are having North Melbourne having their really good moments. So, that's a little bit of something out of nothing, no doubt. But it's your forwards being in front there. So it's a little scrappy kick by Powell. Larkey's in front. Zerha is then in front of his direct opponent, is able to slap it on the boot. So just a little bit lazy, I think, by the Carlton defenders.
Starting to get on top around the contest, North. We spoke before the game about that being their advantage potentially. 18 contested possessions to 9 for the quarter. Ground ball gets heavily in favour. Just need to get going a bit here, the Blues mids.
Roos with the only 3 goals in the term, and they're going forward again here out of the centre square. Scrappy footy, got to Wardlaw, got his hands free. Hand pass to Sheasel, centre half forward, gives it to Parker. Hot handball to Curtis. He got it out. Sheasel, another handball to Zerha, now to Stevens, trying to step his way around Haynes. Gets back on his left peg, drives it to the goal line, and it's touched right on the line.
There you go, Bully.
And a behind North by 9. That's how you do it. Jackson Binns with the goal saver. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Yeah, Jack Darling, I tell you what, he's having a day. So he's had to come off from the ground. He's in the hands of the trainers currently and getting a whole heap of work done on his glute lower back.
Doherty with the kick in. Up towards the contest. Marked by Hardiman. Turns and goes to the Roos. Chips it to Curtis. Presenting right up the pipe. 30 out, directly in front.
It's a laser left foot by Hardiman. Inside forward 50. Read that ball beautifully off the contest. Then they had 2 there lining up in the corridor, North Melbourne. The corridor inside their forward 50, that is. So, again, Carlton's defenders just asleep.
Curtis trots in. His drop punt is good. And North have Carlton in the jugular squeeze. 5-4-34 plays 2-7-19. They lead by 15 points. 18 and a half minutes into the second. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Oh, they do. Yeah, you can see they're up and about now. You can see them getting into Tom De Koning, Luke Parker, starting to get their chest out a bit here, North. They've got a real sniff, and that time was just a clearance win. So they're right on top around the footy, like we spoke about, and that's giving them the field position. And then it's amazing how things start to open up a bit when you turn the ball over, rammer across halfway, and that time you get the ball in the hands of your good users. You're right, I like Hardiman. First time I've seen him in person, and there's a huge amount of space there inside forward 50 for him to pinpoint Paul Curtis, who goes back like he should have done in that first quarter.
Yeah.
And rewards his teammates up the field. Danger signs here for the Blues.
Game high other way, 15 points North. Melbourne lead it. Pitternet out of the middle. Gets a kick to half forward for the Blues. Fogarty clever, but well done by O'Sullivan. Broke it up with a critical touch. Here's Wardlaw off the back flank. Kicks down the wing, and Constanti on the logo. North Melbourne with it again. Blues looking a little jittery. McKercher kicks it inside 50. Turnover, and Haynes steps in front of Zerha to pick it off. The oldest Blue on the ground with it at right half back.
Wardlaw's the one who's getting them going in the middle of the ground here. 7 possessions for the quarter. Colby McKercher, he's just got to take a bit more care with ball in hand.
A long kick down the wing. Daniels squeezed out a hand pass, but it's back in dispute. Williams extracts it. Got a hand pass out for the Blues. Picked up though by McDonald. He's held up. Hewitt's got him. Ball up on the wing. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Ray Chamberlain on the boundary, Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball, our premiership pair. North by 15 points. They've kicked the only 4 goals in this second term, which is 20 minutes old.
Slapping it around both rucks. It spills out to Powell, squeezes a kick forward. Haynes drops the mark. Allows in the ruse momentarily, able to slap it out. Carroll's there to help him out. He's retreating though. He kicks to fullback. Kick good for Silvani. He's got it at fullback for the Blues. He kicks dangerously away to Wiedering. It just gets there. They are jittery, Corp. There's Wiedering. Waits a kick, trying to get it towards Haynes, and 2 roos converge. And O'Sullivan puts his fist through a throw-in half forward here for the Kangas.
I think it's a combination of, a little bit of jitters, but North Melbourne have really upped the ante with their pressure. So, that T space that they're allowing, they're getting there and forcing turnover with Carlton.
I think that doesn't bode well for Carlton as well. Only West Coast are a poorer second-half team this year than the Blues. As Cripps gives it to Doherty, who's met as soon as he got it. Ball up half forward for the Roos. There's that frantic pressure, and our man Jacob Constanti. The tackle pressure again. 15-point lead for the Kangas. Ball up half forward here for North. They'll jump back on top of it again. You throw a blanket over half a dozen players who are on the ground scrapping for it. And the ump says, let me have it again. Liv and Marupna, I just want to see a Carlton win. Finals are not on the cards at the moment, but they need to win and finish off the season well from Liv. Off the SMS, 0437 774 774. They get a stoppage win here. Hewitt gave it to Doherty, fumbles. Constanti wins it back, hands it away to McKercher. He says, I'll do it myself, and the lefty jams it through. The Roos have kicked 5 on the bounce. They are humming at the G. The Kangas 6-4-40, Carlton at 2-7-19, and Colby McKercher joins in the party. Just the 7th goal of his young career. 22 minutes into the second term, North by 21. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Pressure, Rammer,
it is.
They're forcing them back.
They're forcing Carlton into turnover, which is terrific because they're not a developing team anymore. They're now into the performance mode, but this is where they've got to do that. They've got to continue to apply the pressure to force turnover. So you get into McKercher's hands, and he hasn't kicked it well today. He hasn't kicked it well at all. He was going at 29% before that goal by foot. So, but that's his strength, where he can get the ball on the fly, going inside forward 50, little sidestep and goal.
Sherry, beautiful tap down for Davies Uniacke, bursting out of the middle. Kicks long to full forward. Wrestle on down there. Silvani gets a hand in. Curtis suckers it through. Contorted his body and then hooks it through on the left. It is all royal blue and white. He's got a couple. They lead by 27. closing in on half-time. We're 6 minutes away from it. Adam Romanowskis and Luke Ball.
It's on the bounce now.
Yeah, no, it's over to you, Carlton. I mean, you look at it now, there's a lot of hands on hips. There's a lot of questions being asked, but this is that North centre bounce power, isn't it? We spoke about that again before the game. They weren't able to translate it into scores last week. I think it was 11 for 0 goals. That's when it's at its best, isn't it?
What about the ruck work?
Yeah, beautiful tap, Cherry. It's interesting, isn't it? The double ruck, it's just not working because it's taking Tom de Koning out of the play.
Yeah.
And that time it was Cherry down to Davies-Uniacke, chest out, penetrating kick to the top of the goal square, and a little bit of brilliance from Paul Curtis.
North by 27 points, 24 minutes into this second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Williams had it, lost it. Powell, hand pass to Davies-Uniacke. He's caught holding the ball. And Chera rewarded the Blues with possession.
Well, just need to take a bit of the sting out of it here, Carlton.
They average 81 points per game, and now they're trying to reel in a deficit. 27 down, Carlton. Long kick to half forward, and the Chera kicks a turnover. McDonald picks it off. And this will please Kangas fans. What a burst in 18 minutes of footy. Oh, they've flipped a deficit of 9 points to now lead it by 27. Kick goes down the wing. Larkey had the right, no mark. Spills to Davies-Uniacke. It's all North with the Sharon. Back to McKercher, the 1-2 with Powell. Kicks to centre half forward. Larkey presents again and takes the juggled mark. And everything you want out of your key forward, Nick Larkey, with his second look at it in the same chain. And he'll have a kick here from 55 out. He decides not to shoot. He passes inside 50. Got it to O'Sullivan.
You better than me.
Yeah,
I thought he turned it straight over. Tom de Koning, who probably in the end is entitled to make a better contest there against the smaller Finn O'Sullivan.
Well, he should have given it to McKercher, wrap around the back on his left foot. He chose not to and waited. I didn't think that kick was there to O'Sullivan, but he made it good, O'Sullivan, in the end.
Yeah. The great Dennis Cometti would have a phrase for that. Here's O'Sullivan on the drop punt. His kick goes out wide. Darling trying to take a mark on the behind line and spills out of play. So throw in forward pocket for the Kangas. North by 27 points. 7-4 to 2-7. 26 gone second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. A turn up at the G.
Throwing comes in. Getting a boot on it, Tom de Koning. Curtis bursting through. Handball to Simpkin to Powell. Bumped off his kick. Ball jars loose. Picking it up, Fogarty. Blues away through centre half back. Williams kick for Pittonet. Has to go back and pick it up. Parker arrives. Pinches it. Kangas back in possession. Sheasel to Powell. To Daniel. To O'Sullivan. Tackled by Fogarty. Caught holding the ball. Umpire Justin Power comes in and says, yep, that's holding it. Losing possession in the middle of the G.
Carlton's last goal at the 19-minute mark of the opening term. We're now 26 minutes into the second. Chera sends them inside 50. And there's Toby Pink, who comes through and takes the intercept mark. And retreats back with the kick to McDonald. Kangas rebounding. Daniel out to Sheasel. Interestingly, Sheasel's 32 last week against Freo, so he's had 30 plus 6 times this year. Roos have lost all those games. As the debate continues about where he's best utilised on the ground. And now Sheasel's short kick to Daniel. And just dabs it further forward to Powell. Now they're up over halfway, but the kick's a turnover. Sard wins it back. And then doesn't know what to do with it. Hands it to Silvani, goes laterally. Cripps waits for it. Parker punches it away to Sheasel. He's taken high. Free kick on the wing. And Sheasel will get it. Southern side, North by 27 points as we close in on half-time.
Here goes McKercher, wrapping around the back. He'll chip a kick. Not a great one again from McKercher today, as gathering it is Carroll. He's tackled by Zerha. Ray Chamberlain.
I'm with you there, Bally, with the lucky. Sheasel, very professional. I feel like he lowers himself into that tackle.
Right, he fumbled too, so in the end he gets rewarded for fumbling, but poor kick again, McKercher. Just like him when he's more decisive, just trying to invent something.
Cripps trying to lift the Blues. Handball away to Williams, but the Kangas, they just swarm him and cause a turnover again. McKercher to O'Sullivan. Off to McDonald. Time to stop, prop. Kick a high ball into the shadows at half forward. Darling comes up. Silvani's there, now a defender. And DNA doesn't lie. He punches it out A throw-in coming 55 around from the Roos goal.
You mentioned Cripps, Benny, only had the 3 possessions, 1 kick for the quarter. So you expect him to try and lift his team, but hasn't been able to impact at all today.
I like your observation on McKercher too. That, like his goal, for example, he was very decisive, wasn't he? Grabbed it, tucked it under his arm, made the decision he was going to have the look and hammered it straight through. From the restart, the ball's out of play. We'll do it all again, boundary throwing. That's what you want from him, more just
absolutely
clear decision making.
Yeah.
Yep.
I love the confidence to run. I mean, in the end, Carlton going to have to do a bit of work on him here because he's had 10 possessions for the quarter, 262 metres gain. It's just that last bit, isn't it? He could have really made them pay and been damaging.
Just on De Koning here, by the way, who was shoved into the fence after getting rid of the footy by Tristan Sherry, and he's appealing to the umpire saying, do I get anything for that?
And then the umpire threw it in as he was running back to contest, and he gives away a free kick, Tom De Koning. Again, it's just that sort of day, and that's the flow and effect, isn't it? When you bring in Pitney, so you start him in the ruck, De Koning starts forward. He's no longer the number 1 ruckman. He's just looked a bit all at sea at times today, Tom De Koning.
It's all coming up. The Kangas kicks inside 50. Chilaki had it, spilt it, watermelon seeds all over his chest, and a pack forms at his feet. We'll have a ball up.
Dropped a few, Nick Larkey, hasn't he, this quarter? He's taken a few, but he's dropped a few. It could have been an even bigger day.
Ball up, forward pocket for North. They have kicked the only 6 goals in this second term to lead by 27. Carlton work it out. Little kick away from Lord. Got it to Cripps. Rebounds out of defensive 50. Pink the target. Has it broken up by Curnow, but illegally. Free kick for Toby Pink.
Good on his bloody front.
He gives it off to a teammate with the kick inside 50. Hardiman off the hands of the pack. Parker can't gather it initially. Turns tackler. Under pressure here, the Blues. Hollands a fit of the fumbles. Time to recover. Last line goes back to Wiedering. He pokes it over the top. Zurha breaks it up. Follows after it in the pocket. Arriving Larkey puts his head over it. McGovern tackles him. And we'll get a ball up. 2 in from the boundary line. Right forward pocket. Here for North. They lead it by 27.
All of a sudden it's Carlton's turn to park the bus here. Try and stem the bleeding. Can't concede another one here before half-time, you feel.
De Koning got it down. Williams gets it out of the defensive 50. Pink trying to keep it in the front half. Gets in front of Curnow. Left it behind. Charlie goes and wins it. Shoots a hand pass. Superb to Fogarty. Now got to get past McKercher. Hand pass into space. There's no one up ahead. And look at all the North players getting back. 5 of them there. Comben gives it to McDonald and now retreats back to Caleb Daniel. And he goes across the defensive 50 with the kick to LDU. Final minute of this second quarter. Perhaps North's best term of the year. Short kick to Stevens. And he goes wide to Combat, and he'll come back out wide to McDonald. And I don't mean in terms of numbers, but for everything that's baked into it, to be behind, to kick the only 6 goals in the quarter against a team that has lorded it over them in recent times. A statement quarter at the G from North Melbourne.
Not to forget, holding Carlton goalless. What an effort that is here for North. As Parker jams it on the boot, tumbles it to half-forward Zurha. Beelines the footy, gathers 55 out, chips it into the pocket. Curtis, he beats them all to it. He started behind Saad, races past him to mark. 25 out, worse than a 45-degree angle in the right forward pocket.
Oh, he needed to be a lot more desperate there, Adam Saad. He would have known it's late in the quarter. Curtis just wanted it more. Simple. Like Adam Saad was a step in front when that ball left the boot, and Curtis was able to take the mark on the chest.
So right side for a left footer. He's going with the drop punt. He could start narrow side and kick a snap as long as he doesn't go beyond the straight line of the mark. But the drop punt for Curtis is narrow. That's a let off. North Melbourne kick 6 goals unanswered in the second term. 6 goals to zip. And they lead by 28 points at the main break, having trailed by 9 at quarter time. The goal kickers, 2 for Zurha, 2 to Curtis, and then singles to Darling, who had a nasty gash on his leg early in this match. Larkey and then McKercher. Carlton, their goal kickers, only individuals, McGovern and Fantasia, both in the first term.
They did not score, Carlton, after the 15-minute mark in that quarter, so an incredible term. 6 goals 0 in the quarter, and North Melbourne, after trailing by 9 at quarter time, lead it by 28 points at the half. This is Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass and Ben Cameron calling the action. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary line, and our premiership pair Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball. Just quickly off the SMS, Paul from Catherine, shouldn't Darling be sent off for the blood rule? Not for the blood on his...
It's not flowing blood. It has to be flowing blood.
Yes, not for the blood on his sock. So he's able to continue with that for the time being. They do like the players to change their jumpers when they do get an opportunity if there's blood there, but I'm not sure if that's even been detected yet, the blood leaking through on his sock. That was after a gash earlier in the game, which was quite significant, by the way. It was a long gash on the outside of his right leg and probably about 2 or 3 centimetres wide. So Jack Darling with a few running repairs. And luckily, he's able to continue the game, and hopefully it's not as serious as it first looked. And Jacob Wiedering rolled his ankle, spent time off the ground late in the opening term, but returned and played the entirety of that second quarter. Lads, great commentary. Love the Blues getting done as I get distracted from the boring painting of indoor walls today from Tom in Wheelers Hill. Thanks, Tom. Appreciate that. Afternoon, fellas. Can you ask Razor why a player... Actually, we'll come back to that when Ray's with us. I'll leave that one up there, David, for the third quarter. More of your thoughts on the SMS from Ron in Adelaide. Hi, guys. Enjoying the call from a sunny Adelaide. Currently 18 degrees. Shorts weather, Luke, from Ron. So there's a little bit of feedback for you. We'll get to a few more of those in just a moment. But I'm keen to hear what you have to say, Rammer and Ball eating half-time here at the G, and North Melbourne with a stunner, a 28-point lead at the long break.
Well, it was a stunner. It was a stunning second quarter by North Melbourne. I thought it was really set up with their pressure. They were at Carlton. Now, they didn't give him a chance to breathe, particularly when the ball was in that forward half. So Carlton trying to take the ball away, but this North Melbourne were onto him. You look at disposal in that quarter, 110 to 67. North Melbourne then kicked the ball at 74%. So, actually got a bit of bang for buck. They're able to use the ball a lot better. Contested footy, they're plus 13. Ground ball gets their plus 10. Inside 50s, they're plus 7 for the quarter.
Work rate, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And that's, it's an easy coaching tool for Alistair Clarkson to go into the change rooms and go, look, hey, boys, here's 6 goals.
Yep.
But here's exactly how we've been able to manufacture those six goals through pure work rate, wanting to win the ball back, sharing the ball. And, that will sound simple to a lot of the listeners, but we try to confuse football so much with tactics and how you need to enter the ball and exit the ball and do this and do that. But if you purely want to win the ball back and then use the football to your teammates' advantage, you're able to score. And that's what North Melbourne were able to do in that quarter. So that's the North Melbourne I want to see for longer periods. So, Bully, they're able to do it for one quarter now.
Yep.
Now, can they now transfer that into 2 and 3 quarters to finish off this game? Because they have got the skill level. And you look at the guys at the top of the stat sheet for them. McKercher and Sheasel had terrific quarters. Tom Powell's right up there. O'Sullivan's right up there. Hardiman had a really good quarter. Paul Curtis has kicked the 2 goals. So, it's not necessarily talking about Daniel and Luke Parker and LDU and those guys, Simpkin. It's that next wave of guys that are going, okay, we know what we're getting out of Parker and Daniel and the like, but I've got to continue to improve my game. And they certainly did that quarter. So really, really happy for the Roos. On the other hand, Carlton, I thought they couldn't absorb the pressure that quarter. So once North really picked up the pressure, you could see they were really hesitant when the ball was in the hand. It was a bit of a hot potato. Do I need to get it out quickly by hand, or do I need to try to dump kick or get it away quickly by foot? So they were found wanting in that second quarter. The Blues, they only have 67 possessions in that quarter. That was a real smacking ball.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, strip it right back. There were just more kangaroo jumpers, weren't there, around the footy. The old freeze frame, the coaching tool. Look at the kangaroos jumper. So that is a work rate thing. It's a desire and a work rate thing. Thought George Wardlaw started to get going, and he, in a lot of ways, he exemplifies that in terms of that midfield hunt, contest to contest work rate, and then the Sheasel, McKercher, the outside players can get on the end of it. And it wasn't slick ball movement by any stretch. We know that North are still finding their way a little bit, aren't they, in terms of how they move the footy. It was just commit numbers to the contest and slowly. I think there was a goal for the first 10 or 12 minutes call, but it was just slowly, by weight of numbers. Eventually, the scores opened up, and and they got some better looks at goal. You know, Larky, I don't think it's not clicking for him at the moment. He's got his hands to a lot of footy. He's only taken the 2 marks, I think. But his work rate's there, as you said, that, you know, exemplified by that contest at half forward, and then he bobs up again, 30 to 40 metres ahead of the footy and gets on the end of the one. So, yeah, it's a real challenge for Carlton. I mean, you look at who needs to lift from their point of view. Paddy Cripps, I mean, we know he can't do too much more, can he? But he's only had the 9 possessions. Adam Chera's only had 6. Curno's only had the 5. Cooper Lord. So without Walsh, they're a little bit lighter on. Zach Williams has spent a lot more time in the middle of the ground. He's had 12 possessions and Hewitt 12, but no real impact. Doherty's led their possessions across half-back with 14, which was where the ball lived for most of that quarter. So, there's some real challenges. And then we spoke about, what do they do on the ruck? Do they make a bold call and say, halfway through this third quarter, if nothing's changing, we sub Pitnet off and just back to Coney in to take Cherry on and see if he can't have an impact around the footy, for the second half of the game, because something's got to change, doesn't it? Something's really got to give at the moment. They're stagnant with the ball in hand. And I like Toby Pinkscope. As that quarter went on, you can see he's really growing in confidence. He's happy to play in front of Curnow and back himself to run and jump at the footy and intercept. So, all in all, that quarter, it couldn't have gone any better for North. The game's well and truly on their terms, Corb.
Yeah, interestingly, all on the back of their little WA two-step as well. So went down to Bunbury, spent the week in Perth, and we heard all the commentary during the week about what kind of a week it was for the club. So it was a great bonding session. They felt like it was this kind of thing that could launch them into the second half of the year. All the coteries came over. They had front office staff, the entire playing group at different stages. So the opportunity for the group to be able to spend a bit of time together. I think they went over to Roto at one point and spent a day or two over there. So whether they can launch off the back of that, and they're obviously won one game, were very competitive in the other, and now they're 28 points up first half back in Melbourne after that trip across the Nullarbor. North by 28 points at half-time. More off the SMS coming up, 0437 774 774, plus more from Bawley and Rammer. This is Saturday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. North, a dominant second quarter, a statement quarter from them, their best of the season, and they lead the Blues by 28 at half-time. Second half action not far away, but first, the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. The Israeli military says it's identified new missile launches from Iran and alerted civilians to take shelter as it works to intercept them. Linda Gruen has more.
Sirens sounding over Israel's second largest city, Tel Aviv. Video footage shows air defense systems responding to an Iranian missile attack. Israel launched an assault on Iran a week ago, saying its longtime foe is on the verge of developing nuclear weapons. But Iran insists its program is peaceful. Israel has now announced a new wave of attacks against Iranian missile storage and launch infrastructure. Israeli Foreign Minister Gideon Saar says it has to be done.
We have no other option but to remove this existential threat by ourselves.
Meanwhile, talks between Iran and European leaders have ended without a breakthrough.
The Productivity Commission chair says potential GST reforms should be balanced with compensation for impacted groups such as people on social security. Treasurer Jim Chalmers has flagged he'll consider changes to the tax system to help lift productivity and repair the budget. He's refused to close off options even if he personally disagrees with them, such as increasing the GST. Danielle Woods says such changes are possible but would come with challenges.
If you go back to the original GST reform in 2001 or the carbon pollution reduction scheme, they focused a lot on making sure that people were compensated, but that was at quite a significant upfront cost to the budget.
Activists say they're disappointed the South Australian government is offering land in the state's southeast for gas exploration. Here's Josh Bryan.
The government says the region is highly prospective for gas production and storage. A temporary ban on fracking is set to end in 2028, but the Limestone Coast Protection Alliance's Angus Rolton says a blanket ban is needed.
I've already fielded quite a few calls from concerned individuals in the community.
Energy Minister Tom Koutsantonis says the government has no plans to allow fracking.
As far as we're concerned, fracking in the southeast is finished as a concept.
The government says companies would be held to the highest standards.
The Australian Energy Market Operator projects shortfalls in the Southeast Australian gas market in the coming years. Australian National University professor Ken Baldwin says efforts must be made to increase supply and lower demand.
We're going to have to decarbonise our energy use anyway. So one of the key focuses has to be the reduction in demand, which can be achieved by switching from gas to other forms of energy.
New research reveals more than 1 in 3 Australian women needing mental health treatment say they didn't seek help due to the cost. The Liptember Foundation annual report also shows more than 50% of women are suffering from a mental health issue, a figure that's persisted since 2022. The Foundation's research lead, Katrina Locandro, says the federal government needs to introduce targeted policies to boost women's health.
This research really shows the need to include gender-targeted psychological support within health services, such as endometriosis clinics, but also tailored mental health care that is provided to women at each life stage. So we're talking puberty, pregnancy, motherhood, menopause.
And if you or someone you know needs help, call Lifeline on 131114. US Vice President J.D. Vance has flown to Los Angeles to meet with troops deployed to the city amid protest against immigration raids. Mr. Vance says the 700 Marines and around 4,000 National Guard soldiers will remain in LA for some time. He's accused Democratic leaders of encouraging immigrants to cross the border illegally and failing to support police. It comes after an appeals court earlier this week ruled the Trump administration could retain control of California's National Guard. A judge in the United States is advancing a more than $10 billion settlement with the maker of opioid painkiller OxyContin to Purdue Pharma to end thousands of lawsuits. If approved, the deal will see the money sent to local governments and people who became addicted to the drug. The settlement is a way to avoid trials, with claims from the states alone that total more than $3 trillion in damages. 49 US states have signed the proposal, with only Oklahoma not involved, as it has its own settlement deal. An Italian fashion designer, Giorgio Armani, is set to miss 2 shows at Men's Fashion Week in Milan for the first time in more than 50 years. The company says the designer, who turns 91 next month, is recovering at home after being admitted to hospital. You're up to date with the very latest from ABC News.
Are comedians naturally good at spelling?
Guayabera, propolis, guacamole.
Yum! Find out in the brand new season of Guy Montgomery's Guy Mont Spelling Bee. Stream all the episodes now on ABC iView.
Australia's Test Tour of the West Indies starts June 25.
What about that? Unbelievable!
Catch every ball on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the cricket button. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
North's footy, Howe gets it, kicks inside 50 and he's Darling. Just holds out Silvani and takes the superb mark, diving out to his left. Here comes Jack Darling, he skips in, boundary line only 5 metres away on his right. The drop punt though is pure and he puts it straight through the middle, and Jack Darling is turning his day around. Simpkin kicks it inside the forward pocket. Zerha does wrong-footed Haynes and takes the mark in the left forward pocket. Zerha hits it skinny, right on the line, didn't get there. Spoiled by Wiedereed and Lucky. Kicks it through for a goal.
Howe squeezes a kick up to Lucky again. He feeds out a handball, gives it off to Zerha, swings it through. They're waxing.
Hewitt gave it to Doherty, fumbles. Constanti wins it back, hands it away to McKercher. He says, I'll do it myself, and the lefty jams it through. The Roos have kicked 5 on the bounce.
Sherry, beautiful tap down for Davies Uniacke, bursting out of the middle. Kicks long to full forward, wrestle on down there. Silvani gets a hand in. Curtis suckers it through.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio,
ABC Sport Digital,
and on the ABC Listen app.
An incredible second term, the best one North have had so far this year, so they lead by 28 points at half-time after trailing by 9 at quarter-time. What a turnaround, 6 unanswered goals in that second term for the Kangaroos. And now over to you, Carlton. What have they got, the Blues, in this second half of footy? 2 big injuries in that opening quarter. Opening quarter of the game. They both continued on and played out the opening half. Jacob Wiedering rolled his ankle trying to hurdle Cam Zerha, landed on his leg. It was an ankle roll, went off, had it restrapped, came back on. So played out the second term. And the first one was a very unusual incident, which we'll unpack in a little more depth with Ray Chamberlain in just a moment, where Jack Darling had an enormous gash on his right leg. It looked about 2 or 3, 4 centimetres wide. It went all the way down the outside of his right leg and came off the ground. He too missed about 15 minutes or so, returned and has continued to play out the game, actually kicked a goal after that. But after the incident, turned around and was pointing at Jack Silvani and talking to the umpire. Silvani sort of put his heel up, sort of showing the umpire his boots. And the question is as to how that injury was able to occur, whether it was off the boots of Jack Silvani or an opposition player, or whether there was some other thing on the ground, whether it was a sprinkler or whatever it turned out to be. But it did result in a pretty gruesome cut for Jack Darling. We'll talk to Ray about just what's involved in all of that in just a moment. Corbin Middlemass alongside Ben Cameron in the box, Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball, our premiership pair. Afternoon, fellas. Can you ask Razor Ray? This is the second time I've done this. My apologies. I did say I'd get to that one when Ray's back with us. Surely, if Silvani's boots are bad enough to slash Darling's leg open, and assuming he's had to have stitches put in, then how come the umpire hasn't checked the boots after he was clearly told in detail by Darling what happened? What if it had been his head, not his leg? From Cheryl Lee in Pascoe Vale South.
So, like you said, Corbin, he did appear to. I mean, obviously the metal studs are more likely to cut a shin open, but a rubber stud could still do it if it hits with the right force and at the right angle, or the wrong angle, so to speak. Ray Chamberlain, you were keeping an eye on some of the potential discussions around this down on the bench. What did you see during that second quarter?
Yeah, during the second quarter, the Carlton Football Club at one stage seemed to be showing a pair of boots to a couple of the people, the matchday official down on the ground here from the AFL. I mean, it's clearly related. I don't know what the specifics of it were. In relation to the messaging off the text, back in the day, local footy, you check all the boots and all of those sorts of things, but that was when I was about 17 years of age. There are clear guidelines that the AFL have with the clubs as to what footwear is appropriate and what isn't. And Ben, I just heard your comment about metal studs versus the cleats, you know, sort of the rubber type ones. And you're right, mate, when you've got a 100 kilogram guy come down on your shin, a rubber cleat will do that to you if it gets you in the right way. So I know there'll be more about it. There'll be lots of chat. I think it was Jake Melksham was the last guy we saw this year that had a horrible injury like that, and obviously it's something that requires some additional attention, I'd say.
So what can the umpire do in game? So say that happens, you're out there, Ray, and Jack Darling, and we're guessing here, but it seemingly turns around, looks at the umpire, points at Silvani, he puts his boot up. What should you do next as your role as the umpire?
Yeah, well, look, to be fair, it's outside of the field umpire's remit. However, if there was something that was abhorrently a problem with the boot, you could clearly see there was something wrong with it. Let's say there was something sticking out at a sharp edge, what have you. You could potentially say to him, hey, mate, you're going to have to change your boots, but it is outside of the umpire on the field. It's outside of their remit, and if they're wearing their boots that are within the regulations that are afforded by the AFL, it's an off-field issue.
You don't see too many metal studs these days.
That's right.
I can't. Just looking at the replay, I'm sort of trying to work out exactly where that's happened, if it did. I'm sort of more inclined to think that it might have been something on the ground that he was pointing to.
I'm still trying to work out that Corbin Middlemass thinks there's sprinklers out in the middle of the MCG.
You used to bob up like a sprinkler every now and then in the forward pocket, Benny. You know?
You think it's like the front lawn, Corbin? They just got sprinklers every 15 metres apart.
A sprinkler is taller than Ben Cameron.
There has to be some way or something out there that's caused that particular incident, but clearly not. Ben knows best. This is Saturday footy on ABC Sport, North by 28.
Sherry wins the tap down. Davies Uniacke gets it off to Powell. Powell with a left foot kick up towards half forward. Sard attacks it, gets a handball away. North leading by 28 points at the main break as we're underway in the third, and a big tackle from Parker on Hollins, who had a sore shoulder in that second term.
Yeah, that'll test it out.
Has to readjust the headband as well, and umpire John Howarth says, calm down, boys. Umpires Power, O'Gorman, Howarth and Birch in charge of this fixture. Throwing on the wing. Tom de Koning slides in. Jars up on his knee, almost jackknifes in the process. Getting involved is Parker again. Simpkin flicks it out in front of Davies Uniacke. Wants to take on Sard. Runs out of runway, out of play he goes. Throwing 60 around from the attacking goal here for the Kangas.
Tom de Koning starting in the ruck in this second half. see if he can ignite his team.
That's really the only change that Carlton have made at half-time.
Probably not a hell of a lot of levers they can pull, is there, Ramo, when you look at this team? Just their mids need to get going.
Akers, handball away to Cripps, feeds a handball further forward to Hewitt, who tried to give it to Chera, runs headfirst into Finn O'Sullivan, and now Chera's held up and with the ball up in front of the benches. North by 28.
Yeah, well, Chera's the one. Yeah, he's had a very quiet first half of footy. Needs to get his hands on the footy.
Cherry grabs it out of the ruck, runs into Hewitt, ball jars free. Hewitt gets a kick up to halfway. Fogarty collects, hand pass away to Fantasia, kicks inside the forward 50 and it'll bounce out of play. And skewed the kick. The boundary throw in forward pocket here for the Blues.
She's sung his praises, Fantasia, but that was an awful kick going inside forward 50.
Tom De Koning and Tristan Sherry getting involved in a little wrestle on the wing. Now they're late arriving to this.
So this
trying to the
just
umpire's just waiting.
Just throw it in.
The amount of time that he's just peeling off the clock, or not peeling off the clock, but counting up while we wait to resume it. Just so much wasted time. Neither ruck decisive. Ball hits the deck. Akers tries to get it on the boot. Coming through McKercher. He's pulled back in a tackle. Ball up.
And when we get a further break in play, we'll ask Ray, do you like that the umpire has to wait? Because I know it's a directive from the AFL. Or would you just prefer to throw it straight up?
They chuck it up here, forward pocket for the Blues. Spits around, no clean taken in the end. It's just hacked off the deck out of the danger area by Luke Parker. Turns out fortuitous as Simpkin gives it to Sheasel. Hand pass back to Simpkin. Kicks down the wing. Darling slips over. In a tangle with Silvani. Ball hits the deck and it'll favour Darling anyways. The ball comes back to him. Tackled by Haynes. Hand pass in ball to turnover. Chera for the Blues. He gives it off by hand to Silvani. His kick smothered. Silvani gets a second look at it. Holland's handballs to him. Silvani's kick smothered again. Daniel gives it off to Sheasel. Kicks down to half forward. Curtis the target. Umpire says play on as Saad to Chera. Now to Haynes. Blues at half back with the footy.
They're at 6s and 7s. They're slipping over the Blues. Eventually Saad gets it on towards Chera. Some more footwear issue as Hollands kicks around the members' wing over the head of De Koning. Out the back. Comben cleans up. He'll thump it back around the members' wing. Up towards Darling. Silvani looking like his dad, punching it away, but it comes down for Simpkin. He's tackled. Runs out of room. Throw-in coming, Ray Chamberlain.
Yeah, look, with the waiting for the ruckman at a boundary, it's more at ball up, and you'll only wait when they're both missing. If one guy's there and the other one isn't, then you'll ask for that club to nominate. At boundary throw-in, it's really clear: nominate for the ruckman, and then once you've got one, if the other one's not there, then you just say no Carlton or no North Melbourne, and you get it in.
Sherry gets to the front, knocks it down towards Powell. Now his kick goes off hands and into the awaiting arms of O'Sullivan. He's wrapped up by Cripps. Ball up between wing and half forward here for North. They lead it by 28 points as they did at the half, 4 into the second half.
From the restart, De Koning wins it down, but straight to Parker. Hand pass away to Power, sends North inside 50. Silvani spores it away from Darling, and Darling follows up and tackles Carroll, so forces a forward 50 stoppage for North. Ray Chamberlain.
So this isn't a classic example. So obviously the umpire's only just got the ball there. But again, because both ruckmen were slow getting there, you would wait for both of them. But if there's only one of them there, then the instruction is get it going.
De Koning wins it down, but it's Sherry's opposing ruckman first possession. Hand pass to O'Sullivan, gives it to Davies Uniacke, handball to Powell, pulls the trigger and finds Zerha, who's unmarked, and catches it right on the behind line. Steps around, and the ball hooks it through for his third. And they're running with the ball now.
Well, it's on.
And Cam Zerha gets involved in the fracas too as he...
it's going to be another free kick here too. Yeah, I think Tristan Cherry just got decked behind the play as Zerha was kicking that goal, and I think he's going to have a shot at goal, 45 out here.
Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Yeah, no, you've picked it out absolutely right. Tristan Cherry was on the ground at the top of the 50-metre mark, holding his waist, so I reckon he might have copped one on the way through.
And this day is unravelling for Carlton.
I mean, Nick Haynes just
it's terrible. Absolutely terrible by Nick Haynes.
As that kick came in, he was standing side by side with his direct opponent, and he just watched the flight of the ball, and Cam Zerha said, right, well, I'll go and mark it.
Yep.
Uncontested on the goal line. And we still yet to see the incident that occurred, but what was clear was that Tristan Cherry was down behind play.
And Sherry and De Koning have been wrestling just down below a short time ago, so there's a bit of feeling in that.
Riley Hardiman trying to run around the back and receive a handball. In the end, Tristan Sherry, after waiting for him for a while, he's now going to have a ping himself to make it twice as bad. He drives that straight through and sends the G into a frenzy. The Kangaroos fans are up and about, and the margin is 40 points for a team hoping to bounce on the bottom of the table in development mode against Carlton, who think they should be in the window. It is looking like a brick wall at the moment, and the melee is on again. North by 40. 9-5 to 2-7, 6.5 into the third. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, don't worry about fighting, Carlton. Respond. Because 40 points now. So 2 errors. The first error is by Nick Haynes. Who was that again? I think that's against Hewitt. Yeah, so we just got the replay there of why Sherry got the free kick.
I mean, Sherry went down.
He's just giving him one.
It was a swinging arm in the guts, but the umpire was right there. So just silly, undisciplined play from a senior player.
And he's 8 goals in a row for the Kangas.
Unbelievable as Sherry taps it down. Cripps pinches it off to De Koning to Hewitt. Kicks inside 50 for the Blues. Getting back, great mark. Floating in Griffin Logue. Bravely back with the flight. He takes it in the back pocket for North.
North Melbourne get one more goal here. There'll be a mass exodus of Carlton fans.
McKercher peeling past. He kicks up towards Hansen Jr. Larkey arrives to tackle Wiedering. Takes him to ground in the last of the sunshine out on that southern wing. Beautiful day here in Melbourne. Light breeze, 15 degrees, sunny. Doesn't get better than this in mid-June. De Koning flicks it down. Stevens gets it for North, though. Gives it off to Powell. Rushes a kick around the corner. Wiedering low down. Doesn't mark. Darling arrives. Extracting it, Doherty. He's tackled immediately. And North are there in numbers. Wardlaw picks it up. Runs away with it. Kicks inside 50. Shocking kick. Picking it up, Sard. Quickly handballs. Rushes it. There's a whistle. Free kick going to Carlton. And they wrestle again. Curtis and Sard. Hansen Jr.'s in there.
He let him off the hook there, Wardlaw. Had to give the handball. He had Hansen Jr. screaming forward into space.
North by 40 points. 8 minutes 22 into this third term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Adam Sard thought about going into the sunshine. Comes back into the shadows on the northern side. Short kick finds Hollands. He goes along to Durden in a one-on-one. And McDonald with the height and size advantage punches it out of play.
Gee, it must be fun. When you've been beaten up on for year after year after year, when you get your turn, I reckon some of these Kangas players will be thinking, gee whiz, how good's this?
Well, it's unfamiliar territory, really, isn't it? So let's see how they can go here and see if they can really put the foot down and keep it on the throat of these Carlton players.
North win it from the boundary throw-in. Davies Uniacke gives it to Power, kicks to half forward. Darling in the tangle, knocked away from him. Haynes tackled, lost it. Wardlaw bursting through. Silvani got him, ball and all. Locks him up and a ball up half forward flank for North. So a 40-point lead for the Kangas. It was Carlton 8 scoring shots to 4 in the opening term. They led by 9 points and they have not kicked a goal since. After quarter time, the last 8 goals for the Kangas. There's LDU with the trademark fend off to Fantasia. Kicks inside 50. Akers flies over the top. Couldn't come down with it. And then Sard tackled heavily by Curtis. And a free kick here going Sard's way. He's ripped into the ground.
That was,
well, he's lucky. He has it in his head, Sard, but
it's the only thing, isn't it? It's going to save Paul Curtis there. You know, he's come at the wrong end of the book already once this year. You know what sort of powerful player he is. He just absolutely ragdolled Adam Sard there.
The Blues quickly up the middle. Holland streaming, kicks to Williams. He gives it up. Fantasia, 30 out, kicks it. First goal in over a quarter of footy for the Blues. It ends a run of 8 for North. And the doors slightly ajar. North by 34, 9-5-59 plays 3-7-25. 10.5 into the third. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
It's their best passage to play for the day, no doubt. So, you know, it goes back through the middle corridor. It's Ollie Hollands really that opens the game up. Doherty gives him just a nice little sneaky handball.
Beautiful kick, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it's a beautiful kick by Hollands. Who was it to? Was it McGovern? Or Williams, sorry. And then Fantasia's able to finish it, but Hollands opens up the entire game by keeping the ball in the middle corridor.
And the statement of the day would be to say that is a much-needed goal for the Blues. 9-5 to 3-7. We're 11 minutes into the third term. The Kangas by 34 points. Back in the middle, Pitternet grabs it out of the ruck and Sherry tackles in. I've got one for you, Ray, off the SMS coming up too about the stand rule from David in Jurien Bay. It'll be the third time I've read it after twice I read it when Ray told us he wasn't there, as Hewitt kicks it inside the forward 50. Curnow leaps up, can't mark. Chincotta got a hand pass out towards McGovern. Swings it goalward. They've got 2 in a minute. And the Carlton fans are still here and making a bit of noise. Plenty more to do. McGovern with a couple after kicking the first of the day. And Carlton moved to 4-7-31. North Melbourne 9-5-59. North's lead trimmed to 28, a dozen minutes into the third. One for you, Ray. David from Jurien Bay, can you ask Razor, why is it when a player has to stand and the kicker takes half a step to the side that the umpire doesn't call play on?
An inability to do your job properly. So when the player rolls off, you have to call play on straight away. So it's one of the more challenging areas for the umps. They're looking at the player on the mark to ensure that they've pinned him so they don't pay 50. They've got the players in the protected area that they've got to make sure they exit without incurring a 50. And then, of course, you've got to have 80% of your attention on the player with the ball because he's Tom Brady. Because as soon as he rolls off, you've got to call play on. So it is one of the hardest things to do in an umpire is set kick.
Yeah, that's tough to do. Back in the middle, the Blues trying to fight their way back into this contest. 2 goals in a minute. Shearer fighting after it. Slips the Simpkin tackle. Handball to Saad. He kicks it up and down a mine shaft in the middle of the ground. Sheasel marks it. It went 7 metres, surely. Forward. Umpire pays the mark. Sheasel goes out wide. Stevens looks into the pocket. Leading out there, Constanti. Got himself contorted and dropped the mark out of play. So a throw in left forward pocket.
Gee, I think he thought Larkey was going to go for the footy, and he turned around and said, was that not where you were going?
Not sure about that call. That's pretty generous, I think.
And he almost straight-legged it as well on the way through. Luckily, he didn't hyperextend his knee.
Just mark the ball.
Like a baby giraffe. It was very unorthodox. Ball up now, inside the forward 50 still for North. Simpkin trying to get a hand pass out, and there's a pack of players jump on top of it. Blues kicking back-to-back goals for the first time in the game. Got another ball up, another stoppage inside North's front 50. Interesting stage of the afternoon. 14-minute mark in the third term. Blues win it down. Hewitt back to Doherty and now to Lord. A get out of here kick high up and under the half-back. Curnow knocks it down into the path of Hewitt. Hand pass to Carroll. Slick hands to Chera. Blues are out and the Carlton fans up and about. Kicks it out to half forward. Fogarty trying to trap it in front of Sullivan. He collects. He's going to have to retreat. He decides to go laterally. Finds Chera. 70 metres out. Mowed down. What a chase down tackle from Jack Darling. And the veterans still got it. North by 28 points. They win it back on the back flank halfway through the third.
Well, he has lifted Adam Chera, but that time they were queuing up in the middle too. He had to keep it moving inside. They'd worked hard from half back and they had overlap run, but what a play from Jack Darling, the old fella. The chase down tackle.
Maybe it is his Kurt Schilling bloody sock game. There's the kick from Hardiman around the southern wing towards the contest. Roos at the fall. Constanti loops it over the top to Larkey. One more handball to Hansen Jr. Left foot snap is good. RHJ shows them the way. And North with one to just settle it down. They're back out by 34 points. 10-5-65. Plays 4-7-31. Quarter hour mark, third term.
Well, Bully, it's Jack Darling, because that ball should be inside Carlton's forward 50 and having a shot at goal. But you look then, we spoke about this at halftime, numbers around contest, pure outnumber. That ball went to a contest. There was simply more North Melbourne jumpers there, and they explode out. explode out. So if it wasn't Anson Jr., there was another North Melbourne player behind him that Larky could have given the handball to. So just so flat-footed, Carlton, from that contest.
Ray Chamberlain. Yeah, you talk about the Jack Darling tackle, which obviously was magnificent. It was him in the marking contest, so his work rate and want to get back up the ground and create a contest for his team, he's enormous.
Now he's rucking. Won it down there to Powell. Hand pass to Parker. North going forward again. Kicks to half forward. Ball hits the deck. Runs away from Larky and Wiedering. Hanson Jr., the goal kicker, can't collect. And it's out of bounds half forward for the Kangas.
Big play, wasn't it? Because it's a 2-goal swing, really.
Yeah.
Carlton had kicked 2 in a row and was threatening for a third. And then the pressure goes back onto the Kangaroos and great desperate defence. It goes back the other end. They kick the goal to steadier. Oh, free kick.
Thrown out of the way and all of that. Pitternet got rid of Darling, gives away the free and looks at the umpire like, how did that happen? That was one of the easier ones. The day to pay.
Mr. Busy Hands once again.
Mr. Busy Hands, as Ray dubbed him earlier. Mark Pitternet, kick from Darling, finds Stevens. He marks in the hot spot, 25 out, dead in front. And that's not a contested grab. That is virtually uncontested. Right in front, 25 out.
It was off the instep a bit, Jack Darling. I was going to say it's a good spot to get it to. I'm not sure that's exactly where he was aiming to kick it, but a little bit of a shank on the kick, and Dylan Stevens was awake to it, wasn't he? Zach Williams, he ran straight past him, wasn't watching the ball.
So much for the Carlton revival. Stevens got it, and it's back out to a 40-point buffer as Dylan Stevens joins the chat. 11-5-71 North Melbourne, Carlton 4-7-31. A 40-point buffer at the 18-minute mark of the third term. He didn't really celebrate too much. I was sort of watching the kicker for a bit of a guide, but that's just what he does, pops him through. And Dill Stevens puts North back out by a game-high 40 points.
Just quickly, guys, the Chera moment. I mean, they were queuing up. He took a long time, gets run down. It felt like they were about to get it back to 22 points. Instead, North get the tackle through Darling and kick the next 2. It's back out to 40.
Yeah. Look, and Chera was in slow motion in that moment. He took a couple of steps. They'll certainly play on. But he just had to pick one. He had multiple options going inside Carlton's forward 50. He just chose not to kick the ball.
Tom De Koning wins the tap down away to that man, Chera, who squeezes the kick out to Fogarty. Or Fogarty, rather, as he gives it off to Tom De Koning. Driving ball towards full forward. And Comben, those long sleeves reaching high above the pack to punch it away. A minor score, North by 39. 18 minutes played in the third.
The Kangas come wide from the kick out. They both fly for it, both Stevens and Wardlaw. Ball spills down to Hewitt. He hands it to Wakers, who's now shoved out of play. So boundary throw in half forward here for the Blues. 39 points, the deficit. What a Saturday afternoon at the G after Carlton led by 9 at quarter time. 39 points, the Roos lead. De Koning, shallow throwing, grabs it out of the right, gives it to Akers, kicks to the behind line and punched away by Combat again. Rides the contact from Curnow, but it's out of play.
I think De Koning's the man now. I think if there any chance at all, Carlton here, that they have to say, righto, Tom, you're our man. You got to go one-on-one with Cherry for the rest of the game. See if you can't get the ball to ground and beat him with your follow-up. Maybe look to make that sub.
Short throw in. Cherry gathers it on the bounce, gives it off towards a teammate in Powell, who cuts a swathe through them. Handball to Parker, handball to Powell, off half-back here the Rouge. She's a errant hand pass, tries to go back and win it. Cripps goes in. He does win it for the Blues, out to Chincotta, to Chera, to Durden, firing on goal. Offline into the behind post. On the full, out of bounds on the full. And North to get it back through Pink. So the Kangas by 39. 20 minutes played in this third term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Pink, long kick out to halfback. Hanson the target and Silvani punches it out of play. Is that part of the issue though, Bally, that they're so reliant on their stars and Tom De Koning this year that you come up against the best ruckman in the game in Tristan Xerri, and if he can't be dominant, they're not competitive.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. That's pretty well known, I think, with this Carlton team. And Cripps is down today, so that's what we're looking at. Looking at the magnet ball, there's not a lot of levers they can pull here to turn it around. Who can they put into the middle to inject a bit of a spark into the game? I mean, to win it from here, they have to play risk footy, don't they? So,
which is not them.
Nope.
Yeah. North get it on the wing and they cough it up though. Jim Cotter, hand pass out wide and another chase down tackle holding the ball. Came out of the direction of Silvani and Curtis came and got him. And the chase down tackling continues for Paul Curtis. Well executed here on the wing. Sub inside. 39 points, the Kangas advantage. 39 points up over the Blues. They felt they were a top 4 team. Kick inside 50, Zerha with the climb, no mark. Hand pass back inboard, picked up here by Durden. Got rid of one tackler, then caught. The ump says, I'll have it, and the ball up centre half forward here for the Roos. Ray Chamberlain.
Yeah, we've got a bit of activation down here on the Carlton interchange bench. Jesse Motlop's about to come into the game, and Cooper Lord has come out.
Yeah, well, I mean, Motlop does have a bit of speed, doesn't he?
But would you not
energy about him?
Would you not take Pitnet out and just say, look, it's TDK now. It's Cripps. Sends a kick for Kerno on the logo. Flies into mark. He'll now poke it really short. Fogarty again, attacking point of the square. Looks more central. Towards full forward. Wants a marker down there. Combin and McGovern both juggling it. McGovern gets it on the boot. Slews off the side of the boot into the pocket. Fogarty beelines it. Tackled. Out to Akers. He jams it on the boot. Floats it to the opposite pocket. Bings. He's got it. 15 out. 3 metres in from the boundary line.
Just has to take a deep breath here, doesn't he? Go back and kick these.
Jackson bins. Or shanks it. Out of bounds on the full. It went at right angles. He needed to go at 90-degree angles. Not to be. North by 39 points. 8 minutes away from three-quarter time over Carlton.
Combin out to half-back. Haynes was in a marking position, swatted away from him. Akers for the Blues to Motlop the sub. Hand pass to Wiedering. He kicks inside 50. Hand on it from Sheasel. Traps it, gives it to Combin. Oh, Hardiman a little casual. Lost it. Picked up by Fantasia. Hand pass to Akers. Kicks to full forward. And there's Caleb Daniel. Just reels in a one-hander at full-back. Daniel can rebound for the Roos. Out to half-back. Wiedering punches it inside 50. Here we go. The Blues are on. Fantasia gives it to Cripps, and even he's shaking them. Puts it out of bounds on the full. And when they needed a captain's goal, they hand the footy back without a score. North by 39 points, 24 gone in the third.
Short kick in. And a short kick from McDonald from the out on the full. Away to Pink. Pink with a high kick up towards the wing. Marking contest. Parker in front, brings it down, gathered by Doherty. Blues quickly into attack. Handball to the sub Motlop. Gives it off to Binns. He'll hook a kick towards full forward. Williams at the back, hands to it, doesn't mark. Fantasia flashing through. Leaves it behind. The Roos come up with it through Hardiman. Handball to Wardlaw, taken high. Free kick at fullback here for the Kangas. 24 minutes played in the third. North by 39.
Well, this is their moment, the Blues, isn't it? It's 4 inside 50s in a row. They're just not good enough at the moment, essentially, to make North pay. Kicking at 53% for the quarter. It's not going to get it done.
Wardlaw to the wing, spills down to Zerha. He just tumbles it down the field, downfield, one bounce out of play, and that'll be insufficient intent. Free kick for the Blues. No complaining there. The North sub, by the way, is Zach Fisher against his old team. He's yet to be utilised. Silvani takes the free, goes back to Doherty. Doherty to Binns, the only man in the defensive 50 for Carlton. Short kick to Chera. And now Corridor. Motlop the target, takes the mark. Bright sunshine, glorious day at the G, 15 degrees. And a wide margin on the scoreboard, and yet it's the underdog who lead it, the Kangas, by 39. Wiedering to Haynes. Has it in front of the benches. Kicks down in the Cripps direction and a tangle with Daniel. And the little man gives away the free there, hanging on to the two-time Brownlow medalist. And Paddy Cripps pierces it inside 50 onto the chest of Williams, who marks in the corridor 40 out.
They did it the hard way, because I don't understand Jesse Motlop's kick. So he's marked it right in the middle of the ground, just behind the centre circle. But then the ball ends up right in front of the coaches' boxes. Like, that's where you need runners from behind, or you need to play on and you need to go. Like, in the end, it's a great kick by Paddy Cripps to hit up Zach Williams, but it should have been in there 3 kicks ago.
Yeah, good kick, poor defence. North had 16 players in the defensive 50. No order standing there.
Journey of a million miles begins with a single step, and for Zach Williams, that is it. He pokes it through, and Carlton hang in this game only just. The Blues 5-8-38. They trail North Melbourne 11-5-71. North by 33 points on a troubling afternoon for the Baggers. 26 minutes into the third term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
I think you're spot on, Bully. It's like you look down and go, well, what levers can actually Carlton pull to change this game? You know, so Jesse Motlop's come into the game now. He's gone into the middle of the ground to try add a little bit of speed in there, because you know, we know with Cripps, with Hewitt, with Chera, they're not super fast players. So maybe Jesse Motlop adds a bit of a spark around contests where he can get in and out. But other than that, you sit there and go, well, where else does it come from?
North by 33 points as Sherry slaps it down in the restart out towards Powell. He's tackled down on the logo, having tracked the tumbling ball. We get another ball up on the logo. Bit of argy-bargy still. Umpire tosses it aloft, slapping it down to Koenig, straight to Hewitt. He's got nowhere to go. Still 4-3 the way of the Roos in this third term. They led it by 33 points. Sherry again tapping it down, following up his own work. He's gang tackled. Another ball up, third in this little passage of play. 27.5 minutes into the third term. Kangas by 33.
Saw Kobe Turner here, the defensive end from the LA Rams. The NFL, of course, big game coming here, the Rams and the Chargers. The end of next year. What have we witnessed here?
Sherry's lost his helmet, so the umpire's waiting for him to strap it back up.
The crowd unhappy that we're waiting for that. It buckles up, and away we go. As Sherry wins it down to Parker, kicks it down to half forward. Zerha and Curtis got in each other's way. Zerha in the end goes and collects the footy. Hand pass to Powell to Curtis, who's tackled and the ball's out of bounds in front of the benches. So a boundary throwing on the wing. And a 33-point lead here for North, time on in the third.
We did go down to North Melbourne training and actually noted that Tristan Sherry doesn't train even in full match sim with the helmet on.
Neither does Caleb Daniel.
Yeah.
Bizarre. And Sherry knocks it down towards Akers. Hand pass away to Cripps. Heavy hit. Speared by Simpkin on the way through. And that'll hurt for Hewitt. North win it back. Simpkin got it from Parker. Weaves his way through. Looking for a bit of retribution, the Blues. He kicks inside 50. Zerha feeds it to McKercher. He threads it. Colby's got a couple. And North are back out by 39. And they will be pushed around no more as Jai Simpkin leads the way. And the Roos have out-toughed and outplayed the Blues this afternoon. It is the Kangas by 39 points approaching three-quarter time. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, the remonstration's coming from his teammates. I think George Hewitt knows that it was a good fair hit. I mean, Paddy Cripps is the one who should be apologising. That was another hospital handball. And in a way, since quarter time, they had been a bit too physical for them, Ramo, at times, North Melbourne. And that time again, Simpkin was the one who followed up as well and made the play. Great pick-up from Zerha. Again, shrugged the tackle. Colby McKercher, who was mentioned a couple of times, there plenty of the footy, hasn't it always made great decisions with it or kicked it well, but when he's had a chance to straighten up and kick a goal, he's done that twice. It's been terrific.
All of a sudden, assuming they go on to win this, it's a fourth win of the season for North Melbourne, and maybe the sort of 6 wins that we spoke about at the start of the season might not be out of reach. As Davies Uniacke picks it up, high kick towards half forward, bouncing ball, Doherty goes back, gathers it, handball away towards Akers, he tumbles over, Simpkin soccers it towards the attacking arc for North, Doherty trying to pick it up, Silvani does, handball to Chera, Blues nearly out of danger, Hewitt tackled, stripped of it, umpire lets them play, and then Hewitt goes again, flicks it out towards Fogarty, he coughs it up, North win it back, McKercher shanks a kick, slides off the side of the boot, just in play, and Sam Doherty makes it his. almost to the elbow of 50 in the boundary line.
It's a life Tom Powell's game.
Yeah.
13, just works hard. 13 possessions for the quarter. He's up to 27 for the game.
One that Michael Barlow has been working very closely with is their development coach, and a lot of improvement in the last 18 months.
Doherty gets 2 touches in the back 50, but then coughs it up, turns it over cold. Parker, the experienced leader for North, inside 50. Wiedering punches it away. Clever from Davies Uniacke. Taps it down to Sheasel. Kicks into the forward pocket. Binns is down there to mop it up. Ugly kick. Bounces away. Mop can't trap it. LDU's onto it. Davies Uniacke misses near side or behind. Gee, that would have brought the house down. I had the seatbelt off, ready to go. North by 40 points. 32 minutes gone in the third term. I mentioned off the top, Bally, about the 2 longest grand final droughts in the competition, North and Carlton. Imagine if I said to you at the start of the year, the answer to the question of who would win a premiership first out of the 2 of them would be an interesting conversation at the end of round 15, rather than just, of course, the Blues, they're in premiership contention. All of a sudden, it's an interesting chat.
Kick from Wiedering up to the wing. De Koning does well to bring it down. Hewitt coughs up a handball. Centre half forward for the Roos. Picked off by Davies Uniacke. Zurha knocks it out to Curtis. To Sheasel. Take the seatbelt off. Celebrate, Roos fans. They're out by 46 before three-quarter time. 13-6-84. Plays 5-8-38. 2 minutes away from the final break.
Well, look, they're too quick. I think it's as simple as that. You look at the power running of some of these Kangaroo players, and it was a great pick-up by Bally in the first half. Like, numbers around contests, it's a really simple metric that coaches look for. But again, it's not just Sheasel there. Constanti's there, Simpkins there, McKirch's there. So there's just multiple options when the ball's at ground level. So they're dominating.
Yeah, they are.
They're just completely dominating here, North.
Pressure again, forced a turnover. Hewitt, uncharacteristic poor handball. Goal.
Hewitt caught by LDU in the middle of the ground. Ball comes out. Says play on. Here's your man, Tom Power. Kicks it forward. Zurha leaping in the pack. No mark. Ball bobbles out. Here's Wiedering for the Blues. Hand pass away to Binns, who's off and running. Off the back flank. Jackson kicks it in the Hollands direction. Spills the mark. Pink mops it up. Gives it to McKircher. North across the ground. And Wardlaw takes the mark back in of the centre circles and goes back and across to Stevens. 12 goals to 3, North Melbourne's way after quarter time. Incredible afternoon at the G as Wardlaw receives it, goes long to a contest and punched away by Doherty, throwing in front of the benches. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Ray Chamberlain on the boundary, Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball. Simon from the York Peninsula enjoying the call. The Blues are a train wreck after the first quarter. Last week they lost focus.
North did win by 59 points over Melbourne in round 2 this year. Can they get past that mark? They lead by 46 at the moment. The other question is, and I'm never one to campaign for coaches to lose their job, but if this gets ugly, is it the kind of day, Bremer and Bally, that can sort of get a board twitchy? Sherry takes it out of the ruck. Swings a kick inside 50. Darling drops the mark but brings it down to ground level. Larkey arrives. Tries to pick up the football. Wiedering's on top of him. And it's held in.
And therein lies the problem with Carlton over many, many years. The ball gets twitchy too often.
It does. The other point at the moment is they've kind of got a little bit of a almost caretaker mode with Brian Cook handing it over to Graham Wright. So
I don't think there'll be caretaker behind the scenes, Ben. I think
Wrighty's in charge.
Truly in the role by now. And look, the
handover.
Well, I think even with Mackay going in for surgery, there's an eye to next year clearly already. Walsh is another one who they might just put the cue in the rack with.
Tom De Koning, hand pass out to Fogarty, short kick to McGovern. The question is, do they have all the parts that they need? Are they a premiership list, or are they not getting the most out of the parts that they've got? And that's where the question becomes about the way that they're being instructed. Now Carlton with his short kicking game, that just an inability to take the ball forward, and North will not allow them to move it. And this has been the same old issue for Carlton. Short kicking game in the defensive half as the seconds drain out of this third quarter. Another one in which the Kangas have dominated. Williams goes down to half forward, off the packet, spills to Hewitt, handball to Akers, fumbles, and that'll do us. What a day at the MCG, and the Kangaroos. We've waited for this day. We've had a number of false dawns, and a team that has beaten up on them in recent times. Carlton's average winning margin in their last 5 wins over North is beyond 7 goals. Well, today, the margin is around that figure, back the other way. An average winning margin for Carlton in their last 5 of 46 points. And at three-quarter time, it's bang on 46 points, but it's North Melbourne who are on top. 13-6-84, they lead Carlton 5-8-38. The goal kickers, Zerha's got 3, 2 for Curtis and 2 for McKercher, and then 1 each for Sheasel, Stevens, Larkey, Darling, Sherry and Hanson Jr. Meanwhile for Carlton, 2 for McGovern, 2 for Fantasia and 1 for Williams. G'day boys, Fran from Melbourne. Talk about underdogs. Go Kangas. Don't lose the lead. Blues ripe for the picking. Thanks, Fran. Appreciate that. From Callum. Hi, team. Listening live. Can you tell me, are Carlton backs not watching the opponent, standing still or just being outplayed? I've seen this before, playing like they did against Richmond in round 1. Thanks, Callum. You got a quick answer on that, Rama, as to which one it is? Standing still or just being outplayed?
Outplayed.
Yep. And from Joe the Crow in Canberra. Greetings, gentlemen. You guys are parochial sandgropers, as I am. A one-eye lone South Australian supporting the Crows in Canberra. Never lose that home state base. Keep it up, please, from Joe the Crow.
And the very nerdy car ride down to Geelong yesterday, we did realise a very strong South Australian midfield if there was to be state of origin at the moment. Neil, Dawson, Horne-Francis, Rosie, Day. Ooh. It'd be okay.
Do you want the Victorian midfield?
Yeah, we know that's pretty good as well, Bolly.
No,
the WA midfield was very weak.
Wasn't it?
Yeah.
North Melbourne by 46 points. The thoughts of Rama and Bally coming up next. This is Saturday Footy on ABC Sport.
As each day begins,
get the facts you need to stay informed.
Every day, across your day.
Stay with Australia's trusted news source.
all the latest, all verified. Stay in the know with ABC News.
On ABC TV and ABC iView.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
And pass to O'Sullivan, gives it to Davies-Uniacke, handball to Power, pulls the trigger and finds Zerha, who's unmarked, and catches it right on the behind line, steps around, and the ball hooks it through for his third. And they're running with the ball now.
Hardiman around the southern wing towards the contest. Roos at the full. Constanti loops it over the top to Larkey. One more handball to Hanson Jr. Left foot snap is good. RHJ shows them the way.
Simpkin got it from Parker. Weaves his way through. Looking for a bit of retribution, the Blues. He kicks inside 50. Zerha feeds it to McKercher. He threads it. Colby's got a couple.
Kick from Wiedering up to the wing. De Koning does well to bring it down. Hewitt coughs up a handball. Centre half forward for the Roos. Picked up by Davies-Uniacke. Zerha knocks it out to Curtis. To Sheasel. Take the seatbelt off. Celebrate, Roos fans.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
A coming-of-age afternoon for the Kangaroos. They're 46 up at three-quarter time. Our next stop on ABC Sport, Saturday afternoon footy in round 15, takes us to Adelaide for the Power and the Swans. Aaron Bryant's heading up the call.
Corby, it's been a grind for last year's preliminary finalists, both now undergoing an ambitious attempt at a late season finals push. The Power winning 2 in a row as part of this lengthy home stretch. Meanwhile, the Swans welcoming back some stars after their bye. So dual All-Australian Errol Goulden set to play his first game of the campaign after breaking his foot in the pre-season. And Tom Papley returns after fracturing his heel 2 months ago. There is some late team news. So Joe Berry is out with illness for Port Adelaide. It brings brings Jeremy Finlayson in as the sub for the third time this year, and Sydney go as named. So their stars back in, including Joel Amati, who returns from suspension. So the Swans have loaded up. It's now or never if they're going to get the job done against Port Adelaide here at the Adelaide Oval, a side that have beaten them in 9 out of the last 10 meetings. Rod Jamieson and Dean Brogan will be alongside me for the call next on ABC Sport.
Thanks, Az. Look forward to that. And then later tonight, it is Collingwood and St Kilda, the Luke Ball Cup. Later this evening, ahead of Bawley and Rama. What have you got for us, Ben?
I'm just looking at the television monitors, and Michael Voss is eyeballing his midfielders.
Yeah.
He is finger pointing. That is not your role, with a few extra expletives mixed in there. He is not a happy man at the moment.
No. Nor should he.
Yeah.
They've been simply outplayed. They've been out pressured. They've been out hunted. They've been outworked. You know, you look at the goals in that quarter. 3 of their goals came from the runners: Sheasel, McKercher, and Stevens. You know, so that's not Larkey and Zerha that are really doing the damage in this game for North Melbourne. It's North Melbourne's runners. They've simply outworked them, and you know we're getting replays on the screen at 3/4 time. You know, North Melbourne are leaving the contest first. They're in first and out first, which is a great sign for them. And you just see Carlton dawdling behind. So they really, really poor performance today by not just Carlton's midfielders. I think it's the overall team, Bawley.
Yeah, no, agree. Yeah, it has since quarter time. We've referenced it a lot, haven't we? Just the ability, when you pause the screen, more Kangaroos jumpers than Blues jumpers, and purely and simply that is just a work rate and a hunger and a desire to get from contest to contest. It's been really impressive from North Melbourne. They haven't been in this position often, as we said. Can they go on and finish the Blues off here? Looks like George Wardlaw's been subbed off as well for Zach Fisher. Yep.
The bloodstain, by the way, on Jack Darling's leg is growing. So after that gruesome cut earlier in the game, a 46-point lead here for North as we start the final term. DeConey wins it down to Cripps. Hand pass back to the ruckman. He gives it away to Hewitt, but it's a messy ball. Free kick. It's coming back. Hewitt whacked around the chops. Gets it in the middle of the ground. How many times have we seen Carlton in the past against North going into the final quarter looking for a fill-up, and now it's North playing that role as Sard sends him inside 50, punched away by DeConey, picked up by Akers, tackled, great tackle by Fisher.
Yeah, it's a good first involvement.
Just pinned one hand, and as a result that he's holding the ball. Free kick for Fisher on the back flank.
It's a disappointing day for Charlie Curnow. Really. I mean, they've had as many inside 50s, Carlton. He's only had the 4 possessions, 1 shot at goal.
Fisher's kick up the wing, a turnover, intercept mark from Wiedering. Comes infield to Doherty. Now Hollands, short ball on the half volley, picked up by Durden. Sends it out to the half forward flank for Binns. He accepts it and now just assesses his options. Gets around Stevens. Driving ball to full forward. Curnow, Akers, take your pick, it's the ladder.
It's a good point you make too, Bawley, that we talked about earlier their stars, and you know it's a bad matchup for DeConey. For Curnow, this should have been a good matchup for him, and Toby Pink has won that hands down.
Blake Akers slams it through. Back to 40 points neat. 6th major to begin this 4th term for the Blues. 6-8-44 plays 13-6-84. We're 2 minutes in. Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball on Saturday Footy on ABC Sport.
They've got to go quick, Bawley. You know, we're only 2 minutes into this quarter, but they're going to do their work really quickly. They really need to kick 5 goals in the first 10 minutes here, Carlton, to give themselves any hope, any opportunity within this game. So that's over to North Melbourne now. They've been absolutely terrific today, but it's not okay. We've played 3 quarters of football. It's now play 4 quarters of football. Continue to apply the pressure that we've been able to do. That's got us into this position.
The Kangaroos making a mess of Carlton. It's their 3rd meeting at the G since the 99 granny. 1 down by the Blues. Hewitt kicks to centre half forward. Comben can't trap it. Well, ricochets off his shins, and North will be able to win it back. Power to Comben, to Daniel. Hand pass away to McKercher, just spinning the ball through his fingers there. It was almost like you would a basketball.
Yeah, it was like when you spin the basketball on one finger.
Knows how to handle it. Colby McKercher. There's Sullivan. Short kick to Daniel. Kicks a floater down the wing. As Saab knocks it away for the Blues. Doherty hand pass inboard to Hewitt. He's tackled. Has Larkey on him like a backpack, and the Roos win it back. Fisher to Sullivan. Now to Davies Uniacke. Heads to half forward. Curtis the target. No mark, and Wiedering will mop it up.
He kicks back inside defensive 50 onto the chest there of Haynes. And Haynes wants to play on. Switches it to Chera. Back pocket. Southern side of the ground. Chera goes for a little gallop, then pokes it short. A good kick for Durden. North by 40. Led by 46 of the final change, and Durden's held up. Now he just waits his kick up to the wing. A good one for Fogarty. Fogarty can feed the handball forward to Binns. Binns kick charged down. And it's Toby Pink again. He's had a good day. North by 40 points, throwing neutral territory, southern side of the ground.
What a find he's been this year for North Melbourne. Toby Pink playing that role, key post in defence. As Sherry grabs it after it hit the deck, tackled. Pack forms around him. Carlton fans wanted holding the ball not to be. Has it thinned out a little, Ram?
Yeah, it has.
Yep.
Yeah, it certainly has. Over that Shane Warne side of the ground, that bottom level was full to start the game. It's certainly thinned out.
Repeat stoppages here on that southern wing. Not the day the Carlton fans would have had in mind, as they were hoping to go on a little bit of a win streak and get themselves back in the season. Not to be. North Melbourne with a 40-point lead as Stevens sends the Roos down to half forward. Larkey leaps up for it, no mark.
His hands have been just average today, Larkey.
Yeah.
I mean, that was uncontested in the end. He's dropped a lot of marks that he should have taken.
Up it goes. Pitternet able to slap it out towards Cripps, who gets a handball away to Hewitt. On to Chera. Tumbling kick around that southern wing. Bad bounce there for Curnow. Stays in play. Goes and makes it a good one. Wins the footy. Kicks infield. Doherty marks low down on the logo. Moves it on quickly. Akers marks. Hurdles. Chips it over the top. Charged down by Comben. It ricochets away to Logue. De Koning was on in the goal square. It was a certain goal. Great defensive work from North. And they're away through McKercher.
It just dabs the kick in front of the benches to Fisher. I'm sure he'd be enjoying this against his old team. Looking for success this afternoon against them for the first time, Zach Fisher. Kicks to half forward. Silvani punches it back inboard. Hollands has it picked by Zerha. Got it to Sherry. Trying to swing a hand pass back to him. Turns it over. Pitternet to Chera to Hollands. Half back at the moment. Hollands just pulls the kick, trying to feed it to Carroll. Somehow got it to him. So 0-3 Zach Fisher against his old side. About to change this afternoon as the youngest Blue out there, Carroll, links up with Akers in front of the benches.
Akers puts his boot through it in the Curnow and Koning direction. They nearly collide. Punched away again there by Pink. Down towards Logue, who carries it out. Koning and Curnow had that collision at training a few weeks ago and sent a few scares through the Carlton camp. North by 40. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Umpire hurls it back into play. Under Koning reaches up to tap it down. Taken by Davies Uniacke though. North at half-back. Parker tackled by Chera. Hewitt over the top of both of them. And another ball up.
The other thing is North, fifth youngest team in the competition on average this season. Carlton are the fourth oldest. So it shows a little bit of the demographics of where the two teams are at. There's a Rock Lotto free kick. It's going Sherry's way. Lost his boot. It comes down the Kangaroos' way. The Blues fans ain't too happy. Sherry gives it to Daniel. Kicks down the wing. Ball spills to Hewitt. Oh, took on a couple. Lost. Holding the ball. Free kick North. 7 minutes into the final term. Kangas by 40. As the shadows lengthen across the G, and Fisher's going to go all the way back to Pink. Still more footy to come today, of course. Port and Sydney, they met on Easter Sunday. They've got their second meeting of the season coming up next. And the Swans with a few back, while Port Adelaide, of course, lose Horn Francis along with Aaliyah. Let's see what we get in Adelaide coming up next. And then your two teams, Bally, tonight. The Saints and the Pies at Docklands As Hansen pulls the trigger down to half forward and Wiedering picks it off, takes the intercept mark at half back. I haven't asked you for a specially minted cup or trophy or anything like that, Bally?
No, I certainly haven't. I'll be going along, though, for a look.
Nice.
Sure.
Double footy.
Behind the glass, as per usual, I'd imagine, for you, Bally.
No doubt. No doubt.
Well, after sitting through this...
So the answer's yes. Blues working through the middle of the ground. Shearer just in front of the bullseye. Looks inside 50. Akers down there juggling, reeling it in as he tumbles to ground. 15 out, 45-degree angle, which he tries to improve, and the umpire says, hey, come back here.
Is it a Collingwood or St Kilda invite?
So Collingwood home game.
Oh, Akers just sneaks it through.
I think it hit the post.
The post.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think the goal.
Check this. There was, to give you an idea of the height, it was padding height.
Yeah.
And McDonough was getting back on the line, so we're going to check it. The umpire believes it's hit the post.
Well, it hit something, didn't it? Remember, it deflected, and I'm certain it's hit the top of the padding.
Just rushed it a little bit as well
did.
there, Akers. Didn't need to.
Well, he's the one that's
Look at these
having a crack this quarter.
on edge as the ball passes
The old edge.
Decision on the scoreboard.
It was just marginally above padding height. I should correct myself, but the spike comes up. North lead by 39 points, 9.5 minutes into this final term.
Mark Murphy's Snicko in play. 39 points. North Melbourne's lead 10 minutes into the last. If you weren't with us all season, Murphy used to run a theory that the Snicko was a bit of a myth and it didn't work.
Oh, no.
And ever since we've mentioned it, the Snicko comes up just about every time it's lent upon.
They just showed a Carlton fan on the monitor, a young kid, probably about 5 or 6, bawling his eyes out in his Carlton jumper.
We've all been there, I reckon, haven't we?
Tell him to get used to it.
Jeez. It was me last Saturday. Sheasel on the back flank. 39 points. North's lead at the moment. Kicks the Kangas down the wing. Ball spills towards Silvani. Hand pass away to Haynes. Kicks for Pitternet. Moves Sheasel out of the way. Takes the mark. Hand pass to Akers. Well, gets a kick somehow down to half forward. It wasn't a pretty kick, but got to McGovern. He marks against the boundary line left half forward. Comes back corridor. It's got to get to Fogarty quick. He's got it. Pressure from Stevens, but a strong contested grab from Lockie Fogarty.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? It was a beautiful kick from McGovern. The ball carried about 55 metres, I think. Dangerous kick, but they do need to take risks, as we know. And he had 2 players descending on him, Lockie Fogarty, from both ways, but stood strong, good hands. Now, this isn't something that he's done very well at all today, but obviously has to kick this.
3 goals last week. Fogarty to join in the party. He pops one through. He's got a goal. And Carlton knock off at least 1 goal of this heavy deficit. It's now 33 points the Kangas way. 7-9-51 Carlton. They trail North Melbourne 13-6-84. A dozen minutes into the final term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport with Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas.
Well, just take the risk now. Just keep taking off. I said they needed 5 goals in 10 minutes. They got 2 goals in 11 minutes, Carlton. So, no, it's now it's got to be just high risk, and then it'll be certainly be high reward if it comes off. But it's no point waiting. Now, you know, you're 30 odd points down still. There's still 12 minutes to go, so it's doable. Certainly doable for the Blues. But it's also to the Kangaroos, don't save the game here. Go and win the game. Go and kick a couple of goals.
They need to score, don't
they? Yeah, go and kick a couple of goals and put it beyond doubt.
2 goals to none the way of the Blues in this final term. Pitnet, beautiful tap for Hewitt. He gives it off to Cripps, who has nowhere to go. Tackled by a couple of Kangas. Go again. Up it goes. Darling doing the ruck work. Pitnet sticks in a boot as it hits the deck, and coming through is Hollands.
Just got an SMS from Adam saying Richmond Station overwhelmed by Carlton fans at 3/4 time. They're flooding Brunton Avenue.
Yeah.
I had one coming through from a former colleague as well, listening at 34,000 feet over Melbourne, flying from Perth to Auckland. Can the Blues find a way back? Cripps, centre half forward, gets a handball out. Onto it is Fish. That's Fisher, who gives a handball away to Comben, and then away to Sheasel, and the Roos should repel Constanti, a good mark.
What an afternoon for the Kangas. 9 down at quarter time. And coming of age. Tight performance this afternoon against a team that's beaten up on them in recent times. And in their showpiece game, of course, the Good Friday fixture. 46 points, the average winning margin for Carlton in their last 5 wins over North. And today it's North by 33, 13 minutes gone in the final term. Boundary throwing on the wing. And the crowd just popped up very quickly. 56,236, knowing that when you look around you think, it doesn't look like there's still 56 here. So the Roos bang it down to half forward. No clean possession. Silvani hand pass to Doherty. Gives it to Motlop. Hurried kick down the wing. Curnow throws his body at it. Jumps into the back of Comben. But Comben took the mark. And that is the game. He's going to get the free, Charlie Comben, if he wasn't paid the mark. He's got it on halfway. It's been a dirty day for Charlie Curnow and plenty of his mates in navy blue.
Just what you'd want. Knee right into the back of that recently fractured scapula. The 2 number 30s, the 2 Charlies going at it. As Comben kicks up towards half forward. Pitnett brings it down, wins it. Off to McGovern, off to Cripps, looping handball to Motlop, to Hollands. He's got nothing inside 50. His kick is a turnover. Getting back, O'Sullivan gathers for the Roos inside D50. Off to Hardiman. He kicks laterally to the marking Hansen Jr. North lead by 33. Nearly the quarter-hour mark in the final term. Hansen Jr. to McDonald. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Another week with the blowtorch for the Blues. On the back of this, as the long kick down the wing is going to be resulting in a free kick, as Wiedering got a shove in all of that, and he'll get the footy on the wing southern side. 33 points. North's way. Wiedering kicks inside 50. Ball spills out the back. Williams is waiting there. He leaves it for Charlie. Trying to tumble it along the ground and saved on the goal line by Comben, who walks it through for a behind. And the Carlton saying, look, he was under no pressure at all. The umpire...
Well, that's fair.
The umpire doesn't pay it. And it's going to count as a behind. Was he asleep at the wheel there, Ray Chamberlain?
They can pop up like that sprinkler Ben Cameron was referencing earlier in the day. Like it's interesting, you know, like you get the ball 1 metre off the line, it's mulling along, and are you thinking about this? Have you paid one for 2 years or not? That's the worst rule that you have to officiate in mind.
You told me that marking contests were the worst.
No, they're the hardest. You don't listen, Ben. You just don't listen.
2 ears, 1 mouth, you're right, Ray.
The worst versus the hardest.
My apologies.
Distinctly different.
I like it.
Running rings around me.
Several categories.
Tapped down there by Cripps. He's in the ruck for the Blues at half forward. North by 32. Cripps doing the ruck work again. Taps it down, but Parker gathers it. He's dragged down holding the ball. The Blues should get another inside 50.
I've got a question for both of you, which I sort of alluded to a little bit earlier on. If you're a list boss and you're constructing a premiership squad, as Motlop kicks inside the forward 50, no mark for the Blues, Pat forms as it hits the deck and a ball up inside 50 for Carlton. Would you rather have what North have or what Carlton have as of right now?
You'll have to have either.
You have to have one of the two as a starting point, and you're trying to build a premiership team. As De Koning wins the hit out down to Motlop. He's drilled in the tackle and caught high. And Sherry over the shoulder of the little man Motlop. He'll get a free at right half forward, and now there's a bit of push and shove again.
No, I'm still Carlton.
Okay.
I just think they're playing poorly. They're just playing poorly. So you got Walsh, Mackay, Cowan, Newman, Cottrell, Kent out of this team at the moment. So Jagger Smith, obviously I haven't seen him yet. But, you know, Walsh and Mackay aren't coming back anytime soon. Newman is such an underrated player for the Blues, how he goes about his work.
And Motlop, the sub, the drop punt to cross the face, and it misses. Of course, his uncle, a premiership player for North back in that 99 grand final, Shannon Motlop. Behind there, so 31 points North Melbourne's lead, 17.5 gone to the final term. Did we get an answer from you, Bawley? Or?
No, I think I agree. Yep. Yeah, but I'll take neither, please.
Okay. Option C, none of the above.
Yeah. I think you understand the dilemma, Bawley. choice of two bad options. Sheasel kicks back to fullback, and Toby Pink. He elects at the D50 with the kick up for Comben. Spoiling it, Tom De Koning. Free kick, and Comben sore. He's cradling that arm. I'm not sure he's totally fully fit here, Charlie Comben. He gets the ball back here, and he's bumped again and cradles that arm. Well, that left wing is certainly sore.
I think they subbed off George Wardlaw. He does look, he's playing with just one arm at the moment, Charlie Comben.
Here's Chera receiving from Doherty, eyeing the goals and a road back. Misses left. North by 5 goals. 18 and a half minutes into the fourth. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Killing the rack, haven't they?
Well, just back to Corbin's question, I say that you've got 3 Coleman medals, you've got 2 Brownlow medals in the middle of the ground, you've got all Australian in the back half of the ground.
Yep.
But they're not old, those guys, either.
Yep. But doesn't that speak to the point that it's got to be better than 6 and 8 and 40 points worse than North?
Yeah. But their depth's the issue. Look, no contribution really from their bottom 5 or 6 players today.
It's pretty hard in a 25-week season, isn't it, though, to think we're going to get through unscathed and our best players are going to run out every week.
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
But there's a critical mass for every club.
Jeez.
Still got a lot of stars out there today, though.
Yep.
Carlton at half forward with it through dirt, and they reload inside 50, punched away by Sheasel, and that works out pretty well with Curtis back to help out. That kick not pretty though, puts his teammate in McKercher under the pump. Haynes sliding through, got a hand pass out for the Blues. Hardiman jams it on the boot, turns it over. Chincotta, hand pass to Doherty. Great effort from Curtis. Came out of nowhere to lay a smother. Ball ends up back with the Blues though, as Carroll gives it to Chincotta. Now to Chera, kicks to full forward, turnover. And McDonald picks it off at fullback for the Roos. 30 points, North's lead, 20 minutes gone, final turn.
He kicks laterally away to Sheasel. Back pocket, stabs it to Hansen Jr. There are some people who believe that the spectre of John Longmire is looming as well.
Ooh.
As Hansen Jr. kicks up to a contest on the wing, punched out of play, throw-in. Is what we will get. North by 30 points.
But this should give North Melbourne a lot of confidence now.
Yep.
You know, in the run, what do we got? How many games? We've got 9 games left or something, Corp? Something like that. So
imagine if they can win 3 of those.
Yeah, well,
it's a 7 for the season.
I always thought 8 wins was a great year for North Melbourne this year.
It'd be enormous to get 8. Yeah. They haven't won more than 4 games since 2019. And today they'll get to 4.5, which is significant. But you're right, they're set up for a little run on the back end. I think they play Richmond and West Coast again. Teams around their station. As Powley's caught here, we'll have the ball up. In fact, they won't play West Coast because they won't go back to Perth, and that was their home game last time, sorry. So they'll get Richmond again. There's the ball up. Sherry. Tackled, lost it. Chera puts it inside 50 for the Blues. Curnow competes. No mark. Hits the deck. Fantasia hands it out, coughs it up. Davies-Uniacke gives it away to Powell, who kicks out of the defensive 50.
Just clears the danger up towards the wing, and Parker marks. As there's a wrestle going on again in back play, and Tom De Koning's involved. So too is Sherry, and it seems personal between those two. As the kick goes around the wing from Parker, and Wiedering tackles, ball up coming. I just wonder whether Tristan Sherry, I know he's had Pitnet for a bit of today, but has just set himself. The fact that Tom De Koning, a big money offer from St Kilda, widely recognised as sort of coming as the best ruckman in the comp. Sherry said, I've got something to say about that. Next, go and give it to you.
Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Yeah, all day Carlton, whether it was Akers or just then Charlie Curnow, etc. The other thing, he hasn't just had to wrestle TDK. He's been blocked, been able to get to the contest, etc. I'd like to see the umpires pay free kick when that happens, to be fair.
Fisher on the end of a handball chain for the Roos, kicks into the forward pocket. Larkey collects and shoved out of bounds. So throw in forward pocket for the Roos. We've got 4 and a bit minutes to go. 56,236, North by 30. In this last quarter, it's just been a sort of get out unscathed final term as the Blues have kicked the only 2 goals of it. North did their business in quarters 2 and 3 where they slammed on 12 goals, 6 in each term, led by 46 points at 3-quarter time. And the boundary throw-in. Hollins gives it to Motlop, kicks down the wing. It's progression from Curnow as he punches it away. Straight to Hollins, though. Handball out in front of Fantasia. Whacks it back inboard past his two teammates. Oh, then Parker just hands it straight back. Here's McGovern. His kick almost a turnover. Scrap on again in the middle of the ground. They all throw their bodies at it. Fantasia got it out to Hewitt. He's tackled, ball up middle of the G. And the ump says, I'll have it. North by 5 goals, 23 gone in the final term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Grant off the SMS, 30,000 feet on a plane. He's not far enough away from the Carlton Football Club. Thanks, Grant. Brennan from Hobart. Carlton has no first-round pick this year. That's right. It belongs to the Hawks. Interestingly, West Coast had a chance to get that pick. They could have chosen either the Hawks or Carlton's first rounder. They decided to say, look, we'll take the Hawks. We think the Blues will go better than the Hawks will.
Yikes.
We know what's happened there.
Kircher feeding back a handball to Powell. He'll kick inside 50. Up goes Zerhard. Doesn't take the mark. Down at ground level, Wiedering. Clearing with a sweeping handball. Away to McGovern, who goes short with the handball to Cripps. He kicks out wide to the run of Williams. Southern side of the ground, kicking for Curnow. Sliding in, knocks it out, gathers the footy. Pokes a pass inside 50. And Tom de Koning's on the end of it. 45 out, 45-degree angle.
Clever kick, wasn't it, from Charlie Curnow? Just haven't seen enough of it today, unfortunately. Carlton supporters, he's only had the 7 or 8 possessions, I think. And look, to be fair, the delivery hasn't been great.
The Koning's shot on goal. He's out to the right, doesn't make the distance. Sherry punches it away. Gathered in the pocket by Benz, pulls it back for Chera. Darling arrives, thumps it away. Been a brave game from Darling today with that nasty gash earlier on. And now North can work it down the members' wing.
Oh, handball found its way to Sheasel. He slips over and he's caught. Saab slow to get up in back play, and Holland's favouring that shoulder that he hurt earlier in the game. And so now the Blues are a little sore, and I imagine they hurt a little bit more when the scoreboard reads 30 points in the red. And it's North Melbourne on top here. As Sheasel, after the unfortunate slip, coughs it up. So Silvani to Doherty. Long kick to half forward. McGovern marks. He turns, plays on. McGovern says, to hell with it, I'm having a look. On the run. And that's a good option. He pops it through. And Mitch McGovern, the forward come defender, come forward, has 3. And he celebrates it too.
Still thinks they can win, Mitch.
Have a little bit of that, he says. 2.5 on the clock, and the margin's 24. Carlton 8-12-60. North Melbourne 13-6-84. Saturday afternoon footy at the MCG, right here on ABC Sport. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanaskas.
Oh, it's optimistic by Mitch, it's fair to say. But he's probably been one of their better players. He's had the 15 possessions.
Most effective forward.
Yep, 7 marks, 6 score involvements in the 3 goals. So, yeah, he certainly tried hard. You see Clark, we're just getting pictures of Clarko there. He'd be a little bit disappointed. There's 3 goals to nil. In Carlton's favour in this last quarter. So
I think disappointment's an understatement. Yeah, he's tearing his hair out, you can tell. They just put the cue on the rack here.
They have.
3-4 to no score in the final term. Pitnet down for Cripps, leaves it behind. Pitnet picks it up, off to Chera. Doherty on the burst, kicks inside 50. Here comes Curnow, hands to it, doesn't mark. Logue takes it, dispossessed by McGovern, holding it.
Here we go.
Mitch might be the match winner.
You know what they say about how you start the next week like you finished the last? Well, last week for Carlton, they had 3 quarters where they took a kip after a solid opening start, and they were terrible for 3 quarters today. Maybe they can parlay this into next week.
McGovern still believes there's a chance. And his drop punt here is a goal. They've opened the door back up. I thought it was shut. It is 3 goals. With under 2 minutes to play. 13-6-84 plays 9-12-66. So you're telling me there's a chance. Hawley and Rammer.
Well, it'd have to be perfect. It's as simple as that. So it'd need to be 3 set of clearances going inside forward 50 for 3 goals, and that would only get you a draw.
If I'm a Carlton fan, I'll be pulling my hair out in a way, because you can imagine the postscript. Oh, we had our chances, we didn't capitalise. It was so close yet so far. If we just get a couple of other things right, we would have won today.
Well, they've had more scoring shots now.
Yeah. That's right. But it hasn't been that day.
I agree.
That is a complete charade.
It's more of a reflection on North lack of experience in this position to be able to put a team away.
46 down at three-quarter time to now within 3 goals. Out of the middle they go again. Hewitt got it to Chera. Carlton to the hot spot. De Koning can't mark. Spills down to Williams. Jansen on the boot. Bouncing ball. Bouncing. Misses. Handy point, as they say in the classics. North by 17. 28 minutes gone, final term. Clock stops with less than 90 seconds remaining. But Carlton coming with a rush as the Roos have fallen asleep at the wheel.
Shown that kid again who was crying. He's biting his fingernails now. McKercher just clears with the kick. Darling hands to it. Sardroves spits it out the back with the handball away to Hollands. Hewitt twisting, turning. He'll kick into the pocket. Curno's there. Up he goes. Hands to it down in front. Hardiman gives it off to McKercher. And the Roos clear through Fisher. He kicks up to Darling. Blood-stained early on. Still blood-stained at the end. His sock is red amongst the royal blue and white. And North lead by 17 points.
That has grown throughout the afternoon. More and more claret after that deep cut. That gash on his leg in the opening term. Kick goes down the wing. Spills to Carroll. Dumps a kick to half forward. Kerno can't trap it. Spills to Motlop. He's off and running in the corridor from 40 out. Motlop goals.
Oh.
Goal for the Blues.
Show me Clarko.
It's an 11-point game. 29 gone final term. 33 seconds left on the clock. But Carlton have kicked 5 unanswered goals in the final term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, I'm just trying to look for Clarko. I mean, the long kick to the contest. It's not close enough to the bound. You're just used to this again. This is a developing team who really hasn't had much experience in winning games of footy at all. That kick has to go closer to the boundary, so worst case you get a stoppage. A spoil comes back inboard, quick kick forward, and somehow Jesse Motlop standing on his own. Dangerous small forward. 45 metres out from goal, and he runs in and kicks the goal. So I'd hazard a guess that Clarko will make them sit through this last quarter on Monday, North, because they have put the cue in the rack, and there'll be some learnings out of it. They're going to run out of time, Carlton. And you're right, this is going to flatten the scoreboard. Where's this been, Corb?
33 seconds left. Ball hits the deck in the middle. Davies Uniacke shovels out a handball. Nearly picked off by Sard. Goes the toe poke. It spills to McKercher. He whacks it out of there up towards half forward. Bouncing ball. Larky's out after it. He gathers the footy. Handball to Darling. Darling will loop it over the top. Out towards Fisher. There's a kick that comes back towards the hot spot. Sard can't get rid of it, and he'll give it off to Haynes.
Haynes, clearing kick. And how sweet that sound is as Clarko's Kangas with a breakthrough victory at the G against one of their old tormentors. It is North Melbourne by 11 points.
Join in the chorus, North Melbourne's on the ball. Good old North Melbourne, they're champions, you'll agree. North Melbourne is the team that plays to win for you and me.
It felt like an afternoon that the Kangas grew up at the MCG as they were 9 down at quarter time. They kicked 6 goals in each the second and the third term and led by a whopping 46 points at three-quarter time. Carlton put a pretty face on it in the final term, kicking the last 5. But it's the Kangas' day as they join in the chorus at the mighty MCG.
North Melbourne's on the ball. Good old North Melbourne, they're champions, you'll agree. North Melbourne is the team that plays to win for you and me.
It was Carlton by 9 at quarter time, the Kangas by 28 at half time, by 46 at three-quarter time, and in the end they hang on to win by 11 despite taking a little kip in that final term. 3 goals for Cam Zerha, 2 each for Colby McKercher and for Paul Curtis, and then singles for Sheasel, Stevens, Larkey, Darling, Sherry and Hanson Jr. Meanwhile for Carlton, 4 for Mitch McGovern, 2 for Fantasia, and then singles for Motlop, Williams, Fogarty and Akers. What an afternoon for the Kangas. They get to 4.5 wins. This is what they were in 2021. They haven't won more than 4 games, though, since 2019. So it is significant on the way back up the table for these Kangaroos.
Does it count as past it if it's 4.5?
Yeah.
Yep.
That would mean more points on the ladder.
I think you'll take it.
Yeah.
They were 4.5 in 2021.
Yeah.
So they haven't gone past that stage.
So they need another win.
But they haven't won more than 4 games in terms of that's
just wins.
Semantics. Yeah, they haven't won 5 games, let's say, since 2019.
Well, they should aim to get 8 to 8 games now. You know, there's plenty of opportunities still left in this season. Look, Clarko will certainly be disappointed with that last quarter inside 50s with 19-4 in Carlton's favour. Carlton kicked 5 goals, 5 in that last quarter, so 10 scoring shots from those 19 inside 50s, plus 23 in contested possessions, plus 8 in ground ball gets, plus 6 in clearances, Carlton. So Carlton fans are sitting there in their car on their way home going, well, where was that in the first 3 quarters? But that's where the credit goes to North Melbourne. They really set this game up through the middle 2 quarters. They were enormous. So 6 goals to 0 in that second quarter, and then 6 goals to 3 in that third quarter. So, you know, they certainly deserve to win this game. But what I think would be most pleasing for Clarko is it wasn't necessarily, you know, those older guns that he's relied on so often, you know, and Larky and Zerha and Simpkin. It was Tom Powell, it was Sheasel, it was Bukercha. Finn O'Sullivan had a good game. Riley Hardiman had a good game. Comben, even though he was carrying a real injury, had a good game. Toby Pink in his performance against Charlie Curnow was enormous. So I think that's what will be most pleasing for Clarko when he sits back and reflects on the game tonight and tomorrow. It's, well, okay, you know, Luke Davies-Uniacke, yeah, he was good. But it was our younger guys. It's this next generation of player that we need it to be the current generation now that comes through with the goods. So I love their pressure today. I thought they won the ball back from Carlton continually, particularly through those middle 2 quarters. And then when they started to use the ball through those middle 2 quarters, they're able to score really heavily. So terrific performance by the Kangaroos. Carlton should be bitterly disappointed.
Yeah, sometimes you just need to sing the song, don't you? And get used to it and start to build those winning habits. Yeah, we're just having a look at Jack Darling getting interviewed on the broadcaster, and I'm sure he's being asked about his leg and the blood stain. I think that's a keeper, isn't it? It's a collector's item now, the blood-stained sock. And he was good today, Darling, wasn't he? He competed hard. He had some brilliant moment, the key moment in that second quarter where he chased down, third quarter where he chased down Adam Chera when the Blues, you know, seemed like they had a bit of a head of steam. They kicked 2 goals in a row. They were pushing forward to kick their third and really put some pressure on North. And Darling had the big moment, chase down tackle, and the ball went straight back down the other end. And then North kicked 2 goals in a row, and that seemed to take a lot of the sting out of Carlton. And in the last quarter, you spoke about, Rama, there'll be some key learnings there on just how to close out games of footy at AFL level, which, you know, as we've spoken about, they haven't been able to do a heap of over the last few years. So sometimes you just need a win. You need to beat a side who's had your measure, which Carlton certainly have over the last few years. And I think you're right. The positive, or the pleasing thing was that it was led by some of these younger players who still have their best footy ahead of them, you'd think.
Enormous win for North Melbourne in the context of the season. We'll see them down in Launceston next Saturday. So that's the twilight fixture up against the Hawks. Meanwhile, for Carlton, it's a short week too, which they might be pretty happy about, given I imagine there's going to be a fair bit of heat on the Blues again. At 6 and 8, they've got Port Adelaide in Adelaide. Jack Darling was asked about the gash on his leg, which was gruesome in that opening quarter. It was probably about 3 or 4 centimetres wide and came off in the opening minute of the game. We actually feared whether that might have been his day done. He returned and played a big role. He was on Fox Footy moments ago.
I don't know, he's just got it wrapped up. There's a high chance of infection if we stitch it up now, so we'll get it stitched up. But I can't really feel it though, to be honest. It's more of it's a scratch, but a fair one.
You knew today was going to be a really tough game, and you were tough with the way that you came back on the field. You must be pleased, particularly with the second and third quarter, with the ball movement, which means you guys get on the end of it.
Yeah, it was great. I feel like everything went our way in those quarters as well, just the little things. But, yeah, it's just fantastic. We probably got in our shells a little bit in that last quarter. But with the young group, it's good practice. You practice those scenarios of holding onto a lead. So I'm sure we'll review that and learn from it.
So that was Jack Darling moments ago. There would have been a risk of an infection had they stitched it. So in the end, they haven't done that. And you saw the blood that was leaking out of it and on his sock. But Some repairs for sure for Jack Darling. He described it as a scratch and looks significantly more than that. There's no doubt from what we saw. All right, the votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year. We got 3 minutes before we're off air. If you're in the ACT, you're off to NRL coverage, the Warriors and the Panthers. For everybody else, you're off to Port Adelaide and Sydney.
I'm going to give one to Toby Pink. I thought his performance today on Charlie Curnow was enormous. He took 9 marks himself, had the 30 possessions. I'll give 2 to Colby McKercher. I thought as the game grew, particularly in those second and third quarters, I thought it was enormous. 29 possessions, 2 goals, 640 metres gained, and 3 to Tom Powell. Yeah. I thought he was outstanding today. 34 possessions, 11 contested, 8 clearances, 5 tackles, 600 metres gained also. So 1 to Pitt, 2 to McKercher, 3 to Powell.
Yeah, like Powell. It wasn't the high draft pick, not as... didn't come in with as many raps as some of his heralded teammates, but just love the way he goes about it. Pretty consistent with his effort, and I thought he symbolised how North went about it for those middle 2 quarters in particular, where the damage was done and where they won the game.
I like it. 3 for Powell, 2 for McKercher, 1 for Pink. The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year. The Kangas by 11 points. First of 3 games on the Saturday slate in round 15. So later tonight, Collingwood and St Kilda. And up next, it'll be Port Adelaide and Sydney. If you want to listen to any of these games, of course, you can find them through the ABC Listen app. Just look out for the AFL icon. Also, ABC AFL Daily. Wherever you get your podcasts, you can catch AFL Saturday there. With Bawley, myself and Mick Malthouse, the coaching icon. We had Chris Fagan as our featured guest earlier today. He was very good too, wasn't he? He spoke about Kyle Lohman being made the sub. He said, look, he almost fell out of the team, and then obviously they stuck with him, and what a role he played last night. Said Oscar McInerney is going to have to win back the job as the number 1 ruck at Brisbane. He spoke about the competition committee, where he said as part of that as well that it's one thing to have one. They've got to act on the consensus that he's reached by that group. So fascinating insight from Chris Fagan earlier today. Kangas fans, I'm going to have to apologise to you. We will run out of time for this song, I Fear, as Ray Chamberlain is down there. We'll record it and we'll bring it to you. I promise. I'll insist that Aaron Bryans and the rest of our teams plays the North Melbourne song for you a little bit later in the piece, because I imagine there'll be a pretty happy bunch in the rooms. We'll also get some reaction from the Kangas as well. All right, that'll just about see us out. A great hit out, Rama. Well done off the sickbed to be in here today.
Always happy to be out the footy.
Heroic. We'll see you soon. Good job, Bawley. Thanks, Ben. Thanks to Ray Chamberlain downstairs. Thanks to Stu Birchmore and, of course, to Craig Davis back at base. That's us signing off. A breakthrough win for the Kangas after being 46 up at three-quarter time. They get it done by 11 points. The Roos winners over the Blues. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday.